The 9-Cent Girls by H.C. Bunner. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 9-Cent Girls. Miss Bessie Vaux of Baltimore paid a visit to her aunt, the wife of the commandant at old Fort Starbuck, Montana. She had at her small feet all the garrison and some 24 young ranch owners, the flower of the younger sons of the best society of New York, Boston, and Philadelphia. 37 notches in the long handle of her parasol told the story of her 3 months' stay. The 37th was final. She accepted a measly second lieutenant and left all the bachelors for 30 miles around the fort to mourn her and to curse the United States Army. This is the poem. Mr. John Winfield, proprietor of the Winfield Ranch, sat astraddle a chair in front of the fire in his big living room and tugged at his handsome black beard as he discussed the situation with his foreman, who was also his confidant, his best friend, and his old college mate. Mr. Richard Cutter stood with his back to the fire, twirled a very blond mustache, and smoked cigarettes continually while he ministered to his suffering friend, who was sore wounded in his vanity, having been notch number 36 on Miss Vaux's parasol. Dick had been notch number 1, but Dick was used to that sort of thing. " By thunder," said Mr. Winfield, " I'm going to get married this year if I have to marry a widow with 6 children, and I guess I'll have to. I've been 10 years in this girlless wilderness, and I never did know any girls to speak of at home. Now you always everlastingly knew girls. What's that place you lived at in New York State where there were so many girls?" " Tusculum," replied Mr. Cutter in a tone of complacent reminiscence. " Nice old town. Plastered so thick with mortgages that you can't grow flowers in the front yard. All the fellows strike for New York as soon as they begin to shave. The crop of girls remains, and they wither on the stem. Why, one winter they had a humpbacked old man for their sole society in the Mayo line. Nice girls, too. Old family. Pretty. Lots of them. Good form, too, for provincials." " Gad," said Jack Winfield, " I'd like to live in Tusculum for a year or so." " No, you wouldn't. It's powerful dull. But the girls were nice. Now there were the 9-Cent Girls." " The 9-Cent Girls?" " No, the 9-Cent Girls. Catch the difference? They were the daughters of old Bailey, the civil engineer. 9 of 'em, ranging from 22, when I was there, that's 10 years ago, down to, oh, I don't know, a kid in a pinafore. All looked just alike, barring age, and every one had the face of the Indian lady on the Little Red Cent. Do you remember the Indian lady on the Little Red Cent?" " Hold on," suggested Jack, rising. " I've got one. I've had it ever since I came." He unlocked his desk, rummaged about in its depths, and produced a specimen of the neatest and most artistic coin that the United States government has ever struck. " That's it," said Dick, holding the coppery disk in his palm. " It would do for a picture of any one of 'em, only the Bailey girls didn't wear feathers in their hair, but there were 9 of 'em. Nice girls, every way, and the whole lot named out of the classics. Old Bailey was strong on the classics. His great grandfather named Tusculum, and Bailey's own name was M. Cicero Bailey. So he called all his girls by heathen names, and had a row with the parson every christening. Let me see, there was Euphrosyne, and Clelia, and Lydia, and Flora, and Aurora. Those were the twins. I was sweet on one of the twins, and Una, and oh, I can't remember them all, but they were mighty nice girls." " Probably all married by this time," Jack groaned. " Let me look at that cent." He held it in the light of the fire and gazed thoughtfully upon it. " Not a one," Dick assured him. " I met a chap from Tusculum last time I was in Butte City, and I asked him. He said there'd only been one wedding in Tusculum in 3 years, and then the local paper had a wire into the church and got out extras." " What sort of girls were they?" Winfield asked, still regarding the coin. "Just about like that, for looks. Let me see it again." Dick examined the cent critically, and slipped it into his pocket in an absent-minded way. Just about like that. First-rate girls. Old man was poor as a church mouse, but you would never have known it, the way that house was run. Bright girls, too. At least my twin was. I've forgotten which twin it was, but she was too bright for me. And how old did you say they were? How old was the youngest? Oh, I don't know, replied Dick, with a bachelor's vagueness on the question of a child's age. 5, 6, maybe. 10 years ago, you know. Just coming into grass, observed Mr. Winfield meditatively. 2 months after the evening on which this conversation took place, Mr. Richard Cutter walked up one of the quietest and eminently respectable streets of Tusculum. Mr. Cutter was nervous. He was, for the second time, making up his mind to attempt a difficult and delicate task. He had made up his mind to it, or had had it made up for him, but now he felt himself obliged to go over the whole process in his memory, in order to assure himself that the mind was really made up. The suggestion had come from Winfield. He remembered with what a dazed incomprehension he had heard his chum's proposition to induce Mr. Bailey and all his family to migrate to Montana and settle at Starbuck. "We'll give the old man all the surveying he wants, and he can have Ashford's place on the big dam when Ashford goes east in August. Why, the finger of Providence is pointing, Bailey, straight for Starbuck." With a clearer remembrance of Eastern conventionalities than Mr. Winfield, Dick Cutter had suggested various obstacles in the way of this apparently simple scheme. But Winfield would hear of no opposition, and he joined with him 8 other young ranchmen, who entered into the idea with Wild West enthusiasm and an Arcadian simplicity that could see no chance of failure. These energetic youths subscribed a generous fund to defray the expenses of Mr. Cutter as a missionary to Tusculum, and Mr. Cutter had found himself committed to the venture before he knew it. Now what had seemed quite feasible in Starbuck's wilds wore a different face in prim and proper Tusculum. It dawned on Mr. Cutter that he was about to make a most radical and somewhat impudent proposition to a conservative old gentleman. The atmosphere of Tusculum weighed heavily on his spirits, which were light and careless enough in his adopted home in Montana. Therefore Mr. Cutter found his voice very uncertain as he introduced himself to the young lady who opened, at his ring, the front door of one of the most respectable houses in that respectable street of Tusculum. "Good morning," he said, wondering which of the 9-cent girls he saw before him, and then, noticing a few threads of gray in her hair, he ventured, "It's Miss Euphrosyne, isn't it? You don't remember me, Mr. Cutter? Dick Cutter? Used to live on Ovid Street. Can I see your father?" "My father?" repeated Miss Euphrosyne, looking a little frightened. "Yes, I just want—" "Why, Mr. Cutter, I do remember you now. Didn't you know that Papa died 9 years ago, the year after you left Tusculum?" Dick Cutter leaned against the door jamb and stared speechlessly at Euphrosyne. He noted vaguely that she looked much the same as when he had last seen her, except that she looked tired and just a shade sad. When he was able to think, he said he begged her pardon. Then she smiled faintly. "We couldn't expect you to know," she said simply. "Won't you come in?" No," stuttered Dick. I'll call later this evening, if you don't mind. Good day." And he fled to his hotel to pull himself together, leaving Miss Euphrosyne smiling. He sat alone in his room all the afternoon, pondering over the shipwreck of his scheme. What should he tell the boys? What would the boys say? Why had he not thought to write before he came? Why on earth had Bailey taken it into his head to die? After supper he resolved to call as he had promised. Mrs. Bailey, he knew, had died a year after the appearance of her 9th daughter. But, he thought with reviving hope, there might be a male head to the family, an uncle perhaps. The door was opened by Clytie, the youngest of the 9. She ushered him at once into a bright little parlor, hung around with dainty things in artistic needlework and decorative painting. A big lamp glowed on a center table, and around it sat 7 of the sisters, each one engaged in some sort of work, sewing, embroidering, or designing. Nearest the lamp sat Euphrosyne, reading Michele aloud. She stopped as he entered, and welcomed him in a half timid but wholly friendly fashion. Dick sat down, very much embarrassed in spite of the greeting. It was many years since he had talked to 9 ladies at once, and in truth a much less embarrassed man might have found himself more or less troubled to carry on a conversation with 9 young women who looked exactly like each other, except for the delicate distinctions of age, which a masculine stranger might well be afraid to note. Dick looked from one to the other of the placid classic faces, and he could not help having an uneasy idea that each new girl that he addressed was only the last one who had slipped around the table and made herself look a year or 2 older or younger. But after a while the pleasant, genial, social atmosphere of the room, sweet with a delicate, winning virginity, thawed out his awkward reserve, and Dick began to talk of the West and Western life until the 9 pairs of blue eyes, stretched to their widest, fixed upon him as a common focus. It was 11 when he left, with many apologies for his long call. He found the night and the street uncommonly dark, empty, and depressing. "Just the outfit," he observed to himself, "and old Bailey dead and the whole scheme busted." For he had learned that the 9 cent girls had not a relative in the world. Under these circumstances it was clearly his duty to take the morning train for the West, and yet the next evening he presented himself, shamefaced and apologetic, at the Baileys' door. He thought that he wanted to make some sort of explanation to Miss Euphrosyne. But what explanation could he make? There was no earthly reason for his appearance in Tusculum. He talked of the West until 11 o'clock, and then he took a hesitating leave. The next day he made a weak pretense of casually passing by when he knew that Miss Euphrosyne was working in the garden, but he found it no easier to explain across the front fence. The explanation never would have been made if it had not been for Miss Euphrosyne. A curious nervousness had come over her too, and suddenly she spoke out. "Mr. Cutter, excuse me, but what has brought you here? I mean, is it anything that concerns us or Papa's affairs? I thought everything was settled." "I had hoped—" There was nothing for it now but to tell the whole story, and Dick told it. "I suppose you'll think we're a pack of barbarians," he said when he had come to the end. "And of course it's all impracticable now." But Miss Euphrosyne did not seem to be offended, only thoughtful. "Can you call here to-morrow, at this time, Mr. Cutter?" she inquired. Miss Euphrosyne blushed faintly when Dick presented himself to hear judgment pronounced. "I suppose you will think it strange," she said, "but if your plan is feasible, I should wish to carry it out. Frankly, I do want to see the girls married. Clelia and Lydia and I are past the time when women think about such things, but Clytie and the rest, and you know I can remember how Papa and Mamma lived together, and sometimes it seems cruelly hard that those dear girls should lose all that happiness. I'm sure it's the best happiness in the world, and it never can be here. Now if I should get occupation, you know that I'm teaching school, I suppose, and if the rest of the girls could keep up their work for the New York people, why, don't you know, if I didn't tell, if I put it on business grounds, you know, I think they would feel that it was best, after all, to leave Tusculum." Her voice was choked when she recommenced. "It seems awful for me to talk to you in this cold-blooded way about such a thing, but what can we do, Mr. Cutter? You don't know how poor we are. There's nothing for my little Clytie to do but be a dressmaker, and you know what that means in Tusculum. Oh, do you think I could teach school out in Starbuckle?" Miss Euphrosyne was crying. Dick's census of possible pupils in the neighborhood of Starbuck satisfied Miss Euphrosyne. It troubled Dick's conscience a bit as he walked back to the hotel. But they'll all be married off before she finds out, so I guess it's all right, he reflected. The next week Dick went to New York. This was in pursuance of an idea which he had confided to Winfield on the eve of his fourth setting. " Why," Winfield had said to him, " you are clean out of this deal, aren't you?" " Of course I am," said Dick. " How am I going to marry a poor girl on $100 a month?" " I might set you up for yourself," began his employer. " Hold on," broke in Dick Cutter with emphasis. " You wouldn't talk that way if you'd ever been hungry yourself. I most starved that last time I tried it for myself, and I'd starve next trip, sure. You've been a good friend to me, Jack Winfield. Don't you make a damn fool of yourself and spoil it all. But," he added, after a pause, " I have a little racket of my own. There's a widow in New York who smiled on yours affectionately once, ere she wed Maimon. I'm going just to see if she feels inclined to divide her late lamented's pile with a blond husband." So the business at Tusculum being determined, and preparations for the hegira well under way, Dick went to look after his own speculation. He reached New York on Tuesday afternoon, and called on the lady of his hopes that afternoon. She was out. He wrote to her in the evening, asking that he might see her. On Wednesday her wedding cards came to his hotel by special messenger. He cursed his luck, and went cheerfully about, attending to a commission which Miss Euphrosyne, after much urging, had given him, trembling at her own audacity. The size of it had somewhat staggered him. She asked him to take an order to a certain large dry goods house for 9 traveling ulsters, ladies' medium weight, measurements enclosed, for which he was to select the materials. " Men have so much taste," said Miss Euphrosyne. " Papa always knew when we were well dressed." Dick had to wait while another customer was served. He stared at her in humble admiration. It was a British actress, recently imported. When Mr. Richard Cutter sat on the platform of Tusculum Station and saw his 9 charges approach, ready for the long trip to the far West, it struck him that the pinky dulsters with the 6-inch square checks of pale red and blue did not look, on these 9 virgins, as they looked on the British actress. It struck him, moreover, that the 9 fore and aft or deerstalker caps which he had thrown in as friendship's offering only served to more accentuate a costume already accentuated. But it was too late for retreat. The Baileys had burned their bridges behind them. The old house was sold, their lot was cast in Montana. He had his misgivings, but he handed them gallantly into the train. It was not a vestibule express, for economy forbade, and they began their journey. He had an uneasy feeling that they were noticed, that the 9 ladies in the ulsters of one pattern, and of the pattern of his choosing, were attracting more attention than any ladies not thus uniformed would have attracted. But he was not seriously disturbed until a loquacious countryman sat down beside him. " Runnin' a ladies' baseball 9, be ye?" he inquired. " I seen one onct, down to New York. They can't play ball, not to speak of, but it's kinder fun lookin' at 'em. Couldn't ye interduce me to the pitcher?" Mr. Cutter made a dignified reply, and withdrew to the smoking car. There a fat and affable stranger tapped him on the back and talked in his ear from the seat behind. " It don't pay, young man," he said. " I've handled 'em. Female minstrels sound first rate. They don't give the show that catches the people. You gotter have real talent, kinder mixed in with 'em, if you want to draw." " Them ladies in your company, where do they show?" inquired the conductor as he examined the 10 tickets that Dick presented. " What do you mean?" asked the irritated pioneer. " If they show in Cleveland, I'd like to go. First rate," the conductor explained. " Those ladies," Dick thundered at the end of his patience, " are not actresses." " What they be, then? " asked the conductor. They had arrived at Buffalo. They had gone to the Niagara Hotel, and had been told that there were no rooms for them, and to the Tift House, where there were no rooms, and to the Genesee, where every room was occupied. Finally they had found quarters in a very queer hotel, where the clerk, as he dealt out the keys, said, One for Lily, and one for Daisy, and one for Rosie. Here, boss, sort out the flower bed yourself," as he handed over the bunch. Dick was taking a drink in the dingy bar room, and trying to forget the queer looks that had been cast at his innocent caravan all the day, when the solitary hall boy brought a message summoning him to Monsieur Frozeny's room. He went, with his moral tail between his mental legs. " Mr. Cutter," said Monsieur Frozeny firmly, " we have made a mistake." " It looks that way," replied Dick feebly. " But maybe it's only the ulsters." "No," said Monsieur Frozeny, "the ulsters are a part of it, but the whole thing is wrong, Mr. Cutter, and I see it all now. I didn't realize what it meant, but my eyes have been opened. 9 young unmarried women cannot go West with a young man. If you had heard what people were saying all around us in the cars, you don't know. We've got to give up the idea. Oh, but it was awful." Monsieur Frozeny, trembling, held her face in her hands. Her tears trickled out through her thin fingers. " And the old house is sold. What shall we do? Where shall we go?" she cried, forgetting Dick, utterly lost and helpless. Dick was stalking up and down the room. " It would be all right," he demanded, " if there was a married woman to lead the gang, and if we caught on to something new in the ulster line." It might be different," Monsieur Frozeny admitted with a sob. Speaking came hard to her. She was tired, well nigh worn out. "Then," said Dick, with tremendous emphasis, "what's the matter with my marrying one of you?" "Why, Mr. Cutter!" Monsieur Frozeny cried. "I had no idea that you ever thought of Is it Clytie?" "No," said Mr. Clutter, "it isn't Clytie." Is it Monsieur Frozeny's eyes lit up, with hope long since extinguished. "Is it Aurora?" "No." Dick Cutter could have been heard 3 rooms off. "No," he said with all his lungs. "It ain't Clytie, nor it ain't Aurora, nor it ain't Flora, nor Melpomene, nor Sybil, nor Alveolor, Oriole, nor none of 'em. It's you. You I want to marry. You. And what's more, I'm going to." "Oh, oh, oh!" said poor Monsieur Frozeny, and hid her face in her hands. She had never thought to be happy, and now she was happy for one moment. That seemed quite enough for her modest soul, and yet more was to come. For once in his life Dick Cutter seized the right moment to do the right thing. 1 hour later Monsieur Frozeny Bailey was Mrs. Richard Cutter. She did not know quite how it happened. Clytie told her that she had been bullied into it. But oh, such sweet bullying! "No," said Mr. Richard Cutter one morning in September of the next year to Mr. Jack Wingfield and his wife, Aurora Bailey that was, "I can't stop a minute. We're too busy up at the ranch. The wife has just bought out Wilkinson, and I've got to round up all his stock. I'll see you next month at Clytie's wedding. Queer, she should have gone off the last, ain't it? Euphrosyne and I are going to Butte City Monday to buy her a present. Know anybody who wants to pay 6% for 1,000? End of The 9-Cent Girls by H.C. Bunner, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Skulls and Crossbones and Nine-Leafed Clover by James Huneker. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When Sir Oliver Lodge, as President of the British Association of Science, metaphorically slapped the face of Professor Schaefer, his predecessor, because of the latter's materialism, misinformed persons fancied there would be waged a wordy warfare. As a matter of fact, no war was waged. Professor Schaefer is a busy man, and his adversary was sparring with a straw figure, the old stuffed effigy long known as the arrogant man of science. that bogey of middle-class orthodoxy which flourished during the mid-Victorian period. The speech of Sir Oliver at Birmingham was an attempted answer to Professor Schaeffer's speech the previous year. But that particular speech, like the historic Belfast address of Tyndall's, was neither arrogant nor was it windy prophecy. Tyndall's idea of the potentialities of matter have been verified with the years. Elusive and magical as is radium, nevertheless it is matter. Its properties are apprehended in terms of the real. Not less miraculous is wireless telegraphy. What miracle in the past can match it? For Walt Whitman, the hinges of his hand were miraculous. The starry heaven and the moral law filled Kant with awe. Rightly viewed, we are living a constant miracle, whether as matter or as spirit. For these categories are outworn verbalisms, interchangeable in meaning. Matter, in the light of recent experiment, is none the less ethereal, and spirit none the less material. The curious part of Sir Oliver's attack is that he and his followers are really materialists, for they desire to render visible the invisible, to weigh the spiritual, while the materialists, so called, are seeking an opposite path. Occult phenomena are just now suspected, and Sir Oliver Lodge's appeal for the spiritualisation of science but recalls the experiments of Sir William Crookes and the materialisation of the sprightly Katy King and the other's dire exposure. Also the sad ending of Professor Zöllner of Leipzig as a result of his endeavour to discover the fourth dimension of space. The fling at the relativists by Lodge now demonstrates the hopelessness of arguing with an absolutist. Yet nature abhors an absolute. Science is ever humble and only records. To limit investigation because some table-tipper or clairvoyant believes science to be materialistic is to open the door to the whole ragtag and bobtail that hovers about the moving army of civilization, playing upon its credulity and exacting toll for its fake panaceas. Sir Oliver's utterances were not warmly received by the orthodox, but fortune-tellers, palm-readers, astrologists, horoscope humbugs, anti-vivisectionists, anti-vaccinationists, friends of barn-burning and votes for children and purple motherism, in a word, all enemies of the light, of progress, hail the president of the British Association as a mighty prophet. It was the clear-thinking Huxley who said, quote, "Our knowledge is restricted to those feelings of which we assume external phenomena to be the cause," end quote, which is modest enough. And Sir E. Ray Lancaster truthfully adds, quote, "We think it is of the utmost importance to humanity to maintain that separation," end quote, i.e. we have gained this science by making observation and inference the main purpose of our mental activity, and by keeping them entirely distinct and free from any unverified suppositions, hopes, or fears as to the ultimate mechanism and its purpose, quote, "lest once again human thought be paralysed by bogies, and by those who seek to wield power over their fellows by the false pretence that they not merely guess but know the secret workings," end quote. Sir Oliver Lodge was answered at one of the sessions in a paper by Professor B. Moore, with the collaboration of Mr. Arthur Webster. The authors demonstrated that sunlight so effected chemical and physical changes in organic matter as to bring about a form of life. However, this is a question for the biologists. After witnessing the results of the experiments of Hugo de Vries at Amsterdam last autumn, we balk at nothing. And de Vries is not arrogant, nor was Darwin the astronomer, nor Father Secchi. What has literally been a magnificent bone of contention was the discovery of the Piltdown skull in Sussex, December 1912, by Mr. Charles Dawson. It is unlike other ancient skulls, but the fact that two such eminent men of science as Professor Arthur Keith of the Royal College of Surgeons and Dr. Smith Woodward of the British Museum should dispute over their respective reconstructions has kept the British Association in a state of suspense. Dr. Smith Woodward's reconstruction shows us the Piltdown creature as half man, half ape, with a brain capacity of 1,070 cubic centimetres, while Professor Keith's reconstruction shows a human brain with the normal capacity of 1,500 cubic centimetres. Professor Elliot Smith partially sides with Keith. It appears that Father Teilhard, a young French paleontologist who was working with Mr. Dawson, found a tooth in undisturbed gravel not far from the spot where was exhumed the skull of Eoanthropus dawsonii. This tooth it was that lends colour to Dr. Smith Woodward's claim. Not so, says Keith, whose argument is, quote, by some mischance, the groove for the median blood channel which runs along the roof of the skull was displaced nearly an inch to one side. In the original reconstruction, the bones of the right and left sides are nearly in contact. In the amended reconstruction, my own, they are widely separated in order that the groove for the venous channel may fall into its natural position, namely in the middle line of the roof of the skull." End quote. This technical fault, urges Professor Keith, has caused the Smith-Woodward reconstruction. But what a disappointment it would be if the skull was once owned by some thick-headed Briton. I haven't read that glorious book of fun, The Pickwick Papers, for years, so I can't quote the episode of the finding of Bill Stumps his mark. Was it Stubbs or Stumps? This page might be profitably read by certain scientific men without a sense of humour. Théophile Gautier, with due solemnity, once urged the French authorities to exhibit at the Jardin d'Acclimation, in a cage, specimens of naked mankind, because, thanks to civilization, we are fast forgetting our origins, even the look of our race. A real live human, male or female, hopping about, freed from the restraints of clothes, would, added the witty Theo, furnish a startling novelty for Parisians. And by the same token, the appearance of such a little book as Man and His Forerunners by H.V. Buttel-Reppen, translated by A.G. Thacker, Longmans, Green and Company, New York, is a timely reminder, if not the same sort as Gautier's. From its simple and concise prose, we may learn something of our ancestry and of our relationship to the animal world. Thanks to metaphysicians and idealists, mankind has become a sort of sublimated intelligence and nothing more. After observing even superficially the phylogenetic development of the brain at the Central Institute for Brain Research, Amsterdam, as I did under the guidance of its director, the brilliant young Dutch neurologist Dr. C.U. Ariens-Koppers, whose paper on neurobiotaxis, the course of fibre tracts in the nervous system, afforded sufficient evidence that their arrangement was influenced, if not determined, by associative stimuli, was his thesis, was much appreciated at the recent International Medical Congress, we may no longer claim the distinction of being of different cerebral fibre from the animals, no matter the huge intellectual gulf that intervenes. That exquisitely subtle neuronic recoil or involution which is called metaphysics, Goethe rather contemptuously spoke of it as thinking about thought, is the greatest triumph of the highest cerebral centres over the lesser. To be able to say io sono io, or pronounce the Cartesian formula cogito ergo sum, is to put mankind at ease with its environment, if not precisely solving the riddle of the universe. Man does this. Quinton of the French Institute believes that birds come later than man in the evolutionary series, and animals do not. Perhaps for that reason the latter live a more contented existence. Are we not far now from the famous phrase of Cabanis, which so shocked Père Lacordaire early in the 19th century, "Man is a digestive tube pierced at both ends"? The truth is, we think backward and live forward. Mr. Thacker, in his bibliography to The Man and His Forerunners, makes the significant statement that "general treatises on Pleistocene man published before 1908 are now almost valueless." A new science indeed, dating as it does from yesterday, nevertheless its few discoveries are weighty ones. I can't resist the temptation of giving you Professor Buttel-Rapin's summing up before I transcribe the half-dozen discoveries that have revolutionized all that has been hitherto written on the momentous theme of the origins of our race. He says, "It has of course never been believed in scientific circles that men are descended from apes, but only from a common ancestor with them, although the contrary has often been stated by the opponents of evolution. Such misunderstandings are well dealt with by Clutch in the following words: "Such a misconception is best corrected by stating that the apes are to be regarded as the results of unsuccessful attempts to compass the road to mankind, as degenerate branches of the pre-human stock, which in adapting themselves to special conditions of life in the struggle for existence, sacrificed important parts of their anatomy, the way upward being cut off in particular by the reduction of the thumb. Whilst this was happening, a more favoured branch of the primeval stem was quietly evolving upward into mankind, retaining in the process many of the primitive characters." This misconception, adds Buttel-Rapin, may be crudely summarized in the statement: "Man is not descended from the ape, but the ape from man." It would be well, however, to take the theory cum grano salis. A few years ago I would have said with pounds of salt, for then I was taught almost the same theory by the very religious order that is said to be opposed to the evolutionary theory. Apes were described as degenerate men, about as reasonable an idea as the contrary statement. The fall must have been when the first ape stood up on hind legs and patronized its maker. Thus its brain developed. I agree with William James that the man who discovered time and space was the greatest benefactor of mankind, though Rémy de Gourmont believes that the title should be accorded to the man who first used fire. But was it man or his predecessor who first discovered the uses of fire? I remember several stories told me by a returned traveller from some vast and tremendous regions in Africa, stories retailed to him by the natives. One was that monkeys can converse as fluently as the natives, but never do if there is a chance of their being overheard, because detection would be followed by captivity and hard work, also the enforced wearing of clothes which they detest, hence their cunning. They have, however, been overheard, though neither Du Chaillu nor Garner has confirmed this tale. Another story is that the sacred apes of Benares have been seen in secret glades, cowering and gossiping over a fire of their own making, just like sacred apes all over the world. I recall a monkey in the Hamburg Zoological Garden which had a mirror and literally starved to death because it could not be coaxed away from the contemplation of its own face. This anthropoidal Narcissus would leap in disgust from the society of its companions and spent its days staring. It grew ill, peevish, moody, dangerous, and finally refused food. All this is not miles away from certain traits in humanity, indeed from the fabled Superman. In Amsterdam there is a pair of orangutans at the zoo which, for eccentric behaviour, beat the doings of any Superman or Superwoman. The female is the boss. Her joy in living manifests itself in slamming her brother's spouse, for the social situation is like Die Walküre, Sieglinde and Siegmund, on the floor of their cosy apartment and compelling him to perform all kinds of disagreeable tasks. When she has mortified him sufficiently, she smiles a sinister smile at the audience, as much as to say, "You would give me the vote, would you? Now this is what I am doing to prove I'm your master." And then she begins anew her persecutions, while her human cousins on the other side of the bars duly grin and applaud. But the very human proceedings of these degenerate men and ladies need not concern us now. It is to the discovery of the Neanderthal skull in 1856 that we must turn. Heavy brow ridges, the brain case of very small cubic capacity, with other peculiarities, prove this skull to have belonged to a race of men, or species of men, who lived in Europe during the Great Ice Age. A short time after this skull was discovered, the bone and teeth of the cave bear, the cave hyena, and an extinct rhinoceros were found in the same stratum, and quite close to the skull. All these animals, writes our author, are now extinct. They lived during the Pleistocene or glacial period, the age in the Earth's history immediately preceding that in which we ourselves live. Their authenticity is not to be denied, as the remains near the skull point to an extremely ancient date. In 1892, Monsieur Dubois, a Dutch army surgeon, discovered in Java a remarkable being, a creature which can only be held to be intermediate between man and his pre-human ancestors. This ape-man of Java, Pithecanthropus erectus, was discovered in a cliff. The roof of a skull and a cheek tooth in 1891, a thigh bone or femur and a second cheek tooth in 1892, and later Dubois found a third tooth, a premolar. One of the most significant discoveries of human remains in a stratum which may be as old as the Pliocene was made in 1907 near the village Mauer, not far from Heidelberg, Germany. This jaw, with human teeth and absence of chin, for the chin is quite a modern achievement of mankind, is the most valued treasure of the scientific world, and the Heidelberg man is now a distinct tribe in the rather vague histories written of primeval mankind. The Piltdown skull is another treasure, for there have been discovered many corroborative remains, and for all the fascinating details the book of Buttel-Rapen is heartily recommended. Thanks to the courtesy of Dr. Coppers, I was personally introduced to Mr. Pithecanthropus erectus in Amsterdam, where at the Chemical and Geological Institute stands a life-size reconstruction made by his discoverer, Professor Dubois, who lives at Haarlem but lectures at this institute. I was shocked to discover the resemblance between this Java man and a certain artist I knew who thinks that the post-impressionists paint like gorillas. Pithy, for short, is about 5 feet 6 inches high, has poor shoulders and very long flail-like arms. His feet and hands are almost alike. His forehead is low, retreating, and above his eyes is a prominent superciliary ridge, the sure mark of his ape origin. He is beardless and chinless. Where is the theory of the prognathic wild man now? And his eyes do most fiercely glare. Unlike Mark Twain at the tomb of Adam, I did not weep, but smiled over Nietzsche's notion of a great blonde beast roaming the dusty plains of an unfamiliar Europe in search of his prey. Pretty our remote ancestors were not. When the Woodward Smith versus Arthur Keith controversy will be settled, no one may say. You may remember some time ago the controversy between Dr. Eilys Hedlicker and the anthropologist Florentino Agmentino concerning the alleged human remains discovered in Argentina. Merely bones of Homo sapiens was the verdict of Hedlicker, and he proved his case. Every discovery is discredited by someone, and this admirable scepticism always results in the truth being brought to light. Science, then, is not so arrogant as the soothsayers who descry your fate in a mystic bowl of water. By the way, Balzac's theory of movement in man as revelatory of his character should be read by all students, as it is suggestive and in the key of our subject. It was a warm September Saturday morning when, in company with Dr. Coppers, I met that truly great scientist and most modest man, Hugo de Vries, and in his own experimental garden at the Amsterdam Botanic Garden. Hortus Siccus is the legend over the gates. Professor de Vries, he is professor at the University of Amsterdam, looked very well after his long visit to America, where in New York he was invited by President Butler to join the teaching faculty of Columbia College. He wisely declined the honour, notwithstanding the horticultural temptations of Bronx Park. But being a canny Dutchman, he hammered this offer into the heads of the Dutch authorities, and was given a new and more commodious building in which to work out his now famous doctrine of the mutation of plant and flower life. He admires Luther Burbank, and thus sums up the difference in their respective experiments. Burbank crosses species, I seek to create new ones. He does create new species, does this benevolent-looking Klingsor with the flowers in his magic garden, but it is white, not black magic. He lets nature follow her capricious way, giving her from time to time a gentle hint, a sort of floral eugenics. I saw 8-leaved clovers, and was told that many more leaves may bud, as the clover was originally a stalk full of leaves. For the superstitiously inclined, there are 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7-leaved varieties. The evening primrose, Inothera lamarckiana, is at present the object of Professor de Vries' experiments. Certainly this yellow flower means more to him than it did to Wordsworth's Peter. He ties up its petals in tiny bags, and protected from marauding birds and bees, and no doubt being bored by its solitude, though pistil and stamen remain, it begins to put forth a new species. With my own eyes I witnessed the miracle of a half-dozen flowers in the world that were not in existence a year ago. That is creating life indeed, and even Sir Oliver Lodge must give his assent to the statement. The new flower is a constant. It goes on reproducing itself, but at times the back of a leaf shows a struggle to revert to its old pupillaceous state. Darwin taught that evolution is orderly, progressive, slow, without jumps. Nature never leaps. There are no sudden miracles. De Vries proves the reverse. The miracle has taken place overnight in his experiments. Nature strikes out swiftly, blindly, apparently without selection. The age of miracles is not past. I saw what he called a rosette, a green plant-like production, and was told that it was a new birth of the commonplace primrose. In Alabama he gathered his parent flowers. Really, you think of the Dr. Moreau of H.G. Wells, his remarkable book, and wonder if such things could be possible in the human order. De Vries is the most significant figure in the history of science since Darwin. He has just published a big volume concerning his travels and experiments while in America. His great work on mutation was translated long ago, but it is principally for students. I can recommend, however, a pamphlet of 37 pages entitled Afstammings- en Mutatisleer, published in the Levensvragen series at Baarn, near Utrecht, Holland, as containing in crystallized form the doctrine of mutation, set forth by its author with a wealth of argument and in his usual clarity of style. Professor de Vries speaks and writes English fluently and idiomatically, but he is too immersed in his work to translate his prose into our language. I was loath to leave the presence of this man who, in the Indian summer of his life, looks like a bard and philosopher, summoning strange and beautiful flowers from the vasty deep of nature. He is an exalted member of the most honourable profession in the world, a gentle gardener of genius. End of Skulls and Crossbones and Nine-Leaved Clover by James Huneker.
Chapter 5 of 9 Years at the Gold Coast by the Reverend Dennis Kemp. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5 gives an account of a journey into the bush with glimpses of forest scenery and an introduction to the rural members of the church. At the end of October, my colleague arrived from a tour of his huge circuit. As he had been unwell for some days, he suggested that I should try the novelty of bush travel and at the same time supply his lack of service. I hesitated for a time, but have since been very thankful for that opportunity of seeing our interior work. It was most beneficial to me. As each day's journey was to be a very short one, not more than 10 miles, 4 men were sufficient for the hammock. Note: it will be understood that as we have no railways and no horses, bullocks, nor mules, we have to submit ourselves to the humiliating process of being borne about the country in a hammock on the heads or shoulders of 4 men. And 3 carriers for boxes containing provisions, cooking utensils, or clothing. It may be mentioned that the wages of these men are at the rate of 1 shilling a day, with 3 pence each for subsistence. On the 2nd of November at 6 a.m. we set off. Our destination for that day was Anamaboo. We did not travel at express speed, for the 10 miles occupied exactly 4 hours, but then there were 1 or 2 short halts by the way. The recumbent position in the hammock naturally induces sleep, the jolting jog-trot of the carriers notwithstanding. In your imagination you may be anywhere, traveling at a fearful speed, but you have a rude awakening, a sudden full stop, and you hear the voice of the head man, "Dis hill be no good, sah," which being interpreted means, "Get out and walk." At other times the ground is level, the road wide, a little way ahead is a densely packed bush market. There are 1,000 of the gentler sex engaged in the exchange of plantain, peppers, palm wine, cassava, and other products too numerous to mention. The noise and chatter are beyond description, but it is a supreme moment in the history of the hammock men. With a sound that may be described as a mighty war whoop, they make up for a run. Goats, sheep, pigs, fowls, mammies scatter in all directions. The latter display lovely sets of teeth and laugh heartily over the temporary panic. The fort at Anamaboo is famous as having witnessed the first visit of the Ashanti army to a coast town. This was in 1807, when the king in person led 20,000 warriors to battle. The fort was bravely defended by a handful of English and native officers and men from the attacks of Saitutu Kwamina. His Majesty declared that he had only come to the coast to look for a runaway chief, who had added injury to insult by killing some of his, the king's, messengers. It was felt, however, that if the experiment with the walls of Anamaboo had succeeded from a military standpoint, Saitutu Kwamina might have gone to look for someone else at the capital, Cape Coast Castle. The governor at the latter place had so much respect for Ashanti that he set to work and secured the person of the runaway chief, who had fled to the town for protection, and handed him over to Saitutu Kwamina to be hacked in pieces. As the Ashantis were unpopular with the Fantis generally, the natives of Anamaboo had espoused the cause of the fugitive chief, but when overpowered by the superior forces, skill, and courage of Ashanti, they fled, some to their fishing canoes, and others, about 1,500, to the fort. As the siege continued, and as numbers of the natives were dying, the Cape Coast governor yielded to the demands of Saitutu, and handed half the refugees over to His Majesty, who immediately sold them into slavery. Note: in the palmy days of the slave trade, it was not an unusual sight to see between 20 and 30 ships of sail, of different nations, waiting at Anamaboo for consignments of slaves. Though permitted by law to carry only 500 on a voyage, sometimes as many as 700 would be closely packed into a ship. They were branded in order to ensure identity. Gold Coast slaves realized better prices than did those from other parts of the coast. Many committed suicide by drowning, others by deliberate starvation. The other half were claimed by the governor and his colleagues, and also sold. Happily, there was at least one humane Englishman in the colony at the time. Mr. John Swansea, the governor of Accra, hearing of the truculent conduct of his fellow countrymen at Cape Coast, rose from his sick-bed and took boat for the capital, and poured out vials of wrath upon the council, with the result that the unhappy slaves who had not actually left the roadstead for the West Indies were permitted to return to their town. The effort cost the brave man his life. He returned to Accra and died shortly afterwards. But to return to our journey. My work really began at Mankessim, which I reached in the afternoon of the 2nd day. As we regarded our duty to teach our people to honor the king, I called upon His Majesty of Mankessim. From him I gathered traditionary information respecting the history of his people. I think I may venture to repeat it, for it was given in the presence of the principal officers of state, and was confirmed by sundry grunts of approval on all sides. Mankesim is the oldest Fanti kingdom. When the Fantis came from Takiman, they halted in that neighborhood preparatory to branching out in various directions and forming minor kingdoms. The great yearly council, however, was held at Mankesim, whose king naturally presided. At these gatherings, matters affecting the whole Fanti community were considered. Criminals under sentence of death were taken to the old capital, and were executed by spear or knife or gun. Occasionally, victims for sacrifice were buried alive. When the Fantis paid their visit to the place, they acknowledged as their chief idol one who was known as Nanam. It was interesting to note what the stately old king Kweku Mobile said concerning the superstition of his ancestors, and his thankfulness that the gospel light was penetrating the dark places of his kingdom. The king's silver-headed scepter bore the following inscription: Door den Directeur General John van Seventwisum is desem veriert aan apredimgue Prafel van Phantom ad 1701. Sunday was a busy day. Divine service at 8 o'clock, Sunday school at 11:30. The latter part of the school hour was devoted to theological questions and answers, but the usual order of things was reversed. One and another of the adult scholars put interesting questions to the missionary, which led to profitable conversation. At the afternoon service, the sacrament of baptism was administered to a young man who expressed an intelligent belief in the articles of the Christian faith, and also to 2 infants. The king attended service in our chapel, and accompanied us to a meeting held in the open air. I observed that my faithful cook took a seat amongst the aristocracy of the place. At the evening service, the sacrament of the Lord's Supper was administered. Before we left Mankesim, our people brought presents of oranges, yams, and fowls. His Majesty sent a kingly present in the shape of a magnificent ram, and I was also made the happy possessor of a famous bush hat. As I have already stated my belief that fetishism is disappearing, I feel that I must here make mention of the marvelous victory of Christianity over the pagan religion in Mankesim. Just as the kingdom is the oldest in the Fanti country, so the fetish priests regard Mankesim as the headquarters of their power. 50 years ago, 5 priests ministered at the altars of the great fetish. It would be wearisome to follow these tricksters through all their chicanery and jugglery with which they duped their people. Not only were converts to Christianity led to understand the nature of the impostures, but heathen chiefs expressed their disgust at the deception. While lust was reigning supreme at the orgies, human victims were offered in sacrifice. And when at length the strong arm of the government intervened to put a stop to bloodshed, the priests arranged for crowds of their followers to surround the groves, and by their unearthly yells to drown the screams of the victims of superstition. Truly a work of grace was needed to enable the first Christian disciples to convert those bloody groves into a farm, and to build a church near the old fetish house now in ruins. To God be all the praise. Next morning, November 5th, we were early astir and left for Abasa. In crossing over a river, I was greatly pleased to learn that practical consideration is shown to Christian missionaries by the heathen who derive a part of their income from the toll levied at the ferry. A sum of 3d is collected from each passenger conveyed in the canoe. It is generally understood that the sums thus collected are periodically divided between the king, the inhabitants of the neighboring town, and the ferryman. I have seen Mr. Bushman endeavor, but without success, to elude the vigilant eye of the collector, and I have also seen those who did not choose to pay swim the river, but I have never seen the ferryman who demanded toll of the missionary. This is a consideration, particularly when the missionary has such a number of carriers, who are also allowed a free passage. This generous recognition obtains in all parts of the colony. Of course there is the inevitable dash, but then the average native would almost rather die than forgo the pleasure of receiving that. Love for dash seems to be bred in the bone. At Abasa I had the pleasure of meeting a catechist with a face as black as coal, but with a heart as free from guile as that of any man, black or white, that I have met in Africa. My good friend was passing rich on £20 a year. I suppose he was the only scholar in that town, but he wielded a mighty influence upon all with whom he came into contact. He was the friend and counselor of kings and chiefs, and was held in the highest esteem among all men in the villages for many miles round. To such as he, representatives of all ranks of society come to have their domestic, social, and political grievances adjusted. How beautiful in its simplicity is the following extract from his Minute Book, which, I may parenthetically remark, was certainly not written for my information, but was, at my suggestion, very readily placed at my disposal. Business of local preachers' meeting. 1. I put before the meeting, if any of us knows something against his neighbor on behalf of his preaching, his moral character, or anything against Christianity, you must put out the said man. If nothing, lift up your hands. We all lift up our hands, as we know nothing against any of us. 2. Theological exercises. I have hinted that the catechist was the only scholar in the place, so that it becomes part of his duty to instruct the less favored local preachers in order that they may preach to others. I have elsewhere stated that all natives are blessed with marvelous retentive memories. Note: I have been amazed at the ease with which a native reproduces sermons and addresses, and yet such feats should surprise no one, for in the absence of writing materials, the diary, the account book, the family will have been recorded in the memory, which has thus had endless exercise. Hence the theological exercises. How attentively the illiterate brethren listen to their loved teacher, as with the aid of a sixpenny halfpenny lamp, he reads and translates a passage of Scripture, or unfolds what is to them some new and important truth. Attention is also given to Methodist doctrine. We have seen above what care is taken to guard against heterodox teaching. 3. I suggest to the meeting how we shall manage for the reviving of our 3 stations. Proposes that we visit the sick and weak members once a Sunday from house to house. I also propose to make 3 band meetings and evangelize. The meeting agreed to the proposal. Subsequent paragraphs inform us that on a given Sunday a series of meetings were held. They began in the dewy morn at 4 o'clock, were continued till chilly eve at 11 o'clock. The results of these special meetings called forth the gratitude of our humble friends. The whole congregation dismissed on the next day after morning prayer, with comfortable address of departure, St. Mark, verse 19, by myself. But business relating to the material building was attended to. I suggest to the meeting to set time to cut the thatches for the roofing of the chapel. We also consider the moneys collected for the chapel, and we found 7 pounds 4 shillings. It is with blank, and some is with blank, which she promised to produce the papers to see the accounts on tomorrow, to see so much is with her. At this place we had a large congregation. Our company included Mohammedans as well as pagans. My faithful cook informed me that blank had interpreted very nicely. Oh, indeed, what did he say? The same as you did, sah. Well, what did I say? Then the cook's mouth opened, as some would say, from ear to ear, as he grinned and confessed that he had quite forgotten. Evidently he thought I was too particular. How the heart ached at the thought of the low moral standard of those who were emerging from heathenism. But then the greatest missionary that the world has ever seen, when dealing with a people infinitely superior intellectually to the African, had far more trying experiences. We read that he found it necessary to exhort the fellow citizens with the saints and of the household of God to put away lying and stealing. There were members of other churches whose shameful conduct greatly distressed St. Paul. The apostle's experience teaches us to exercise more patience toward those who, deeply sunk in sin, have but an imperfect knowledge of the first principles of the doctrine of Christ. Here I had to deal with the offense of a man who had taken to himself a second wife, on the ground that his first wife had become disfigured by disease, and moreover was useless in attending to her household duties. The plea of the offender was that, as he had paid a sum of money and gifts to the parents and friends of the wife, he was perfectly justified in doing what he liked with his own. Instances somewhat similar to this might be given to show that our methods must be on the principle of line upon line, precept upon precept. A somewhat amusing case came under notice. A male member of the church was engaged with his brethren in re-roofing the chapel. His wife, with other ladies, had gone to bush to cut grass to serve as thatch. It seems that the good lady tarried longer than was absolutely necessary, for her husband went in search of her and found her gossiping with a sister who had brought trouble into the otherwise peaceful domestic circle through her love for tattle. The lord and master was enraged, and rated the gossip all the way back to the chapel, much to the amusement, it was said, of the heathen. The aggrieved sister charged the offender at the ecclesiastical court, and he was asked to apologize. This he refused to do. The members of the court then called in councillors from adjoining villages, when the extraordinary decision was arrived at that the brother should not only apologize, but pay a shilling to the offended sister. As he continued refractory, I was asked to uphold the decision of the court. Of course I explained that that was not in my power, but I succeeded in inducing the brother to express regret for having brought ridicule upon the woman and upon his religion. At the suggestion of the thoughtful catechist, it was decided that, as a public scandal had been created, the expression of regret should be proclaimed in the chapel on the following Sunday morning. On the morning of my departure from the town, I called on the chief to thank him for practical help in rethatching the chapel. Work of this kind is frequently undertaken by heathens as well as Christians. I also desired the old man to exercise greater influence in keeping his unruly heathen subjects from molesting the Christians and interrupting their services. The chief complained that the influence and authority of the chiefs had been considerably weakened by the government. I admitted that this was so, but pointed out that the government was at all times prepared to support chiefs in their attempt to keep order, and I further hinted that incapable chiefs were sometimes removed from their exalted positions. The journey to Girankuma was performed on foot, for the path was decidedly too narrow to admit of the passage of the hammock. Screened from the sun by the dense bush and giant trees, how indescribably grand was that walk! In the forest at daybreak one becomes conscious of the almost simultaneous awakening of nature. In a few moments everything seems instinct with life and vigor. One feels that before any adequate conception of the grandeur of African scenery can be conveyed, new words and similes must be added to the language, and new colors to the palette. It is not so much a difference in degree as in kind. The feeling is that no words can work up the fancy, and that typographical attempts to move the imagination will be of no use. It is not so much that the scene is sublime or charming as grand and majestic. The feelings produced are not rapturous or ecstatic, but rather those of awe and dread. Towering above trees whose form would grace an English forest were the stately trees of commerce, and higher still those of more rapid growth and consequently softer nature. Higher still is the waving surface of an ocean of foliage, a vast sea of tree-tops whose waves ripple in a region seemingly set between earth and heaven. Below is a tangled mass of vegetable life struggling for existence and supremacy, yet rising superior to a dense undergrowth. Here mangrove and cactus, reed and sedge, thorn and briar, huddled together in the wildest profusion, and flourished above mud and water, while matted and tangled creepers hung in heavy festoons from the lofty branches and clung to the dense undergrowth beneath. The sun was beating with all his fury somewhere above, but not into the heart of that forest. No fierce ray penetrated that region. Vast numbers of gaudy butterflies sprang from the trees. Birds of every conceivable plumage disported themselves in quest of their early meal. The forest seemed full of life. So numerous and varied were the sounds, colors, and motions of the indescribable insects, birds, and beasts that inhabited this region. I do not know that I need repeat the program of the several days' experience. The object of my visit was to strengthen the hands of the catechists, to endeavor to utter words of counsel, of encouragement or reproof as circumstances required to our congregations, to administer the sacraments, and to investigate cases of discipline. Occasionally it was necessary to appear exceedingly stern in reproving cant, hypocrisy, and notorious sin. But one was always prepared to make allowances for surroundings, and one never really felt quite all that one's manner might have indicated. The missionary certainly has his times of depression, both when traveling in the interior as well as when on the seaboard, but there are corresponding compensations. My friend Hall relates the following as having occurred in the neighborhood of Girankuma. A woman, old and diseased, told us with tears how through the abandonment by her husband, who had taken younger women as wives, she was on the point of committing suicide for the purpose of bringing punishment upon him, when she was attracted by the singing band and was influenced to join the Christian people. Shortly afterwards she was converted. She then asked her new friends to help her with her prayers for the conversion of her husband. United prayers resulted in reunited lives. Husband and wife were again happy in the love of one another. The old woman wished to acknowledge God's goodness. From what has been seen at Abasa, it will be easily understood that education makes little headway in the interior schools. Indeed, the bush natives have entertained decided objections to day schools, on the ground that their youths, when educated, leave for the coast towns, and take situations in the government and mercantile services. Special attention has therefore been given by the native ministers to industrial training, such as plantation work, with encouraging results. One youth, while passing through a truly rural school, attempted to improve some lines which are familiar to most of us, and produced the following. I am chief of any I can see, my right there is no one to correct. From the middle all round to the ocean, I am chief of the cock and the goat. O solitude, death, where are thy health? Yon sages have seen in your face. Better dwell in the centre of colds than reign in this restless land. In the course of my journey I had the pleasure of meeting the Reverend J. O. Hammond, Mr. Hall's native colleague. This minister's love for work is proverbial, and he is famous in the district for neatness in keeping his circuit accounts. I venture to repeat the particulars of an incident brought to our notice by the native minister about this time. A man, who had been a prominent member of our church in the neighborhood of Salt Pond, relapsed into Mohammedanism. He then became a vigorous opponent of our work, even to the length of holding open-air meetings in order to attack our mission and to induce our people to embrace Islam. While lying on his deathbed, he soon became filled with remorse on account of his backsliding. "My wife, children, and I have resolved to become Christians. I beg you to give us back our names." In other words, that their names might be re-entered on the church roll. "Why," replied the minister, "there is but one God, who is the God of Mohammedans and Christians alike. Why leave the crescent for the cross?" "Ah," said the man, "I have known what it is to be a Christian. I once felt the hopes and joys of the Christian faith. Since my backsliding I have had no peace of conscience. Once I could be happy without a penny, but I have gained nothing by desertion to Islam, but doubt of heaven and fear of hell. Give us back our names. I have put away my strange wife, and have only the one to whom I was first married, who is also sick and anxious to serve Christ. Give us back our names." He afterwards died in hope, but the influence of his death so affected one of his comrades as to cause him too to forsake the crescent for the cross. I have been reminded by this story of a conversation I once had with a European surgeon at Cape Coast, who suggested that it was necessary to charge our discourses with brimstone to make them effective. I said then what I say now, emphatically, never. And if I know anything of the methods of my European and native colleagues, I say the same of their sermons and addresses. Not that our eschatology was in the least degree open to question from the orthodox point of view, or that we deliberately ignored unpopular subjects, but we felt that we had a more excellent way of leading men to acknowledge God as their Father, Christ as their Savior, the Holy Ghost as their Comforter. If our audiences were more enlightened, and we had a suspicion that there was open defiance of the divine commands, we should possibly be more severe. But I have digressed. My tour occupied 10 days. On the return journey I walked a great part of the distance, and once was far ahead of my carriers. The cook was under the impression that there was an unwillingness on the part of the men to carry me. Accordingly, he read the Articles of War. "I go make palaver with dem hammock men for make my master walk. My master get sick." Honest, faithful old Dondo. How deeply we regretted his illness and death a few years later. The pastoral visitation was, as I have said, an education to myself, and I trust was of service to the various workers and congregations. The friends everywhere were very kind. It may perhaps be of interest to the reader to know the variety in food at the two principal meals of the day. At the town of Salt Pond I was made welcome at the table of Europeans, where a feast of fat things was provided, but when left to our own resources in the bush it was otherwise. The first meal consisted of yam, rice, and chicken, the next, by way of a change, of chicken, rice, and yam, the third of rice, yam, and chicken, and so on until we returned to Cape Coast and civilization. End of Chapter 5 of 9 Years at the Gold Coast by the Reverend Dennis Kemp.
Nine Lost Minutes. From the Literary Digest, March 25, 1911. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 9 Lost Minutes. At midnight on March 11th, 9 French minutes went for nothing. And then, for the first time, it became possible to adopt a uniform time system throughout Europe, Russia only excluded. The only obstacle to a systematic zone system of time, such as that long in use in the United States, has been the persistent adherence of the French to their own national meridian, that of Paris, after other European nations had adopted that of Greenwich, England. The Greenwich time standard is the basis of our present system, so that uniform time belts now exist over the United States and Europe, each differing by exactly 1 hour from the next one. The new time standard was legally adopted in France on February 13th by the ratification of the Senate of the bill to that effect already passed by the Chamber. It went into effect on March 11th, on which day at midnight all French clocks were stopped for 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Says Camille Flammarion in a letter to the New York Herald from Juvisy Observatory, Paris, "This decision, which comes as the denouement of a discussion which lasted more than a quarter of a century, is an event of the highest importance. It causes rejoicing among astronomers, who up to the present have been forced to reduce their observations to Greenwich time, and inversely those in Greenwich time to Paris time, an annoying complication, all the more useless because it would seem logical for the science of the universe to be based on one universal time. While for several thousand years each country reckoned time in its own way, the discovery and application of means of rapid communication modified manners and customs, and by bringing the various peoples into closer relation with each other, made it necessary to reduce the encumbering multiplicity of measures of time. The problem is complex, since, as a matter of fact, there are in nature just as many different times as there are localities situated longitudinally around the world. At no matter what moment, each hour of the day or night exists at one point or another of the terrestrial sphere. It is not generally noticed what a slight distance only is needed to bring about a notable difference in time. For example, the inhabitants of Vincennes have not exactly the same time as those of Auteuil. The difference amounts to more than half a minute, the midday sun taking 37 seconds to cross the French capital from east to west. If we wished our watches to mark the exact time always, we would have to set the hands backward and forward as we went from the Arc de Triomphe to the Tuileries, or from the Opera to the Madeleine, or in other words, according as the direction of our walk was from west to east or inversely. The simplest way is evidently to correct too movable nature and substitute a conventional measure of time based on an invariable unit. With a view to solving this delicate problem, an international congress met at Washington in 1884, and it was decided to divide the 360 degrees of the earth's circumference longitudinally into 24 time belts of 15 degrees, each marking 1 hour. As a point of departure for this system, the meridian of Greenwich was taken because it is the one generally used in astronomical calculations. By this method, the time at every point in each belt is that of the meridian which passes through its center. In each belt, every watch and clock should be exactly 1 hour faster than those of the neighboring belt on the west, and 1 hour slower than those of its eastern neighbor. Europe is divided into 3 such belts. That of Greenwich, which includes England, France, Spain, Morocco, Belgium, and Holland, corresponds to the time of Western Europe. Central European time, 60 minutes in advance of that of Greenwich, is that of Sweden, Norway, Germany, Austria, and Italy. Eastern European time, 2 hours in advance of Greenwich time, is used in Romania, Turkey, etc. In the United States, Eastern Standard Time is 5 hours behind Greenwich time. It is the time reckoned in New York. Central Standard Time is 6 hours behind Greenwich. Mountain Standard Time and Pacific Standard Time are respectively 7 and 8 hours behind. France, however, did not subscribe to the Washington International Convention. She adhered faithfully to the meridian of Paris, historically sacred. The above chart shows how time is reckoned at present in the various countries. The new organization will modify it, for while the attempts made in the last quarter of a century to conquer the resistance of the government have been vain up to the present, the change has now been decided on by law. The Entente Cordiale has had perhaps something to do with this happy result, which certainly is a sign of progress in all international relations. End of 9 Lost Minutes. Read by Maria Kasper.
The Vampire's Ninth Story, from Vikram and the Vampire, by Sir Richard F. Burton. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vampire's Ninth Story, showing that a man's wife belongs not to his body but to his head. Far and wide through the lovely land overrun by the Arya, from the western highlands spread the fame of Unmadini, the beautiful daughter of Haridas the Brahmin. In the numberless odes, sonnets, and acrostics addressed to her by 100 pundits and poets, Her charms were sung with prodigious triteness. Her presence was compared to light shining in a dark house, her face to the full moon, her complexion to the yellow champaka flower, her curls to female snakes, her eyes to those of the deer, her eyebrows to bent bows, her teeth to strings of little opals, her feet to rubies and red gems, and her gait to that of the wild goose. And none forgot to say that her voice affected the author like the song of the kokila bird, sounding from the shadowy brake, when the breeze blows coolly, or that the fairy beings of Indra's heaven would have shrunk away, abashed at her loveliness. But Raja Vikram! All the poets failed to win the fair Unmadini's love. To praise the beauty of a beauty is not to praise her. Extol her wit and talents, which has the zest of novelty, then you may succeed. For the same reason, read inversely. The plainer and cleverer is the bosom you would fire, the more personal you must be upon the subject of its grace and loveliness. Flattery, you know, is ever the match which kindles the flame of love. True it is that some, by roughness of demeanour and bluntness in speech, contrasting with those whom they call the herd, have the art to succeed in the service of the bodiless god. But even they must. The young prince Dharmadhwaj could not help laughing at the thought of how this must sound in his father's ear. And the Raja, hearing the ill-timed merriment, sternly ordered the Betal to cease his immoralities and to continue his story. Thus the lovely Unmadini, conceiving an extreme contempt for poets and literati, one day told her father, who greatly loved her, that her husband must be a fine young man, who never wrote verses. Withal, she insisted strongly on mental qualities and science, being a person of moderate mind and an adorer of talent, when not perverted to poetry. As you may imagine, Raja Vikram, all the beauty's bosom friends, seeing her refuse so many good offers, confidently predicted that she would pass through the jungle and content herself with a bat stick, or that she would lead ring-tailed apes in Patala. At length, when some time had elapsed, 4 suitors appeared from 4 different countries, all of them claiming equal excellence in youth and beauty, strength and understanding. And after paying their respects to Haridas, and telling him their wishes, they were directed to come early on the next morning, and to enter upon the first ordeal, an intellectual conversation. This they did. Foolish the man, quoth the young Mahasani, that seeks permanence in this world, frail as the stem of the plantain tree, transient as the ocean foam. All that is high shall presently fall, all that is low must finally perish. Unwillingly do the manes of the dead taste the tears shed by their kinsmen. Then wail not, but perform the funeral obsequies with diligence. What ill-omened fellow is this? Quoth the fair Unmadini, who was sitting behind her curtain. Besides, he has dared to quote poetry. There was little chance of success for that suitor. She is called a good woman, and a woman of pure descent, quoth the second suitor, who serves him to whom her father and mother have given her. And it is written in the scriptures that a woman who in the lifetime of her husband, becoming a devotee, engages in fasting and in austere devotion, shortens his days, and hereafter falls into the fire. For it is said, a woman's bliss is found not in the smile of father, mother, friend, nor in herself. Her husband is her only portion here, her heaven hereafter. The word serve, which might mean obey, was peculiarly disagreeable to the fair one's ears, and she did not admire the check so soon placed upon her devotion, or the decided language and manner of the youth. She therefore mentally resolved never again to see that person, whom she determined to be stupid as an elephant. A mother, said Gunakar, the third candidate, protects her son in babyhood, and a father when his offspring is growing up. But the man of warrior descent defends his brethren at all times. Such is the custom of the world, and such is my state. I dwell on the heads of the strong. Therefore those assembled together looked with great respect upon the man of valour. Devasharma, the fourth suitor, contented himself with listening to the others, who fancied that he was overawed by their cleverness. And when it came to his turn, he simply remarked, "Silence is better than speech." Being further pressed, he said, "A wise man will not proclaim his age, nor a deception practised upon himself, nor his riches, nor the loss of riches, nor family faults, nor incantations, nor conjugal love, nor medicinal prescriptions, nor religious duties, nor gifts, nor reproach, nor the infidelity of his wife." Thus ended the first trial. The master of the house dismissed the two former speakers, with many polite expressions and some trifling presents. Then, having given betel to them, scented their garments with attar, and sprinkled rose water over their heads, he accompanied them to the door, showing much regret. The two latter speakers he begged to come on the next day. Gunakar and Devasharma did not fail. When they entered the assembly room and took the seats pointed out to them, the father said, "Be ye pleased to explain and make manifest the effects of your mental qualities. So shall I judge of them." "I have made," said Gunakar, "a four-wheeled carriage, in which the power resides to carry you in a moment wherever you may purpose to go." "I have such power over the angel of death," said Devasharma, "that I can at all times raise a corpse, and enable my friends to do the same. Now tell me by thy brains, O warrior King Vikram, which of these two youths was the fitter husband for the maid?" Either the Raja could not answer the question, or perhaps he would not, being determined to break the spell which had already kept him walking to and fro for so many hours. Then the Betal, who had paused to let his royal carrier commit himself, seeing that the attempt had failed, proceeded without making any further comment. The beautiful Unmadini was brought out, but she hung down her head and made no reply. Yet she took care to move both her eyes in the direction of Devasharma, whereupon Haridas, quoting the proverb that "pearls string with pearls," formally betrothed to him his daughter. The soldier suitor twisted the ends of his mustachios into his eyes, which were red with wrath, and fumbled with his fingers about the hilt of his sword. But he was a man of noble birth, and presently his anger passed away. Mahasani the poet, however, being a shameless person, and when can we be safe from such, forced himself into the assembly and began to rage and to storm, and to quote proverbs in a loud tone of voice. He remarked that in this world women are a mine of grief, a poisonous root, the abode of solicitude, the destroyers of resolution, the occasioners of fascination, and the plunderers of all virtuous qualities. From the daughter he passed to the father, and after saying hard things of him as a Mahabrahman, who took cows and gold and worshipped a monkey, he fell with a sweeping censure upon all priests and sons of priests, more especially Devasharma. As the bystanders remonstrated with him, he became more violent, and when Haridas, who was a weak man, appeared terrified by his voice, look, and gesture, he swore a solemn oath that despite all the betrothals in the world, unless Unmadini became his wife, he would commit suicide, and as a demon haunt the house and injure the inmates. Gunakar, the soldier, exhorted this shameless poet to slay himself at once and to go where he pleased. But as Haridas reproved the warrior for inhumanity, Mahasani, nerved by spite, love, rage, and perversity to an heroic death, drew a noose from his bosom, rushed out of the house, and suspended himself to the nearest tree. And, true enough, as the midnight gong struck, he appeared in the form of a gigantic and malignant Rakshasa, fiend, dreadfully frightened the household of Haridas, and carried off the lovely Unmadani, leaving word that she was to be found on the topmost peak of Himalaya. The unhappy father hastened to the house where Devasharma lived. There, weeping bitterly and wringing his hands in despair, he told the terrible tale, and besought his intended son-in-law to be up and doing. The young Brahman at once sought his late rival, and asked his aid. This the soldier granted at once, although he had been nettled at being conquered in love by a priestling. The carriage was at once made ready, and the suitors set out, bidding the father be of good cheer, and that before sunset he should embrace his daughter. They then entered the vehicle. Gunakar with cabalistic words caused it to rise high in the air, and Devasharma put to flight the demon by reciting the sacred verse, "Let us meditate on the supreme splendor, or adorable light, of that divine ruler, the sun, who may illuminate our understandings. Venerable men, guided by the intelligence, salute the divine sun, Savitri, with oblations and praise. Om." Then they returned with the girl to the house, and Haridas blessed them, praising the sun aloud in the joy of his heart. Lest other accidents might happen, he chose an auspicious planetary conjunction, and at a fortunate moment rubbed turmeric upon his daughter's hands. The wedding was splendid, and broke the hearts of 24 rivals. In due time, Devasharma asked leave from his father-in-law to revisit his home, and to carry with him his bride. This request being granted, he set out accompanied by Gunakar the soldier, who swore not to leave the couple before seeing them safe under their own roof-tree. It so happened that their road lay over the summits of the wild Vindhya hills, where dangers of all kinds are as thick as shells upon the shore of the deep. Here were rocks and jagged precipices, making the traveller's brain whirl when he looked into them. There impetuous torrents roared and flashed down their beds of black stone, threatening destruction to those who could cross them. Now the path was lost in the matted thorny underwood and the pitchy shades of the jungle, deep and dark as the valley of death. Then the thundercloud licked the earth with its fiery tongue, and its voice shook the crags and filled their hollow caves. At times the sun was so hot that wild birds fell dead from the air, and at every moment the wayfarers heard the trumpeting of giant elephants, the fierce howling of the tiger, the grisly laugh of the foul hyena, and the whimpering of the wild dogs as they coursed by on the tracks of their prey. Yet, sustained by the five-armed god, the little party passed safely through all these dangers. They had almost emerged from the damp glooms of the forest into the open plains, which skirt the southern base of the hills, when one night the fair Unmadani saw a terrible vision. She beheld herself wading through a sluggish pool of muddy water, which rippled, curdling as she stepped into it, and which, as she advanced, darkened with the slime raised by her feet. She was bearing in her arms the semblance of a sick child, which struggled convulsively and filled the air with dismal wails. These cries seemed to be answered by a multitude of other children, some bloated like toads, others mere skeletons lying upon the bank, or floating upon the thick brown waters of the pond, and all seemed to address their cries to her, as if she were the cause of their weeping. nor could all her efforts quiet or console them for a moment. When the bride awoke, she related all the particulars of her ill-omened vision to her husband, and the latter, after a short pause, informed her and his friend that a terrible calamity was about to befall them. He then drew from his travelling wallet a skein of thread. This he divided into 3 parts, one for each, and told his companions that in case of grievous bodily injury, the bit of thread wound round the wounded part would instantly make it whole, after which he taught them the mantra, or mystical word by which the lives of men are restored to their bodies, even when they have taken their allotted places among the stars, and which for evident reasons I do not want to repeat. It concluded, however, with the 3 Vyaritis, or sacred syllables, Bhu, Bhuva, Svar. Raja Vikram was perhaps a little disappointed by this declaration. He made no remark, however, and the Betal thus pursued. As Devasharma foretold, an accident of a terrible nature did occur. On the evening of that day, as they emerged upon the plain, they were attacked by the Kiritas, or savage tribes of the mountain. A small, black, wiry figure, armed with a bow and little cane arrows, stood in their way, signifying by gestures that they must halt and lay down their arms. As they continued to advance, he began to speak with a shrill chattering, like the note of an affrighted bird. His restless red eyes glared with rage, and he waved his weapon furiously round his head. Then from the rocks and thickets on both sides of the path poured a shower of shafts upon the 3 strangers. The unequal combat did not last long. Gunakar, the soldier, wielded his strong right arm with fatal effect and struck down some 70 of the foes. But new swarms came on like angry hornets buzzing round the destroyer of their nests, and when he fell, Devasharma, who had left him for a moment to hide his beautiful wife in the hollow of a tree, returned, and stood fighting over the body of his friend, till he also, overpowered by numbers, was thrown to the ground. Then the wild men, drawing their knives, cut off the heads of their helpless enemies, stripped their bodies of all their ornaments, and departed, leaving the women unharmed for good luck. When Unmadini, who had been more dead than alive during the affray, found silence succeed to the horrid din of shrieks and shouts, she ventured to creep out of her refuge in the hollow tree. And what does she behold? Her husband and his friend are lying upon the ground, with their heads at a short distance from their bodies. She sat down and wept bitterly. Presently, remembering the lesson which she had learned that very morning, she drew forth from her bosom the bit of thread and proceeded to use it. She approached the heads to the bodies, and tied some of the magic string round each neck. But the shades of evening were fast deepening, and in her agitation, confusion, and terror, she made a curious mistake by applying the heads to the wrong trunks. After which, she again sat down, and having recited her prayers, she pronounced, as her husband had taught her, the life-giving incantation. In a moment, the dead men were made alive. They opened their eyes, shook themselves, sat up, and handled their limbs as if to feel that all was right. But something or other appeared to them all wrong. They placed their palms upon their foreheads and looked downwards, and started to their feet and began to stare at their hands and legs, upon which they scrutinized the very scanty articles of dress which the wild men had left upon them, and lastly, one began to eye the other with curious puzzled looks. The wife, attributing their gestures to the confusion which one might expect to find in the brains of men who have just undergone so great a trial as amputation of the head must be, stood before them for a moment or two. She then, with a cry of gladness, flew to the bosom of the individual, who was, as she supposed, her husband. He repulsed her, telling her that she was mistaken. Then, blushing deeply in spite of her other emotions, She threw both her beautiful arms round the neck of the person who must be, she naturally concluded, the right man. To her utter confusion, he also shrank back from her embrace. Then a horrid thought flashed across her mind. She perceived her fatal mistake, and her heart almost ceased to beat. "This is thy wife," cried the Brahman's head that had been fastened to the soldier's body. "No, she is thy wife," replied the soldier's head which had been placed upon the Brahman's body. "Then she is my wife," rejoined the first compound creature. "By no means, she is my wife," cried the second. "What then am I?" asked Devasharma Gunakar. "What do you think I am?" answered Gunakar Devasharma, with another question. "Unmadani shall be mine," quoth the head. "You lie, she shall be mine," shouted the body. "Holy Yum, hear the villain!" exclaimed both of them at the same moment. In short, having thus begun, they continued to quarrel violently, each one declaring that the beautiful Unmadani belonged to him, and to him only. How to settle their dispute Brahma, the lord of creatures, only knows. I do not, except by cutting off their heads once more, and by putting them in their proper places. And I am quite sure, O Raja Vikram, that thy wits are quite unfit to answer the question, to which of these two is the beautiful Unmadani wife? It is even said, amongst us Betals, that when this pair of half-husbands appeared in the presence of the just king, a terrible confusion arose, each head declaiming all the sins and peccadilloes which its body had committed, and that Yam, the holy ruler himself, hit his forefinger with vexation. Here the young Prince Dharmadhwaj burst out laughing at the ridiculous idea of the wrong heads, and the warrior king, who, like single-minded fathers in general, was ever in the idea that his son had a velleity for deriding and otherwise vexing him, began a severe course of reproof. He reminded the prince of the common saying, that merriment without cause degrades a man in the opinion of his fellows, and indulged him with a quotation extensively used by grave fathers, namely, that the loud laugh bespeaks a vacant mind. After which he proceeded with much pompousness to pronounce the following opinion. It is said in the Shastras, "Your Majesty need hardly display so much erudition. Doubtless it comes from the lips of Jayudev or some other one of your 9 gems of science, who know much more about their songs and their stanzas than they do about their scriptures," insolently interrupted the Betal, who never lost an opportunity of carping at those reverend men. "It is said in the Shastras," continued Raja Vikram sternly, after hesitating whether he should or should not administer a corporeal correction to the vampire, "that Mother Ganga is the queen amongst rivers, and the mountain Sumeru is the monarch among mountains, and the tree Kalpavriksha is the king of all trees, and the head of man is the best and most excellent of limbs. And thus, according to this reason, the wife belonged to him whose noblest position claimed her. The next thing your Majesty will do, I suppose," continued the Betal, with a sneer, "is to support the opinions of the Digambara, who maintains that the soul is exceedingly rarefied, confined to one place, and of equal dimensions with the body, or the fancies of that worthy philosopher Germany, who, conceiving soul and mind and matter to be things purely synonymous, asserts outwardly and writes in his books that the brain is the organ of the mind, which is acted upon by the immortal soul, but who inwardly and verily believes that the brain is the mind, and consequently that the brain is the soul or spirit or whatever you please to call it, in fact, that soul is a natural faculty of the body. A pretty doctrine, indeed, for a Brahman to hold. You might as well agree with me at once that the soul of man resides, when at home, either in a vein in the breast or in the pit of his stomach, or that half of it is in a man's brain, and the other, or reasoning half, is in his heart, an organ of his body. What has all this string of words to do with the matter, vampire? Asked Raja Vikram angrily. Only, said the demon laughing, that in my opinion, as opposed to the Shastras or to Raja Vikram, that the beautiful Unmadini belonged not to the head part but to the body part, because the latter has an immortal soul in the pit of its stomach, whereas the former is a box of bone, more or less thick, and contains brains which are of much the same consistence as those of a calf. Villain! Exclaimed the Raja. Does not the soul or conscious life enter the body through the sagittal suture and lodge in the brain, thence to contemplate, through the same opening, the divine perfections? I must, however, bid you farewell for the moment, O warrior king, Sakadipati Vikramaadityal. I feel a sudden and ardent desire to change this cramped position for one more natural to me. The warrior monarch had so far committed himself that he could not prevent the vampire from flitting. But he lost no more time in following him than a grain of mustard in its fall stays on a cow's horn. And when he had thrown him over his shoulder, the king desired him of his own accord to begin a new tale. "Oh, my left eyelid flutters," exclaimed the Betal in despair. "My heart throbs, my sight is dim. Surely now beginneth the end. It is as Vidhat hath written on my forehead. How can it be otherwise? Still listen, O mighty Raja, whilst I recount to you a true story, and Saraswati sit on my tongue." End of The Vampire's 9th Story by Sir Richard F. Burton. Read by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai.
Chapter 9 of Life in Camp, a history of the 9-month service of the 14th Vermont Regiment from October 21st, 1862, when it was mustered into the U.S. service, to July 21st, 1863, including the Battle of Gettysburg, by J.C. Williams. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. Orders to take the field. No longer in the Reserve Corps. 7 days' rations on hand. General Casey superseded. The regiment is again paid off. Still under marching orders. A new brigadier general. The regiment again called to arms. Mustered for pay. Grand display of red tape. The orders to march are renewed. Battle of Fredericksburg. Warm weather. Hooker back in his old position. April 14. Orders have been received to be ready to take the field at a moment's notice, with 7 days' rations. I will here remark that we have never but once been without marching orders since being in the service. April 15. No move yet, but speedy preparations are being made for a move of some kind. Our A tents are to be taken away from us, and orders from the quartermaster that no more clothing will be issued for 30 days. Officers are to be left with nothing but fly tents, so they will fare no better than their men. April 16. It has been ascertained that the 14th numbers more men fit for duty than any other regiment in the brigade. Reports are current that we are to go to Warrenton, 40 miles from here, when we move. All the sick, to the number of 50, have this day been removed to Alexandria, which clearly shows that a move is expected. A little rainy today. April 17. We are no longer in the Reserve Corps for the defense of Washington, but will hereafter form a part of the army in the field. Nothing new today, still under marching orders. April 18. No move yet, and mere conjecture where we shall go when we do move. Casey's whole division has been transferred to the field. Our tents have all been turned over, and everything is now in readiness to march, but we may stay here some time yet. April 19. 7 days' rations are still on hand, ready for a move. It will doubtless depend on Hooker's movements, whether we move or not. He is doubtless preparing for another onward to Richmond movement. We may be in the rebel capital before the end of the month. Who knows? April 20. How I wish General Grant had the command of the Army of the Potomac and would commit one of his blunders and capture Richmond, together with 30,000 prisoners, although we have the assurance that when Hooker moves he cannot help being victorious. May it be so. April 21. Drilling as usual. The ground is now all settled, trees are in full blossom, and all nature has assumed a new attire, and I hope that the condition of the country, which has been so dreary for the past few months, is about to assume a new aspect. April 22. Reveille at 5:30 in the morning, when the voice of the orderly is heard. Fall in for roll call. Company drill at 10 o'clock in the morning, battalion at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and dress parade at 4 o'clock constitutes the daily program. General Abercrombie is now in command of the division in place of Casey removed, headquarters at Centerville. The weather is fine at present. April 23. Colonel Stannard of the 9th Vermont is about to be promoted to a brigadier and to have command of this brigade. Still under marching orders, and at present form a reserve for the army in the field, consequently shall not move unless needed. April 24. Plenty of drilling at present. Think we shall be well prepared for a march when the order comes. April 26. The regiment is in good spirits today, ready for anything which may turn up in the line of marching or fighting. Liberty and justice are at stake. Our country, the best that ever existed, is passing through a fiery ordeal, and the 14th Vermont is ready to manfully sustain the cause. April 27. The paymaster is again in our camp, laden with greenbacks to pay us off. The weather is still fine. April 28. We were paid off yesterday, received 4 months' pay. Recent circumstances indicate that the campaign is about to open, and much confidence is felt in Hooker, and that victory awaits our arms. This is to be an eventful week, and we are waiting very anxiously to know the result of the next movement. We are confident that success will inevitably be secured to our arms. The glorious old stars and stripes will yet float over every inch of soil where rebeldom lifts its accursed head, and where thrice accursed traitors trample it beneath their feet. This is a cause which is worthy to be engaged in, one in which all mankind are interested. The preservation of this Union is one of the noblest things to fight for. Not anywhere in the annals of the past ages do we find a government founded upon such liberal principles. America, glorious America! Long may she live to be an asylum for the oppressed of all nations, where men of all color can enjoy equal rights and privileges, and freedom the inalienable right of man. A country where the people do not bow to kings or tyrants, but in whose hands alone rests the power to govern, and where people can worship God according to the dictates of their own conscience, where education is unrestrained and civilization unchecked. I blush to mention that one foul blot upon our country's fair escutcheon, which has been allowed to exist too long in one part of the land. I mean that sum of all villainies, that evil system which holds a part of the human race in bondage, which has impoverished the land, and reduced the people to the lowest state of misery and degradation, and has at last culminated in this wicked rebellion. But if slavery dies with this war, then shall we be well paid for the sacrifices that are now being made, and the glorious results which will bless millions yet unborn. April 29. 5 hours drill per day, so that we cannot complain of a lack of exercise. General Stannard is now our brigadier, with headquarters at Union Mills. 6 long months have elapsed since I have enjoyed the pleasant associations of the family circle, and long for the time to come when I may be permitted to return to the joys of civilian life. April 30. The camp was again alarmed last night. About 10 o'clock firing was heard on the picket line, and soon the long roll call was beaten, calling the men to arms. But a short time elapsed before the regiment was in line ready for the expected attack, but none was made, however. May 2. This is the warmest day of the season. The 12th marched to Union Mills this morning, so that the 14th only is left to perform picket duty at this place. Orders have been received for the regiment to practice target shooting 1 day in each week until further notice. We have again been mustered for pay, and what a magnificent display of red tape! This completes the roll for 8 months. May 3. The orders to march are renewed today, to be ready to march at a moment's notice, but do not think we shall be called on. The booming of cannon, which is heard in the direction of Fredericksburg, tells us that Fighting Joe is at work. He will doubtless strike a hard blow to the rebellion, the result of which will end the war. May 4. The roaring of the artillery at Fredericksburg is distinctly heard in camp this morning. All are anxious to hear the result. May 6. The second battle of Fredericksburg is one of the bloodiest of the war. Nothing official from Hooker yet. May 8. Cheering news in camp this morning. The enemy retreating, and the war cry of Hooker is "Onward to Richmond." May 9. The operations of the past few days have been cheering in the extreme. Hooker is the man of the day, but I fear he will not be able to hold his position. Great achievements are expected from Stoneman. May 11. No move with us yet. It is now about 1 month since we received orders to take the field, for which purpose we were soon prepared. Since then we have held ourselves in readiness to march at any time, and especially for the past week, having been under orders to move at a moment's warning. We expected to have been participants in the late battle, but in consequence of the important position we occupy here, and the essential duty we are performing in keeping up this picket line, we could not be there. Our A tents having been taken away from us soon after we were ordered to take the field, Nothing was left us but fly tents. General Stannard and staff visited us yesterday, headquarters at Union Mills. May 12. We cannot complain of nothing to do at present, for we are put upon drill every day. The regiment is now learning the skirmish drill and bayonet exercise, a knowledge of which is invaluable to well-drilled troops. Colonel Nichols is determined to have us second to none, and so are we. The weather is extremely fine now, and the health of the regiment good. I still hear now and then of people at home who are finding fault with us. They say we are not doing anything, that we are living too easily. But ignorance only can be the mother of such absurd talk. No sensible person who understood the importance of the duty our brigade was forming, in keeping up a picket line of 40 or 50 miles in the heart of the enemy's country, would be heard to utter such words. But we can expect nothing different from those who are determined not to help the cause of freedom, and who are trying, by putting forth every effort, to destroy and discourage all means employed to finish this cruel strife. May 13. It is so warm at present that drilling is performed early in the morning. The line was formed this morning at Reveille, which was at 5:30 o'clock. The regiment is busily engaged today in policing the campground. It is generally understood now that we shall stay here for the present, for Hooker does not desire any more troops in his command whose time will be out so soon as ours during the summer campaign. May 15. Hooker is back again in his old position, and I am feeling greatly disappointed in the result of his late movements. I begin to think that something is wrong in the management of affairs somewhere. Why is it that this grand Army of the Potomac is doomed to suffer so many defeats? Is it through a lack of skill in its commanders, or is it in consequence of too much interference at Washington? I am inclined to be of the latter opinion. Our brigade is at present guarding a line of about 50 miles, extending from Rappahannock Station to Occoquan City. May 16. Reveille at 5 o'clock. We have a model camp now, streets regularly laid out and policed every morning. May 17. Great confidence is still reposed in General Hooker, and that he will yet retrieve the losses which the army has just sustained. The last movement was attended with great loss and no gain. He has just been reinforced by 30,000 men from this department. May 20. All is again quiet on the Potomac. The battery of artillery stationed at this post was inspected yesterday. In consequence of the weather being so extremely warm, we have only 2½ hours drill per day, which is mainly in the bayonet exercise. Picketing is getting to be somewhat tedious, requiring 2/3 of the regiment to perform it, and thereby giving only 2 days out of 7 for rest. Cavalry is sent out every day to patrol the roads in this vicinity, and patrols from the regiment are sent out every night. End of Chapter 9 of Life in Camp, a history of the 9 months' service of the 14th Vermont Regiment, from October 21st, 1862, when it was mustered into the U.S. service, to July 21st, 1863, including the Battle of Gettysburg, by J.C. Williams.
«1909». Стих написан Сашей Черным. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Родился карлик Новый год, горбатый, сморщенный урод, тоскливый шут и скептик, мудрец и эпилептик. Так вот он, милый божий свет! А где же солнце? Солнца нет! А впрочем, я не первый, не стоит портить нервы. И люди людям в этот час бросали «С Новым годом вас!» Кто честно заикаясь, кто кисло ухмыляясь. Ну как же тут не поздравлять? 12 месяцев опять мы будем спать и хныкать, и пальцем в небо тыкать. От мудрых, средних и ослов родятся реки старых слов. Но кто еще, как прежде, пойдет кутить к надежде? Ах, милый, хилый Новый год, горбатый, сморщенный урод, зажги среди тумана цветной фонарь обмана. Зажги, мы ждали много лет. Быть может, солнца вовсе нет. Дай чудо, ведь бывало чудес в веках немало. Какой ты старый Новый год, ведь мы равно наоборот считать могли бы годы, и не исказив природы. Да, много мудрого у нас. А впрочем, с Новым годом вас! Давайте спать и хныкать, и пальцем в небо тыкать. End of 1909. Саши Черного.
At 9:30, words by Sam M. Lewis and Joe Young, music by Archie Gottler. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One little week from Sunday, wish it were today. One little week from Sunday, seems a year away. You're going to promise to be mine. I'm going to be there, rain or shine. One little week from Sunday, so let us set the time at 9:30. You and I will be one at 9:30. When the parson is done, you'll hear the whole family whispering to me. May all your troubles be little ones at 9:30. They'll be wishing us joy at 9:30. Lucky girlie and boy, we'll have to stand for their jokes and their laughter. Kiss each one that you have to. They're going to leave us right after it's 9:30 at 9:30. You and I will be one at 9:30. When the parson is done, you'll hear the whole family whispering to me. May all your troubles be little ones at 9:30. They'll be wishing us joy at 9:30. Lucky girlie and boy, we'll have to stand for their jokes and their laughter. Kiss each one that you have to. They're going to leave us right after it's 9:30. Just 7 days from Sunday, you'll belong to me. Just 7 days from Sunday, oh how rich I'll be. The days are longer than before. The clocks keep saying o'er and o'er. Just 7 days from Sunday, and not a minute more at 9:30. You and I will be one at 9:30. When the parson is done, you'll hear the whole family whispering to me. May all your troubles be little ones at 9:30. They'll be wishing us joy at 9:30. Lucky girlie and boy, we'll have to stand for their jokes and their laughter. Kiss each one that you have to. They're going to leave us right after it's 9:30 at 9:30. You and I will be one at 9:30. parson is done, you'll hear the whole family whispering to me, may all your troubles be little ones, at 9:30. They'll be wishing us joy at 9:30. Lucky girlie and boy, we'll have to stand for their jokes and their laughter. Kiss each one that you have to. They're going to leave us right after it's 9:30. End of At 9:30. Words by Sam Lewis and Joe Young. Music by Archie Gottler. Sung by Ruth Golding.
Nine Uses of Language by Andrew Ingram. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 9 Uses of Language. The shapes of animals that live today on the earth are but a remnant of the numberless forms that have existed. Tennyson says of nature, "So careful of the type she seems, so careless of the single life." And then he adds, "So careful of the type? But no, from scarped cliff and quarried stone she cries, 1,000 types are gone, I care for nothing, all shall go." The movements of animals, as well as their shapes, have undergone a similar succession of changes. The accumulations of nervous energy are discharged along muscles. These produce countless movements, visible and invisible. Some of these movements impair or destroy the organism that makes them. There survive, then, the movements that maintain or promote the efficiency of organisms, and, together with these, numerous motions that are practically indifferent. Some of these, however, turn out to be really useful in a new way, in expending a superfluous amount of energy which might else prove detrimental, either by interfering with desirable movements or by setting up undesirable movements. Among the indifferent movements are certain of those made by jaws, lips, tongue, and palate. These indifferent movements are constantly associated with those that the organism must perform in the chewing and swallowing of food, and in breathing. Accordingly, they become the easiest to make, and are constantly repeated without conscious effort. Now these motions are precisely such as communicate to air the vibrations that make the sounds of common speech. And the first use of talking, of tonguing, the first function of language is to dissipate superfluous and obstructive nerve force. This first and earliest service language still continues to perform. These muscular movements that result in vocal sounds some may hesitate to call language. They may be bound by the distinctions that words have fastened on their minds. They may at least call these mouth-made sounds the raw materials of language, or language in the rough. Long before reflection, before consciousness even, through ages on ages, this stratum was, from which all speech of men has been quarried, all song, all poetry, all literature. But the material preceded the use made of it. Grant that this is language at so low a stage that man's fellow creatures may surpass him in it, still we must note the beginnings of things to understand the riper growths. These utterances repeat themselves, they exhibit resemblances and differences, they recur in certain sequences, they re-emerge when the incidents happen again that first called them forth. The flow of nervous energy wears its own channel, the sounds become habits. They acquire definiteness in the chirping and twittering of birds, in howlings, roarings, bleatings, brayings, in whisperings, hummings, gruntings, sighings, and ohings, and so forth. Names all too definite now to express that wonderfully varied infinitude of unintentionable, unconscious modulations which,
originally accompanying necessary actions, become associated with feeling, and affording relief to pent-up energies, constitute the nucleus of human speech. Is it possible to find out what was first done with this accumulated material, and thus ascertain the second use of language? This second use is the direction of motion in others, both men and animals. There may be little consciousness either in the utterer or in the hearer, and yet a cry may serve to attract or repel, to cause rest or motion, to establish relations of actions among the members of a community. The utility of these actions may lead to their frequent repetition, although there may be no thought of their utility nor intention of producing the result which follows. A later stage of reflection may disclose the usefulness of those connections thus established between sounds and actions, but it seems certain that no foresight of such utility led to their adoption. Pulses of air impinging on eardrums might arouse very little consciousness even of sounds, might suggest no idea of the situation of things such as would be awakened in a developed intelligence, yet might unlock nervous energy which would be dissipated in motion. This condition was once all but universal, and still survives in the animal world and in many relations of human life. It is found too amid civilizations, even in our schools. So long as the utterance of certain sounds secures the performance of certain processes, there may be very little ideation required either in teacher or learner. This unconscious or subconscious response in action to unconsciously uttered sounds plays a great part in all social processes. We are much more automatic than many of us suppose, and a great deal of what is called concerted action has its origin less in will and intelligence than in organization. It is the response of the bud to the sun, of the lungs to the influent air. Many of these reactions may never rise into consciousness, or, if once they emerge, may pass out of consciousness again, should the environment become constant. Some change in surroundings brings about a conflict of opposing impulses, awakens consciousness, and language assumes its third use or function, that of the communication of ideas. There is nothing mysterious about this, nothing more mysterious than that the odor of a rose should bring the memory of its shape. Those sounds which we call language have no other power to awaken ideas in our mind than that which they derive from having been previously associated in our experience with these ideas. The processes by which millions of men have come to think alike when they hear book, mountain, the, when, political, conchoid, the sun will rise tomorrow, etc., was long and intricate, and the possibility of a knowledge of the details is lost to us forever. The general conditions and aspects of the process may be ascertained. At any rate, it is no longer possible to believe that the sounds carry about the meaning with them. Bibles and oaths and creeds and platforms and laws have been discussed as if the connection between sound and sense was like that between two intersecting lines and four co-vertical angles, as if one could never think of the one without the other. Men seem to believe that the meaning of words could be learned from verbal definitions. The possibility of communication rests less on language than on sympathy and similar experiences. A sound goes at one time with an infinity of particulars. Europe, the English Constitution, at another with only one or a few. Point, furlong. The sound shifts from meaning to meaning, from like to like, from near to near, from less to more, from more to less, and across every possible link that exists between thought and thought. For the meaning of words we go to life, to experience, to thought, to things, and only in the last resort to the dictionaries. They can help only those that have helped themselves. Dictionaries are as meaningless to many as if they were not full of meaning. The phenomena that have been named vanish in comparison with those that have never been named. In no respect do the inferences that are made from language differ from the inferences that are made from any other signs or things, that is, as inferences. It would be hard to establish any important difference between the origin of our knowledge of the relation of language to other phenomena which are called its meaning, and the origin of our knowledge of the relation of the outside of a tree to its inner structure, or the relation between any two series of facts that imply each other's peculiarities. They are metaphors apart from language, metonymies, or rather metasymeses, synecdoches, ambiguities, and the like. In geology, for instance, in any present indications from which we infer what we do not immediately experience. Even in language, intention is insignificant in comparison with other agencies, and to nature intentions are still ascribed even by those who know better. In the versifications of overworn philosophies we find, for words, like nature, half reveal and half conceal the soul within. And again, but I, who seeking everywhere her secret meanings in her deeds, and finding that of 50 seeds she often brings but one to bear. Where all is mystery, it is time to outgrow the provincial habit of finding something peculiarly mysterious in guessing at the thoughts of our fellows from the sounds their mouths make. Every parish has its pool that has never been fathomed. The fourth use of language is for expression. The habit of communication has become so ingrained in social man that even when alone by himself he puts his thoughts in words. If he does not speak or write the words, he imagines them. He feels dissatisfied until he has contrived some expression for his thought. He may talk to an imaginary hearer or to himself, or may think in words with no consciousness of his fellow-men. Curious languages have grown in this way in the minds of lone thinkers and investigators, which are utterly unintelligible to others, but as consistent and decipherable as a cuneiform inscription. The language of expression may spread the images abroad that else lie dark and buried in the soul, but it does not, like the language of communication, produce that which makes thousands, perhaps millions, think. It is often difficult for one who has caught new views of things to translate the language of expression into that of communication. The necessity of communication forces us to ask what the signs mean to others. For our own purposes we may use them in any relation we please. Copunct, triangle bisectors, and man sit table, right, are expressions which, however intelligible and useful, and for some purposes necessary to myself, must become, in order to be understood, the lines bisecting the angles at the vertices of a triangle meet in one point, and the man who is sitting at the table is writing. Phenomena admit of very different classifications from those on which the makers of languages have laid stress. New forms may be desired, which shall be the same for expression and for communication. Perhaps they may get themselves introduced and one day become universal. Mathematics, chemistry, biology, and commerce are pointing the way. The fifth use of language is for purposes of record. Long before the introduction of writing, sentences were committed to memory. They were made easier to learn by being thrown into some form of verse, and at the same time less easy to alter by omissions or insertions. Verse forms have had many origins, but their introduction and retention were facilitated by the possession of the property of being easy to remember and hard to change, and they gained impressiveness from being associated with chronicles and precepts, prayers and hymns. Persons remarkable for a retentive memory must have been highly valued, whatever their deficiencies in other respects might have been. Yet the invention of writing and of printing gave a great extension to this function of language. The phonograph has added another possibility. Nothing is preserved but the symbols. The meaning they once had is recoverable by processes precisely analogous to those by which any facts not directly observable are ascertained. There are many other records than language proper, and the name language has been extended to all things that have served as records. There is a sixth use of language, a natural consequence of its other uses. What compels actions and movements in our fellows, whether men or animals? Why should it not constrain those other things which the philosophers and poets even of the 20th century endow with life and personality, set matter in motion, and even call down the moon from the sky? Angels and demons respond to charms, spells, incantations, mystical sentences, relics oftentimes of old speech whose meaning has been forgotten. The gods have a language of their own, never used except in addressing them, or by those entitled to address them. This use of language still obtains with the great majority of the human race, but it has been abandoned by a few, either because they have ceased to believe that there is anything to influence, or because they no longer believe that anything but visible and tangible animals can be influenced in that way. Moral grounds have been alleged for abandoning this use. How pure at heart and sound in head, with what divine affections bold, should be the man whose thought would hold an hour's communion with the dead! In vain shalt thou or any call the spirits from their golden day, except like them thou canst say, My spirit is at peace with all. That use of language, which stands seventh in my enumeration, is the most difficult to exhibit intelligibly. The use of language as an instrument in thinking. By thinking I mean just simply the process of making inferences, whether from original data or from other inferences. The beginnings and endings of this process may be almost exactly alike in 100 individuals, but the intermediate steps may differ as a modern flour factory from an ancient grist mill. Each takes grain and delivers flour, but there all resemblance ends. Nearly all our thinking is symbolical, sometimes most absurdly and grotesquely symbolical, but still it serves its purpose. This symbolism is commonly made by dropping those aspects of the subject which do not immediately interest us, and carrying the mere skeletons and fragments of things through the thought process. At times these skeletons of things are replaced by something more sketchy and shadowy and evanescent. Artists, musicians, and poets come the nearest to reality. The thinker finds some bit of machinery which will transport him with his eyes shut and without loiterings by the way from start to finish. One of these machines is the speech image. This surely is as little like the reality which we say it stands for as may be. But since words hang together with words as things with things, since there is a certain parallelism between the two series, we may travel some distance along the word way instead of travelling along the thing way, and we may appear to ourselves and to others to be thinking things when we are merely thinking language. There are some symbols not so good for this purpose as language is. There are some which in certain matters are so much better that they do what language cannot do at all, ordinary language I mean. While on the other hand there are results of thinking which could not be obtained at all without language or symbols of sight or sound analogous to language. Suppose someone to assert, the Gostak distims the Doshes. You do not know what this means, nor do I. But if we assume that it is English, we know that the Doshes are distimmed by the Gostak. We know too that one distimmer of Doshes is a Gostak. If, moreover, the Doshes are galoons, we know that some galoons are distimmed by the Gostak. And so we may go on, and so we often do go on, not employing the words to stand for things, or to call up thoughts to our minds, but to replace things to be substitutes for thoughts. A whole paragraph may be composed in this way, statement being linked to statement, without any suspicion on the part of writer or speaker that he is doing something quite remarkable. Rules learned in childhood, maxims and proverbs, general statements quite as meaningless as the above, are frequently the sole contents of the mind of him who utters them. The classifications are already made, the feelings that cluster about them, the words that express them, dominate the mind and incapacitate it from doing anything but repeat the old formulas. A language developed copiously and symmetrically makes easier this process of word-thinking. If there were noun, verb, adjective, and adverb, related in form as well as in meaning, the substitution of phrase for phrase would require less attention than where, as in English, meaning and form so often conflict, as boy, boyish, puerile. Thought may ebb very low, the stream of language may flow in its place, and the seventh use come to resemble the second, the liberation of motion, no longer instantaneous indeed, but after an interval. The old logicians had a glimpse of this use of language. They fancied that it admitted of unlimited extension. They believed that language had a quite peculiar relation to thought, and they converted its sentences into propositions, which they twisted into hideous shapes in order to elicit from combinations of them still other propositions. There was nothing objectionable in this practical testing of their hypothesis about the nature of language. The result did not justify their expectations, but modern logicians have found better ways of attaining some of the things the old logicians thought, and have left the discussion of language to grammarians and rhetoricians, and to those who like to remember what even time forgets. It is in this aspect of language which has given some countenance to such beliefs as that language and thought are identical, no thought without language. Such ideas spring up readily in minds that are absorbed in reading and writing, that live in and on libraries, that find in books the sources of all they know. Sculptors, painters, musicians, architects, engineers are exposed to different influences, are likely to come to quite different conclusions about language. The language, I mean, which men speak and write, and not those other things which are called languages by those who find in vague and fanciful resemblances grounds for misusing names. Pass now to the eighth use of language. We delight in sounds, even in the noises from squibs and canons. There is no disputing about tastes. Else, so many volumes of aesthetics would hardly have been written. Pleasure that sound gives, some think, is the result of some association of the sound with things that give pleasure, one's fellows for instance. Whatever its origin, to delight merely as sound is a distinct use of language. Language has its metre, its long-short series, its rhythm, its loud-soft series, its melody, its high-low series. But these it has in common with all successions of sounds. It has, besides, its peculiar quality, its vowel-consonant series. We justly pay great honor to those who mold this material of our common talk into new forms that reveal to us capabilities of speech before undreamed of. The whole language is lifted by such efforts. Each becomes ashamed of his mumblings and mutterings, and would rid himself of his shambling, shuffling, slouching speech, hopes indeed that instead of being taught to follow a fashion, he may learn what the fashion should be. He wants a moral pronunciation, a pronunciation determined by conformity to ideals, and not suffered to sink to the level of howling with the wolves, and doing at Rome as the Romans do. Composition waits on execution. There can be no great poets, in the sense of masters of the resources of speech sounds, except among a people who are, in their measure and degree, masters of the sounds of speech. Metre, rhythm, melody, colour of a phrase, in one word, its sound, rivals its meaning. Let us forget for a moment that language is anything else but sound, that it has ever ceased to be one with the chirping of crickets, the patter of rain, the rustling of leaves, the cooing of doves in immemorial elms, and murmur of innumerable bees. What skill arrays such a sequence of syllables in our mother English as the following? Look, I come to the test, a tiny poem, all composed in a metre of Catullus, all in quantity, careful of my motion, like the skater on ice that hardly bears him, lest I fall unawares before the people. Tennyson. But this subtle succession of the crotchets and quavers of speech cannot vie with the glooms and flashes of the varied resemblances and differences of the vowel-consonant system. All over the grey, soft shallows, hover the colours and clouds of the twilight, void of a star. As a bird unfledged is the broad-winged night, whose winglets are callow yet, but soon with their plumes will cover her brood from afar, cover the brood of her worlds, that cumber the skies with their blossoms, thick as the darkness of leaf-shadowed spring is encumbered with flowers. Swinburne. But another poet shall delight us with a tumultuously regular interchange of soft and loud, of weak and strong syllables. Nay, swart spinsters, so I surprise you, making and marring the fortunes of man. Huddling, no marvel your enemy eyes you, head by head, bat-like, blots under the ban of daylight, earth's blessing since time began. Back to thy blessed earth, prying Apollo, shaft upon shaft, transpierce with thy beams earth to the centre, spare but this hollow hewn out of night's heart, where mystery seems mewed from day's malice, wake earth from her dreams. Browning. But longs and shorts, labials and gutturals, louds and softs are blended in any utterance with highs and lows, and from these derive an infinite variety, an indescribable wealth of forms. The repetitions and refrains, in the absence of any appropriate notation, indicate by their very sameness on the printed page that inflection is required to give the diversity desired by ear and taste, not to mention at this point the differences of inflection demanded by differences of meaning in the same phrase when used in different passages. To the 9 uses of language which I am considering others might be added, nor however easy it is to distinguish the uses from one another, does any one of them often appear unaccompanied by another. From our consciousness of sounds as sounds, we can rarely separate the emotions, not to say ideas, that have accompanied the sounds in the past. And, while we are fancying that we are regarding language simply as sound, we may be compelled to note that the language is relieving nervous tension, liberating motion, generating ideas and feelings, mirroring our minds to ourselves, bridging time, invoking spirits, facilitating thoughts, in a word, performing at one and the same time all the functions of which it is capable. The 9th use of language is the most remote, if not from general apprehension, at least from the general interest. The purely scientific aspects of any subject, as animals, societies, spaces, has never appealed to many minds. There might be few alive if it had. Providence, said Kepler, has kindly joined astronomy to astrology, that the latter may support the former. Philology, the pure science of language, has slowly emerged from a world of dreams and superstitions and idle hopes. To establish the unity of the human race, to prove ourselves as the sons of gods, to discover some secret whereby nature and men could be controlled, to attain some principle for the solution of all the riddles of existence, or, lower yet, to remount to the sources from which the stream of language flowed, and to return, bathed and quickened in that spring, to move the hearts of men with speech and song. Who entertains now such hopes? But there has arisen meantime the study of stars and planets, of the growth of worlds, of millions of years of changes in the earth's crust before ever a sound was uttered or a being existed to utter sound, of the tribes of plants and animals, of hundreds of thousands of years of brute humanity, of myriads of languages that have perished, of thousands of barbarous languages surrounding the few that have become vehicles of culture. There has arisen too the study of bones and muscles and nerves, of the nature of sounds and their dependence on vibrations, of the emergence and development of brute and human feelings and ideas, till language appeared as the late sequent of a multitude of phenomena, the existence and properties of which had been established without any appeal to language. And then the study of the phenomena of language itself, the uniformities, the recurrences of likenesses among them, the so-called laws, the rules, if you will. These are, of course, what some philosophers have called derivative laws, that is, laws or facts which must be resolved into phenomena outside of their own subject. Thus, the persistences, the repetitions, the survivals, the uniformities, even the things which seem the hardest and fastest and firmest, have the unity and identity of the rainbow or wave curve, a formal constancy with incessant change of material, perpetually exposed to modification and even to extinction. The perishing and perishable states of language which I have in mind are not, as you may be supposing, the fads of the 19th or the humours of the 16th century, the established slang of any epoch. These are the show flowers of a season, tulips yesterday, chrysanthemums today, and it may be some strange form of sandweed tomorrow. It is not shapes and colours such as these that effort may give to the most intractable material that I am thinking of. I do not mean those deeper persistences which have endured for centuries, consisting merely in the repetition of countless individuals that resemble each other as everyone has come to see. Most minds discern some points of resemblance between two oysters, and Amicabalis has many elements of likeness to amiable. The uniformities that I mean are deeper, more permanent than these. They stretch across the ages, they link together not like forms, but forms unlike, as you would call them, not only at first sight, but at second and third sight too. Perhaps we might not be educated or educable to see the connection, though we worked over it for a lifetime. But even these highest abstractions of linguistic science, in seeking which some find more delight than in rich viands, or costly apparel, or popular applause, or anything else the world offers, even these, like Herbert's rose, have their roots ever in their graves. They are the products of the agony of lips and teeth, of lungs and air, of nerves and sensations, things which are themselves very modifiable and very variable, things which are themselves highly derivative, things the laws of which, if any should be surmised, can only be established by tracing them back to the phenomena which precede and underlie them. But the philologist has no alternative. The methods of modern science are not now Baconian. In fact, they never were. The collection of facts without some purpose, without some guiding theory, without some hypothesis to refute or confirm, in short, without some test by which to distinguish relevant from irrelevant facts, would reduce us to barbarism in a century. Mendeleev has said that modern science is like the modern bridge. It does not rest, as the old, on piers placed at short intervals from bank to bank. Through the mist and over the chasm it is built out from either side. It has no strength, and will sustain no weight till the two parts meet. Will they ever do so? Have we missed our calculation? We shall not know till the fabric is complete, and with the driving of the last bolt, strength diffuses itself through the whole, and the parts support each other. Language is among the most recent phenomena that have appeared on the earth. Its thousands of earlier years are to be restored only by probable deductions from the study of savage tribes. Of its later years, many aspects have passed into oblivion. Moving amid hypotheses, and ever seeking facts to test them by, the philologist presents to such as will take some pains to understand him, a picture of the language life of the earth. Where did these 3,000 or 4,000 languages come from? What are their relations to one another? What is their geographical distribution? What is their succession in time? What are their resemblances and differences? What were those missing links which we suppose existed to connect and explain the fragments that we possess? The work has already progressed far enough to have established in some minds methods of investigation, formulas for building bridges, to recur to our former illustration. The philologist has risen above the limitation of his own time, his own country, and his own language. He has beheld languages so different from his own that he can make no assertion about them in terms of the grammatical vocabulary of his own speech. He has seen groups of sounds that clumsily expressed the rude classifications of a savage tribe, strained and stretched and enlarged to communicate the thoughts of millions of civilized men, while yet they retain traces of their earliest structure, however changed in function, or even useless and obstructive they may have become. He has been led to see that language has many uses, and must be looked at from many points of view, that it is sometimes a comparatively harmless discharge of troublesome nervous energy, that it liberates nerve force and sets muscles in motion, thus making coordinated action in large groups of men and animals possible without intelligence, that it establishes likenesses in thoughts and feeling among men, that it furnishes each in the privacy of his own musings with pegs and lines on which he may hang his thoughts to air and dry, that it is a set of boxes in which one may pack his ideas for future inspection, even if a rather insecure repository, that it is a collection of spells with which each may control the beings of his own other world, if he has one of his own, to his own satisfaction, that it will do his thinking for him, if sometimes even better than he can do it for himself, that its sounds are a symphony which some can compose and hear, and some can talk about. And finally the philologist sees, though I cannot, that there is one use that transcends all other uses, that it is namely a subject for study, a subject superior to all others. For here theologian and scientist and classicist meet, here nature and art combine, here matter and spirit unite, here the old cannot dispense with the new, nor the new with the old. End of 9 Uses of Language by Andrew Ingram.
"99 Linwood Street" by Edward Everett Hale. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 99 Linwood Street, A Christmas Story by Edward Everett Hale. A gray morning. The deck wet. The iron all beaded with frost. All the longshoremen in heavy pea-jackets or cardigans. The whole ship in a bustle, and the favored first-class passengers just leaving. One sad-looking Irish girl stands with her knit hood already spotted with the rime, and you cannot tell whether those are tears which hang from her black eyelashes, or whether the fog is beginning to freeze there. What you see is that the poor thing looks right and left and up the pier and down the pier, and that in the whole crowd, they all seem so selfish, she sees nobody. Hundreds of people going and coming, pushing and hauling, and Nora's big brother is not there as he promised to be and should be. Mrs. Ostrom, the motherly Swedish woman, who has 4 children and 10 tin cups and a great bed and 5 trunks, and a fatuous, feckless husband, makes time between cousins and uncles and custom-house men and sharpers to run up every now and then to say that Nora must not cry, that she must be easy, that she has spoken to the master, and the master has said they are 3 hours earlier than they were expected. And all this was so kindly meant and so kindly said, that poor Nora brushed the tears away, if they were tears, and thanked her, though she did not understand one word that dear Mrs. Ostrom said to her. What is language, or what are words, after all? And the bright-buttoned, daintily dressed little ship's doctor, whom poor Nora hardly knew in his shore finery, he made time to stop and tell her that the ship was too early, and that she must not worry. Father, was it, she was waiting for? Oh, brother! Oh, he will be sure to be here. Better sit down. Here's a chair. Don't cry. I'm afraid you had no breakfast. Take this orange. It will cheer you up. I shall see you again." Alas! the little doctor was swept away and forgot Nora for a week, and she was left lamenting. For 1 hour went by, and 2, and 3. The Swedish woman went, and the doctor went, and the girl could see the captain go, and the mate that gave them their orders every morning. The custom-house people began to go. The cabs and other carriages for the gentry had gone long before. And poor Nora was left lamenting. Then it was that that queer Salvation Army girl, with a coal-scuttle for a bonnet, came up again. She had smiled pleasantly 2 or 3 times before, and had asked Nora to eat a bun. Poor Nora broke down and cried heartily this time, but the other was patient and kind, and said just what the others had said, only she did not go away, and she had the sense to ask if Nora knew where the brother lived. "Why, of course I do, miss. See, here's the paper." And the little soldier lass read it, 99 Linwood Street, Boston. "My poor child, what a pity you did not let us see it before." Alas and alas! Nora's box was of the biggest, but the army lass flinched at nothing. An immense wagon with 2 giant horses, loaded with the most extraordinary chests which have been seen since the days of the Vikings. Piled on the top were many feather beds, and on the top of the feather beds a Scandinavian matron. With Mike, the good-natured teamster, who was at once captain and pilot of this craft, the army lass had easily made her treaty when he was told the story. He was to carry Nora and her outfit to the Linwood Street house, after he had taken these Swedes to theirs. "And indade it will not be far, miss. There's a short cut behind Egan's, if indade he did not put up a tenement house since I was that way." And with new explanations to Nora that all was right, that indeed it was better this way than it would have been had her brother been called from his work, she was lifted, without much consent of her own, to the driver's seat, and her precious box was so placed that she could rest her little feet upon it. Nora had proudly confided to the friendly lass the assurance that she had money, had even shown a crisp $2 bill which had been sent to her for exigencies. But when the lass made the contract with Mike Dermot, the good fellow said he should take Nora and her box for the love of County Cork. Indade, I don't take money from the like of her." And so they started, with the Swedish men walking on one side of the cart with their rifles, keeping a good lookout for buffaloes and red Indians and grizzly bears, as men landing in a new country which they were to civilize. More sailing, for there was the ferry to cross to old Boston. Much waiting, for there was a broken-down coal wagon in Salutation Alley. Long conference between Nora and Mike, in which he did all the talking and she all the listening, as to Home Rule and Mr. McCarty, and what O'Brien thought of this, and what Cunniff thought of that. Then an occasional question came in Swedish from the matron above their heads, and was followed by a reply in Celtic English from Mike, each wholly ignorant of the views or wishes of the others, and occasionally the escort of riflemen, after some particular attack of chaff, in words which they fortunately did not understand, looked up to their matron, controller, and director, exchanged words with her, and then studied the pavement again for tracks of buffalo. A long hour of all this, the stone and brick of the city giving way to green trees between the houses as they come to Dorchester. Poor Nora looks right and looks left, hoping to meet her big brother. She begins to think she shall remember him. Everybody else looks so different from Fermoy that he must look like home. But there is no brother. There is at last a joyful cry as the Swedish matron and the riflemen recognize familiar faces, and Mike smiles gladly and brings round the stout bays with a twitch, so that the end of the cart comes square to the sidewalk. Somebody produces a step-ladder, and the Swedish matron, with her bird-cage in her hand, descends in triumph. Much kissing, much shaking of hands, much thanking of God, more or less reverent. Then the cords are cut, beds flung down, the giant boxes lifted, the sons of Anak only know how. The money covenanted for is produced and paid, and Mike mounts lightly to Nora's side. "And now, Nora, my child, where is the paper? For in 2 minutes we'll soon be there, now this rubbish is landed." And he read on the precious paper, "John McLaughlin, 99 Linwood Street." Strange to say, the paper said just what it had said 2 hours before. "And now, my dear child, we shall be there in 10 minutes, if only we can cross back of Egan's." And although they could not cross back of Egan's, for Egan had put up a tenement house since Mike had passed that way, yet in 10 minutes Linwood Street had been found. Number 99 at last revealed itself between numbers 7 and 2. A great 6-story wooden tinder box, with clotheslines mysterious behind, open doors in front, long passages running through, 3 doors on each side of a passage, and the wondering heads of 11 women who belonged to 5 different races and spoke in 6 different languages appearing from their 11 windows, as Mike and Nora and the 2 bays all stopped at one and the same moment at the door. Mike was already anxious about his time, for he was to be at the custom house an hour away or more at 11 sharp. But he selected a certain Widow Flynn from the 11 white-capped women. He explained to her briefly that John McLaughlin was to be found. He told Nora for the 37th time that all was right and that she must not cry. He looked at his watch again rather anxiously, mounted his box, and drove swiftly away. He was the one thread which bound Nora to this world, and this thread broke before her eyes. Mrs. Flynn affected to be cheerful, but she was not cheerful. Mrs. Flynn was a prominent person in her sodality, and well she knew that if any John McLaughlin in those parts were expecting any sister from home, she should know him and where he lived. Well, she knew also that John McLaughlin the mason was born in Glasgow, that John McLaughlin, who is on the city work, had all his family around him, and, most distinct of all, she knew that no McLaughlin, sisterless or many-sistered, lived in this beehive which she lived in, though it were 99 Linwood Street. Into her own cell of that beehive, however, she took poor, sad, desolate Nora. Into the hallway she bade the loafing neighbor boys bring Nora's trunk. In a language Nora could hardly understand, she explained to her that all would be well as soon as the policeman passed by. She sent Mary Murphy, who happened to be at home from school, for a pint of milk, and so compelled Nora to drink a cup of tea and to eat a biscuit and a dropped egg, while they waited for the policeman. Of course he knew of 7 John McLaughlins. He even went to the drug store and looked in the Boston directory to find there the names of 61 more. But not one of them lived in Linwood Street, as they all knew already. All the same, Nora was charged not to cry, to drink more tea, and eat more bread and butter. The cop said he would look in on 3 of the Johns whom he knew, and intelligent boys now returning from school were sent to the homes of the other 4 to interrogate them as to any expected sister. Within an hour, now nearly 1 o'clock, answers were received from all the 7. No one of them expected chick or child from Fermoy. But the cop had a suggestion to make. His pocket list of names of streets revealed another Linwood Street, in Roxbury, not this one in Dorchester. Be it known to unlearned readers, who in snug shelter in Montana follow along this little tale, that Roxbury and Dorchester are both parts of that large municipality called Boston. Though no John McLaughlin was in the directory for 99 Linwood Street, Roxbury, was not that the objective? Poor Nora was questioned as to Roxbury. She was sure she had never heard of it. But the clue was too good to be lost, and the authority of the friendly cop was too great to be resisted. He telephoned to the central office that Nora McLaughlin, just from Ireland, had been found in a fashion, but that no one knew where to put her. Then he stopped a milkman from Braintree, who delivered afternoon milk for invalids. Was he not going through Roxbury? Of course he was. Would he not take this lost child to 99 Linwood Street? Of course he would. Milkmen, from their profession, have hearts warm toward children. Well, if he were to take her, he had better take her trunk, too. To which illogical proposal the milkman acceded. On the afternoon route there is so much less milk to take than there is in the morning. So Nora was lifted into the milk wagon. In tears she kissed good Mrs. Flynn. The boys and girls assembled to bid her good-bye, and even she had a hope for a few moments that her troubles were at an end. At 99 Linwood Street, Roxbury, they were preparing for the Review Club. The Review Club met once a fortnight at 2:30 at the house of one or another of the members. They first arranged the little details of the business. Then the hostess read, or made someone read, the scraps which seemed most worthy in the reviews and magazines of the last issues, and at 4 the husbands and brothers and neighbors generally dropped in, and there was afternoon tea. "Are you sure you have cream enough, Ellen?" "Oh, yes, Mum." "All kinds of tea, you know, that which the Chinese gentleman sent, and be sure of the chocolate for Mrs. Bunce." "Indeed, yes, Mum." "And let me know just before you bring up the hot water." Doorbell rings. There's Mrs. Walter now. No, it wasn't Mrs. Walter. She came 3 minutes after. But before she came, Howells, the milkman, had lifted Nora from her seat. As the snow fell fast on the doorsteps, he carried her carefully up to the door, and even by the time Ellen answered the bell, he had the heavy chest, dragging it over the snow by the stout rope at one end. Ellen was amazed to find this group instead of Mrs. Walter. She called her mistress, who heard Howell's realistic story with amazement, not to say amusement. "You poor dear child," she cried at once. "Come in where it is dry." "John McLaughlin? No, indeed. Who can John McLaughlin be? Ellen, what is Mike's last name?" Mike was the choreman who made the furnace fire and kept the sidewalk. "Mike's name, Mum? I don't know, Mum. Mary will know, Mum." And for the moment Ellen disappeared to find Mary. Never mind, never mind. Come in, you poor child. You are very good to bring her, Mr. Howells, very good indeed. We will take care of her. Is it going to storm?" Mr. Howells thought it was going to storm, and turned to go away. At that moment Mrs. Walter arrived, the first comer of the Review Club, and Nora's new hostess had to turn to her guests, while Ellen, in the last cares for the afternoon table, had to comfort Nora by spasms. It was left for Margaret, the chambermaid, to pump out, or to screw out, as you choose, the details of the story from the poor frightened waif, who seemed more astray than ever. John McLaughlin? No, nobody knew anything about him. The last choreman was named McManus, but he went to Ottawa 3 years ago. And while the different facts and doubts were canvassed in the kitchen, upstairs they settled the Bulgarian question, the origin of the natives of Tasmania, and the last questions about realism. Only the mind of the lady of the house returned again and again to questions as to the present residence of John McLaughlin. For in spite of the gathering snow and the prospect of more, the members of the Review Club had followed fast on Mrs. Walters and gathered in full force. The hostess, though somewhat preoccupied, was courteous and ready. Only the functions of the club, as they went forward, would be occasionally interrupted. She would read aloud, as in her private duty bound. The peasantry were excited, but were held in check by promises from Stambouloff, the emissaries of the Tsar. "Mrs. Goodspeed, would you mind reading on? Here's my place. I see my postman passing the window." And so, moving quickly to the front door, she interviewed the faithful Harrington, dressed, heaven knows why, in Confederate uniform of gray, for Harrington had served his 4 years on the loyal side. 4 times a day did Harrington, with his letter bag, renew the connection of this household with the world and other worlds. "Dear Mr. Harrington, I thought you could tell us. Here is a girl named Nora McLaughlin, and here is her trunk, both left at our door by the milkman, and we do not know anything about where she belongs." "Insufficient address?" asked Harrington, professionally. Exactly. All she knows is that her brother is named John. A great many of them are, said Harrington, already writing on his memorandum book, and in his memory fixing the fact that a large two-legged living parcel, insufficiently addressed, had been left at the wrong door, for John McLaughlin, also a trunk, too large for delivery by the penny post. I will tell the other men, and if I was you, I would send to the police. Would you mind telling the first officer you meet? I hate to send my girls out. And so she returned to Bulgaria. But Bulgaria had ended, and Mrs. Conover handed her an article on Antarctic discovery. She was again reading. Under these circumstances, Captain Wilkes, who had collected a boatload of stones from the front of the glacier, when she gave back the forum to Mrs. Conover, "Would you mind going on just a minute?" she said, and ran out to meet the ice cream man. So soon as he had left his tins, she said, "Mr. Fridge, would you mind stopping at the Dudley School as you go home, and telling Mrs. Logie that there is a lost girl here," etc. Good Mr. Fridge was most eager to help, and the hostess returned, took the book again, and read on with "the temperature as they observed it was 99 degrees Celsius, but as the alcohol in their tins was frozen at the moment, there seemed reason to suspect the correctness of this observation." And a shiver passed over the Review Club. Thus far, the powers of confusion and error seemed to have been triumphant over poor Nora, or such was the success of that power who uses these agencies, if the reader prefer to personify him. But the time had come to turn his left flank and to attack his forces in the rear, for the postman now took the field. That is to say, Harrington, good fellow, finished his third delivery, 4 good miles and 9/10 of a furlong, snow 2 inches deep, 3, 4, 6 before he was done, and then returned to his branch office to report. Two-legged parcel, insufficient address, 99 Linwood Street. Jim, whatever come to that letter that went to 99 Linwood Street with insufficient address 6 weeks ago? Linwood Street, insufficient address. Foreign letter? Why, of course, you know, went back to the central office. I guess it did, said Harrington grimly, so I must go there too. This meant that after Harrington had gone his rounds again on delivery route number 6, 4 more miles and 9/10 more of a furlong, 313 doorbells and only 73 slit boxes, snow now ranging from 6 inches to 12 on the sidewalks, and breast deep where there was a chance for drifting. When all this was done, so that Harrington had no more duties to Uncle Sam, he could still take Nora McLaughlin's work in hand, and thus defeat the Prince of Evil. To the central office by a horse car, blocked once or twice, but well at the office at 7:30 in the evening. Christmas work is heavy, so the whole home staff is on duty. That is well. Enemy of souls loses 1 point there. Blind letter clerks all there. Insufficient delivery men both here. Chief of Returned Bureau here. All summoned to the Foreign Office, as Harrington tells his story. Indexes produced, ledgers, journals, day books, and private passbooks. John McLaughlin's biography followed out on 67 of the different avatars in which his personality has been manifested under that name. False trail here, clue breaks there, scent fails here. But at last, a joyful cry from Will Search. Here you are. Insufficient address, November 1st, Queenstown letter. Linwood, to John McLaughlin. Try Dorchester, try Roxbury, try East Boston, try Somerville, and there it stops. It was not returned. Try Somerville. In these words great light fell over the eager circle. Not because Somerville is the seat of an insane hospital, no, but because it is not in the Boston directory. If you please, Somerville is an independent city. And so, unless John McLaughlin worked in Boston, if he lived in Somerville, he would not be in the Boston directory. Not much. Somerville has its own 7 John McLaughlins, besides those Boston ones. I say, Harry, Tom, Dick, somebody fetch the Somerville directory. Dick flew and returned with the book. Here you be, John McLaughlin, laborer, 99 Linwood Street. Victory! Satan's forces tremble, and as the different officers return to their desks, even the ranks of Tuscany in that well-bred office can scarce forbear to cheer. As for Harrington, he bids good-bye, wraps his tartan around him, and is out in the snow again. Where Linwood Street is he knows no more than the dead, but somebody will know. Somerville car, draw of bridge open, man falls into the river and has to be rescued, draw closes, snowdrift at Margin Street, shovels, drift open, center of Somerville, apothecary's shop open. Please, where is Linwood Street? Take your second left, cross 3 or 4 streets, turn to the right by the water pipe, take the third right, go downhill by the schoolhouse, and take second left, and you come out at 11 Linwood Street. All which Harrington does. He experiences one continual burst of joy that his route does not take him through these detours daily. But his professional experience is good for him. We have no need to describe his false turns. Even aniseed would have been useless in that snow. At last, just as the Somerville bells ring for 9 o'clock, Harrington also rings triumphant at the door of the little 5-roomed cottage where his lantern has already revealed the magic number 99. Ring! As for a gilt-edged special delivery. Door thrown open by a solid man with curly red hair, unshaven since Sunday, in his shirt sleeves, and with a kerosene lamp in his hand. Are you John McLaughlin? Indade I am, the same. And where's your sister Nora? The good fellow, who had been stern before, broke down. And indade I was saying to Ellen, it's an awful night for 'em all in the gale, off the coast in the ship. The Holy Virgin and the good God take care of 'em. They have taken care of them, said Harrington reverently. The ship is safe in dock, and your sister Nora is in Roxbury at 99 Linwood Street. And a broad grin lighted his face as he spoke the words. There was joy in every bed and at every door in the 5 rooms. Then John hastily donned coat, cardigan, and ulster. He persuaded Harrington to drink a cup of red-hot tea which was brewing on the stove. While the good fellow did so, and ate a St. Anne's bun, which Mrs. McLaughlin produced in triumph, John was persuading Hermann Gross, the expressman next door, to put the gray into a light pung he had for special delivery. By the time Harrington went to the door, 2 lanterns were flitting about in the snow-piled yard behind the 2 houses. Harrington assisted in yoking the gray. In 5 minutes he and John were defying the gale as they sped across the silent bridge, bound south to Roxbury. Poor little Nora was asleep in the parlor on the sofa. She had begged and begged that she need not be put to bed, and by her side her protector sat reading about the Antarctic. But of a sudden Harrington reappeared. Is it Santa Claus? Indeed it is. Beard, hat, coat, all white with snow. And Santa Claus has come for the best present he will deliver that evening. Dear little Nora is wrapped in sealskins and other skins, mauds and astrakhan rugs. She has a hot brick at her feet, and Pompey the dog is made to lie over them. So John McLaughlin, number 68, takes her in triumph to 99 Linwood Street. That was a Christmas to be remembered. And Christmas morning, after church, the Brothers of St. Patrick, which was the men's society, and the Sodality of St. Anne's, which was the women's, determined on a great 12th night feast to celebrate Nora's return. It was to show how these brethren love one another. They proposed to take the rink. People didn't use it for skating in winter as much as in summer. Nora was to receive, with John McLaughlin and his wife to assist. The other 74 John McLaughlins were to act as ushers. The Salvation Army came first, led by the lass who found Michael. Procession number 2 was Mike and the teamsters, who don't take nothing for such as she. Third, in special horse cars, which went through from Dorchester to Somerville by a vermilion edict from the West End Company, the 11 families of that number 99. They stopped in Roxbury to pick up Ellen and the hostess of the Review Club. Fourth, all the patrolmen who had helped and all who had tried to help, led by cop number 47. Fifth, all the school children who had told the story and made the inquiries. Sixth, the man who made the Somerville Directory. Seventh and last, in 2 barouches, Harrington and the chiefs of staff at the General Post Office. And the boys asked Father McElroy to make a speech to all just before the dancing began. And he said, "The lost sheep was never lost. She thought she was lost in the wilderness, but she was at home, for she was met by the Christmas greeting of the world into which the dear Lord was born." Note: it may interest the reader to know that the important part of this story is true. End of 99 Linwood Street, by Edward Everett Hale. Read by Maria Kasper.
Der Bäcker von Prag und die 9 Strohwische. Eine Ballade von Johannes Daniel Falk. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Der Bäcker von Prag und die 9 Strohwische. Grau Mäntelein ging, so grau von Gestalt, wohl durch den finstern böhmischen Wald. Grau Mäntelein ging wohl über ein Jahr, der Mantel zerrissen und unscheinbar. Der Regen beregnet ihn jeglichen Tag. Er ging von Böhmisch-Brot bis gen Prag. Und wie er gen Prag in die Hauptstadt kam, wo die Moldau mitten die Stadt durchschwamm, wo Heiligenbilder und drunter erhöht Sankt Nepomuk hoch auf der Brücke steht, hell glänzen 3 Sternlein über dem Haupt, dass selig das Volk wird, das an ihn glaubt, besucht er im Regen sein altes Quartier. Tief unterm Hradschin angebaut liegt's hier. Und der Nebel durchzog so finster die Stadt, und der Wandrer sucht im Nebel den Pfad. Hier wohnt der Hussit und der Christ und der Jud und lebet geschützt vor Verfolgungswut. Und sieh, vor der Tür auf dem Schemel da saß, verkaufend Semmel und Striezel, Herr Klaas. Herr Klaas, den Reichen und Armen bekannt, und der reichste der Bäcker in Prag nur genannt. Wohl hielt er der Schweine sich 100 zur Mast, er selbst war dicker als alle sie fast. Und wie er Graumäntelein wurde gewahr, im Mantel zerrissen und unscheinbar, verhöhnt er ihn also mit bitterem Spott. Wie steht's, Graumäntelein, grüß dich Gott? Mir dünkt, du trägst gar Proben zu Land. Wie teuer dein Tuch und die elle Gewand? Graumäntelein zog 9 Gulden blank, die warf er dem Bäcker hin auf die Bank. Herr Bäcker, ich bin den Semmeln nicht hold, gebt 9 Strohwische mir für mein Gold. Der Bäcker erschrak. Zu dienen dem Herrn, trauen, 9 Strohwische, die geb ich ihm gern. Und der Bäcker die Strohwisch brachte zur Stund. Graumäntelein dankt ihm mit höhnischem Mund. Der Bäcker nahm die 9 Gulden blank und setzte sich wieder auf seine Bank. O Bäcker, nun nimm mit Bedacht dich vor Graumänteleins Zürnen in Acht. Darauf sich begab's am folgenden Tag. Wohl hielt man den großen Jahrmarkt zu Prag. Da trieb manch Bauer aus Böhmen sein Schwein, aus Osten und Westen zum Tore herein. Graumäntelein war unter der Zahl und hielt 9 Schweine versammelt am Pfahl. Die Schweine, sie waren so schwarz und so feist, dass sie zu besitzen der Bäcker sich reißt. Er feilscht, er dingt, er schließt den Verkauf, er zahlt Goldgülden an 100 darauf. O Bäcker, nun nimm mit Bedacht dich vor Graumänteleins Zürnen in Acht. Die erste, die zweite, die dritte Sau, sie kamen zu nah auf dem Markt einer Frau, die am Dreifuß saß und Kastanien briet. O Bäcker, nur Herzeleid klingt dir das Lied, denn kaum an den Dreifuß rührt der Lauf, hui, flackern sie strohwisch ähnlich auch auf. Das vierte, das fünfte, das sechste Schwein, sie torkeln wie wüst in die Vorstadt hinein, allwo der Hammer der Walkmühl pocht. Da wurd ein Grapen mit Teer gekocht, doch kaum berührt ihr Fuß ihn im Lauf, hui, flackern auch sie als Strohwisch auf. O Bäcker, nun wächst dir die Not, 6 Schweine verloren, das bringt dir den Tod. Das 7., das 8., das 9. Schwein, sie fielen zuletzt in die Moldau hinein, und wie sie berührten des Flusses Lauf, hui, schwammen der Strohwisch 3 darauf. Jenseits der Moldau, so reißend, so tief, Graumäntelein stand und donnernd rief: O Bäcker, vernimm mit Bedacht, nie werde der arme Geringe verlacht. Um wen es oft arm und gering ist bestellt, der beherrscht wohl mächtig dereinst die Welt. Ende von Der Bäcker von Prag und die 9 Strohwische. Eine Ballade von Johannes Daniel Falk. Gelesen von Availle.
Samuel, aged 9 years, by Jean Ingelow. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Samuel, aged 9 years, by Jean Ingelow. They have left you, little Henry, but they have not left you lonely. Brothers' hearts so knit together could not, might not separate dwell. Fain to seek you in the mansions far away, one lingered only to bid those behind farewell. Gentle boy, his childlike nature in most guileless form was moulded, and it may be that his spirit woke in glory unaware, since so calmly he resigned it, with his hands still meekly folded, having said his evening prayer. Or, if conscious of that summons, speak, O Lord, thy servant heareth. As one said, whose name they gave him, might his willing answer be, Here am I, like him replying, At thy gates my soul appeareth, for behold thou callest me. A deep silence, utter silence, on his earthly home descendeth. Reading, playing, sleeping, waking, he is gone and few remain. Oh, the loss, they utter, weeping, every voice its echo lendeth. Oh, the loss, but oh, the gain! On that tranquil shore his spirit was vouchsafed an early landing, lest the toils of crime should stain it, or the thrall of guilt control, lest that wickedness should alter the yet simple understanding, or deceit beguile his soul. Lay not up on earth thy treasure, they have read that sentence duly. Moth and rust shall fret thy riches, earthly good hath swift decay. Even so, each heart replieth, As for me, my riches truly make them wings and flee away. O my riches, O my children, dearest part of life and being, treasures look too for the solace of this life's declining years. Were our voices cold to hearing, or our faces cold to seeing, that ye left us to our tears? We inherent conscious silence, ceasing of some merry laughter, and the hush of 2 sweet voices, healing sounds for spirits bruised. of the tread of joyous footsteps in the pathway following after, of two names no longer used. Question for them, little sister, in your sweet and childish fashion. Search and seek them, baby brother, with your calm and asking eyes, dimpled lips that fail to utter fond appeal or sad compassion, mild regret or dim surprise. There are two tall trees above you, by the high east window growing. Underneath them slumbers sweetly, lapped in silence deep, serene. Save when pealing in the distance, organ notes towards you flowing, echo, with a pause between. And that pause, a voice shall fill it, tones that blessed you daily, nightly, well beloved, but not sufficing. Sleepers, to awake you now, though so near he stand, that shadows from your trees may tremble lightly on his book and on his brow. Sleep then ever, neither singing of sweet birds shall break your slumber, neither fall of dew, nor sunshine, dance of leaves, nor drift of snow, charm those dropped lids more to open, nor the tranquil bosoms cumber with one care for things below. It is something, the assurance that you never shall feel like sorrow, weep no past and dread no future, know not sighing, feel not pain, nor a day that looketh forward to a mournfuller tomorrow, clouds returning after rain. No, far off the daylight breaketh, in its beams each soul awaketh. What though clouds, they sigh, be gathered dark and stormy to the view, though the light our eyes forsaketh, fresh and sweet behold it breaketh into endless day for you. End of Samuel, aged 9 years, by Jean Ingelow. Read by Anusha, Iyer, Mumbai.
Immortelle 9 van Piet Paaltjens. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Immortelle 9. Op het hoekje van de Hooigracht. Door Piet Paaltjens. Op het hoekje van de Hooigracht en van de Nieuwe Rijn, daar zwoer hij dat hij zijn leven lang mijn boezemvriend zou zijn. En halverwege tussen de Vink en de Haagse Schouw, daar brak hij, 6 weken later zowat, de eed van vriendentrouw. End of Immortelle 9 van Piet Paaltjens. Read by Anna Simon.
The 9/10 by James Oppenheim. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 9/10 by James Oppenheim. Part 2, Chapter 2, The 9/10. Standing on Washington Heights, that hump on northwestern Manhattan Island, gazing, say, from a window of the City College, whose gray and quaint cluster fronts the morn as on a cliff above the city, one sees, at 7 of a sharp morning, a low-hung sun in the eastern skies, a vast circle and lift of mild blue heavens, and at one's feet, down below, the whole sweep of New York, from the wooded ridges of the Bronx to the 59th Street Bridge and the golden tip of the Metropolitan Tower. It is a flood of roofs sweeping south to that golden, flashing minaret, a flood bearing innumerable high mill chimneys, church steeples, school spires, and the skeleton frames of gas-works. Far in the east the Harlem River lies like a sheet of dazzling silver, dotted with boats. Every skylight, every point of glass or metal on the roofs flashes in the sun, and gazing down from that corner in the sky, one sees the visible morning hymn of the city, adrift from thousands of house chimneys, of delicate unraveling skeins of white-blue smoke, lifting from those human dwellings like aerial spirits. It is the song of humanity rising, the song of the ritual of breaking bread together, of preparation for the day of toil, the song of the mothers sending the men to work, the song of the mothers kissing and packing to school the rosy, laughing children. It might be hard to imagine that far to the south, in that moving human ocean, a certain Joe Blaine, swallowed in the sea, was yet as real a fact as the city contained, that to himself he was far from being swallowed, that he was, in fact, so real to himself that the rest of the city was rather shadowy and unreal, and that he was immensely concerned in a thousand flashing torrent of thoughts, in a mix-up of appetite and desires, and in the condition and apparel of his body. That as he sat at his desk, for instance, it was important to him to discover how he could break himself of a new habit of biting the end of his pen-holder. And yet, under that flood of roofs, Joe was struggling with that crucial problem. He finally settled it by deciding to smoke lots of cigars, and proceeded to light one as a beginning. He smoked one, then a second, then a third, which was certainly bad for his health. He was in the throes of a violent reaction. Several days of relentless activity had followed the moving in. There was much to do. The 4 rooms became immaculately clean, sweetened up with soap and water, with neat wallpaper, with paint and furniture. Even the dark inner bedrooms contrived to look cozy and warm and inviting. Joe's mother was a true New England housekeeper, which meant scrupulous order, cleanliness, and brightness. The one room exempt from her rule was Joe's. After the first clean-up, his mother did not even try to begin on it. "You're hopeless, Joe," she laughed, "and you'll ruin faster than I can set right." And so that editorial office soon became a nest of confusion. The walls were lined with bookshelves and a quaint assortment of books, old and new, populated not only these, but the floor, the 2 tables, the roll-top desk, and here and there a chair. White paper began to heap up in the corners. Magazines, "my contemporaries," said the proud editor, began their limitless flood. And the matting on the floor was soon worn through by Joe's perpetual pacing. The whole home, however, began to have atmosphere, personality. There was something open, hospitable, warm about it, something comfortable and livable. Among the first things Joe did was to procure 2 assistants. One was the bookkeeper, Nathan Slate, a lean and dangling individual, who collapsed over his high desk in the corner like a many-bladed penknife. He was thin and cadaverous, and spoke in a meek and melancholy voice, studied and slow. He dressed in black, and tried to suppress his thin height by stooping low and hanging his head. The other addition was Billy, the office boy, a sharp, bright youth with red hair and brilliant blue eyes. There was much else to do. For instance, there were the money affairs to get in shape. Joe secured a 5% mortgage with his capital. Marty Briggs paid down $2,000 cash, and was to pay $2,000 a year in interest. So Joe could figure his income at somewhat over $6,000. And as he hoped that he and his mother would use not more than $1,500 a year, or at the most $2,000, he felt he had plenty to throw into his enterprise. Among the first things that Joe discovered was a gift of his own temperament. He was a born crowd man, a mixer. He found he could instantly assume the level of the man he talked with, and that his tongue knew no hindrance. Thought flowed easily into speech. This gave him a freedom among men, a sense of belonging anywhere, and singled him out from the rest. It gave him, too, the joy of expression, the joy of throwing out his thought and getting its immediate reaction in other lives. Yet he understood perfectly the man who seemed shy and recluse, who was choked off before strangers, and who yet burned to be a democrat, to give and take, to share alien lives, to be of the moving throng of life. Such a man was the victim either of a wrong education, an education of repression that discouraged any personal display, or he had a twist in his temperament. Joe, who began to be well aware of his gift, used it without stint, and found that it had a contagious quality. It loosened other people up. It unfolded their shy and secret petals, like sun heat on a bud. It made the desert of personality blossom like the rose. He warmed the life about him because he could express himself. So it was not hard for Joe to shift to this new neighborhood and become absorbed in its existence. Tradespeople, idlers, roomers, and landlady in the house accepted him at once and felt as if they had known him all their lives. By a power almost of intuition, he probed their obscure histories and entered into their destinies. However, in spite of these activities and all the bustle and stir of fresh beginnings, Joe, that sunny morning, was suffering a sharp reaction. In the presence of Nathan Slate and Billy, he was pretending to work, but his brain was as dry as a soda cracker. It was that natural revulsion of the idealist following the first glow. Here he was, up against reality, and yet with no definite plan, not even a name for his paper, and he had not even begun to penetrate the life about him. The throbbing moment had arrived when he must set his theories into motion, drive them out into the lives of the people, and get reactions. But how? In what way? His brain refused to think, and he felt nothing save a misery and poverty of spirit that were unendurable. It seemed to him, suddenly, as if he had hastily embarked on a search for the fountain of eternal youth, a voyage that followed mirages, and was hollow and illusory. Beginnings, after the first flush, always have this quality of fake, and Joe was standing in the shadow land between two lives. The old life was receding in the past, the new life had not yet appeared. Without training, without experience, without definite knowledge of the need to be met, with only a strong desire and a mixed ideal, and almost without his own volition, he found himself now sitting at a desk in West 10th Street with 2 employees and nothing to do. How, out of this emptiness, was he to create something vital? This naturally brought a pang he might have anticipated. He had a sudden, powerful hankering for his old life. That, at least, was man-size. His job had been man's work. He looked back at those fruitful, laborious days with their rich interest and absorbing details, their human companionships, and had an almost irrepressible desire to rush out, take the elevated train, go down East 81st Street, ascend the elevator, ring the bell, and enter his dominion of trembling, thundering presses. He could smell the old smells, he could see the presses and the men, he could hear the noise. That was where he belonged. Voluntarily he had exiled himself from happiness and use. He wanted to go back, wanted it hard, almost groaned with homesickness. Such struggles are death throes or birth throes. They are as real as 2 men wrestling. Joe could sit still no longer, could mask no longer the combat within him. So he rose hastily and went out, and wandered about the shabby, unfriendly neighborhood. He had a mad desire, almost realized, to take the car straight to 81st Street, and only the thought of Marty Briggs, in actual possession, held him back. Finally he went back and took lunch, and again tried the vain task of pretending to work. It was 3 o'clock when he surrendered. He strode in to his mother. "Mother," he said, "isn't there something we can do together?" "In what way?" "Any way. I've been idling all day, and I'm half dead." He laughed strangely. "I believe I'm getting nerves, mother." "Nerves?" She looked at him sharply. "What is it, Joe?" "Oh, it's in-betweenness." "I see." She smiled. "Well, there is some shopping to do." "Thank heaven." So they went out together and took the 6th Avenue car to 34th Street. Their shopping took them to 5th Avenue, and then later up Broadway to 42nd Street. It was a different New York they saw. In fact, the New York best known to the stranger. The gorgeous palaces of trade glittered and sparkled, shimmered and flashed, with jewels and silver, with silks and knickknacks. The immense and rich plenty of earth, the products of factories and mills, were lavishly poured here, gathered in aisles, about which a swarming sea of well-dressed women pushed and crowded. The high ceilings were hung with glowing moons of light. The atmosphere was magic with confused talk, shuffling footsteps, and all the hum and stir of a human hive. Up and down 5th Avenue swept a black, thick stream of motors and carriages, in which women and men lounged and stared. The great hotels sucked in and poured out tides of jeweled and lace-wrapped creatures, and in the lighted interiors of restaurants were rouged cheeks and kindled eyes. As Joe and his mother reached 42nd Street, that whirlpool of theaters released its matinee crowds, a flood of youth, beauty, brightness, and luxury. And it seemed to Joe, seeing all this life from a 10th Street viewpoint, that here was a great city of wealth and idleness. Evidently a large population had nothing to do save shop and motor, eat and idle. How could he, from shabby 10th Street, send out a sheet of paper that would compete with these flashing avenues? The sight depressed him. He said as much to his mother. "This is New York," he said. "Barbaric, powerful, luxuriant. These people are the power of the city, the mighty few. These are the owners. What can we do with them?" His mother sensed then the struggle in his mind. "Joe," she cried, "isn't there any place where we can see the other people?" There was. They took the car down to 8th Street. They walked east and entered little Washington Park, with its monumental arch and its shadowy trees, its wide and curving walks, its general sense of being a green breathing space in the sweep of streets. As they walked through the sharp wintry air in the closing sunlight, what time the blue electric lights gleamed out among the almost naked boughs, the 6 o'clock whistles began blowing from factories all about them, a glad shriek that jumped from street to street over the city, and at once across the eastern plaza of the park streamed the strange torrent of the workers, a mighty swift march of girls and boys, women and men, homeward bound, the day's work ended, a human stream in the gray light, steeped in an atmosphere of accomplishment, sweet peace, solution. All life seemed to touch a moment of harvest. Joe's mother was thrilled, and in spite of himself, Joe felt his heart clutched as it were in a vice. He felt the strange, strong human grip. It was a marvelous spectacle, though common, daily, and cheap as life. Joe's mother whispered in a low voice, "Joe, this is the real New York." And then again, "Those others are only a fraction. These are the people." "Yes," murmured Joe, his blood surging to his cheeks. These are the 9/10ths. They went closer to that mighty marching host. They saw the cheap garments, baggy trousers, torn shoes, worn shirts. They saw the earnest, tired faces, the white and toil-shrunk countenances, the poverty, the reality of pain and work, all pressing in on an atmosphere of serious progress, as if they knew what fires roared, what sinews ached down in the foundations of the world where the future is created. And Joe realized, as never before, that upon these people and their captains, their teachers and interpreters, rested the burdens of civilization, that the mighty city was wrought by their hands and those who dreamed with them, that the foam and sparkle of Broadway and Fifth Avenue bubbled up from this strong liquor beneath. And he believed that the second-generation idlers had somehow expropriated the toilers and were living like drones in the hive. And he felt that this could not be forever, and he was seized by the conviction that a change could only come through the toilers themselves. Could these pale people but know their power, know their standing, know the facts of this strange double life, and then use their might wisely and well, constructively, creatively, to build up a better and fairer world, a finer justice, a more splendid day's work, a happier night's home. These that created a great city could, if trained, create a higher life in that city. Surely the next few ages of the future had their work cut out for them, the most stupendous task the race had ever undertaken. Then, after all, he was right. All who could must be dedicated to the work of sowing enlightenment, of yeasting the crowds with knowledge and love and light, all who could. Then he too could do his share. He too could reach this crowd. And these people, they were reachable. No theaters and restaurants competed with him here. Their hearts and minds were open. He could step in and share their lives. He had done so in his shop, and these were of the same human nature. Power returned to him. "Mother," he said, his eyes flashing, "it's all right. Now I'm ready to begin. I'm for the 9/10ths." They turned, walking home in silence, and as they went the phrase 9/10ths, which Joe must have picked up in some book on socialism or some sociological study, kept haunting his mind. The new power realized in him made his brain work like lightning, creatively. Thoughts crowded, combinations sprung up. He began to actively dream and scheme. "I've got it!" he cried. "Why not call my paper the 9/10ths?" Good! He began to plan aloud as the quick thoughts flashed. An 8-page paper weekly, an editorial, giving some of the plain facts about civilization, simple stuff, to teach the people what industry means, what their work means, what they ought to be doing. Then news about all movements toward freedom, labor, strikes, reform, new laws, schools, news of all the forces working for betterment, a concrete statement of where the world stands today and what it is doing. But a fair sheet, mother, no railing, no bitterness, no bomb throwing. Plenty of horse sense, plenty of banking the fires, of delaying wisely. No setting class against class, no underrating of leaders and captains. Justice, but plenty of mercy. Facts, but plenty of philosophy to cool 'em off. Progress all the time, but no French revolutions. And when sides must be taken, no dishonest compromises, no cowardly broad-mindedness, but always with the weakest, the underdog, whenever their cause is good. That's my program. That's the 9/10ths. "Of course," said his mother, "you'll see things clearer as you do them. There'll be changes." "Oh, surely. His mind was already miles ahead. "Mother, I've got it now for sure." "What now?" She laughed enthusiastically. "Isn't this a whopper? No ads." "But why not, Joe? They would support the paper." "No, not a line. I don't expect the paper to pay. That's where our money comes in. We mustn't carry a line. Don't you see? There's hardly a paper in the land that's free. They're influenced by their advertising. That's their bread and butter. And even if they're not influenced, people suspect they are. We must be free even of the suspicion. We can be free, utterly so, say what we please, speak our minds out, and nothing to hinder us. That will be unique. That will be something new in magazines. We'll go the limit, Mother." His mother laughed. "I guess you're right, Joe. It's worth trying. But how are you going to circulate the paper?" "How?" Again his mind jumped forward. House-to-house canvass. Labor unions. Street corners. I'm going to dig in now, get acquainted with the people round about. Spread it any old way. And I'm going to start with the idea of a big future. 20,000 copies, finally. You see, it'll be a sort of underground newspaper. No publicity, but spreading from group to group among the workers. Broadway and uptown will never see a copy. So the new life started in full swing. Joe worked late that very night, putting his plans on paper, and the next morning there was plenty of activity for everybody. Joe bought a rebuilt cylinder press for $1,500 and had it installed in the basement. Then he had the basement wired and got an electric motor to furnish the power. John Rann and his family were moved down to a flat further west on 10th Street, and a feeder, a compositor, and a make-up man were hired along with him. In the press room, the basement, was placed a stone, a marble-top table, whereon the make-up man could take the strips of type as they came from the compositors, arrange them into pages, and lock them up in the forms, ready to put on the presses. Then Joe arranged with a printery to set up the type weekly, with a bindery to bind, fold, bundle, and address the papers, and with Patrick Flynn, truckman, to distribute the papers to newsdealers. Next, Joe made a tour of the neighborhood, spoke with the newsdealers, told them all they would have to do was to deliver the papers to the addresses printed upon them. He found them willing to thus add to their income. Thus he made ready. But he was not yet prepared to get subscriptions, $1 a year or 25 cents a quarter, feeling that first he must have a sample paper to show. The labor on that first number was a joy to him. He would jump up in the middle of the night, rush into the office, light the gas, and get to work in his nightgown. He was at it at all hours. And it proved to be an enormous task. 8 pages, 8 by 12, do not read like a lot, but they write like a very great deal. There was an editorial, "Greetings to You," in which Joe set forth in plain words the ideas and ideals of the paper, and in which he made clear the meaning of the phrase 9/10. Then he found that there were 2 great strikes in progress in the city. This amazed him, as there was no visible sign of such a condition. The newspapers said nothing of it, and peace seemed to brood over the city's millions. Yet there were thousands of cloak makers out, and over in Brooklyn the toilers in the sugar refineries were having little pitched battles with strike breakers in the streets. 3 men had been killed and a score wounded. Joe dug into these strikes, called at the Union headquarters, spoke with the men, even called on some of the cloak makers' bosses and learned their grievances. Then he wrote accounts of the strike, without taking sides, merely reporting the facts as fairly as he could. In this way, and with the aid of clippings, and by printing that poem of Lowell which was his mother's favorite, wherein was the couplet already quoted, "They are slaves who dare not be in the right with 2 or 3," he made up a hodgepodge of a magazine. Up in the corner of the editorial page he ran the following, subject to change: The 9/10ths. A weekly word about men, women, and children. My motto: I accept life largely, but not in details. Some of the details not accepted are: anything that prevents a child from being well born and from fulfilling its possibilities; anything that prevents a woman or man from using every good side of her or his nature. About these details, no doubt: disease, excess, want, overwork, child labor. And let's avoid jealousy, quarrels, ridicule, meanness, and the rest of the mosquito things. Otherwise, what a glorious world! This didn't please him altogether, but he wanted to be definite and simple, and he wanted to show that he wasn't a narrow partisan. Thus the first number came to be. As he turned it out, Billy rushed it in batches to the compositors, and when finally it all came back in strips of type, it was hurried down to the idlers in the basement. At 10:30, that chilly, dust-blowing morning, when the sun-stricken air glittered with eddies of motes, Joe, sitting at his desk, had the exquisite rapture of feeling the building tremble. He rushed to his mother and exulted. "Can't you feel the press going? Listen." Truly the new life had begun. The vision was beginning to crystallize in daily living. "We're in the fight now, Mother," he cried. "There is something doing." And later, when Joe stood at the back of the press, and the first complete sheet came through, he picked it up as if it were a new-born child. As indeed it was, wet, drippy, forlorn, and weird, and yet a wonder and a miracle. Joe looked on his own creation, the little sheets, the big black, the 9/10ths, in good clear type. He was awed and reduced almost to tears. He mailed a copy to Myra, with a brief note. "Dear Myra, here's the answer to your question. I'm doing the enclosed, and doing it in West 10th Street. Do you know the neighborhood? Old Greenwich Village. Red, shabby, shoddy, common, and vulgar. Mother and I are as happy as children. How are you? Your letter is splendid. I'm sure you will come to understand. When are you returning to New York? As ever, Joe Blaine." And he thought, "Now I have something to show Sally Heifer." End of Part 2, Chapter 2 of the 9/10ths, by James Oppenheim. Read by Maria Kasper.
A True History of the Massacre of 96 Christian Indians at Gnadenhutten, Ohio, March 8, 1782. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A True History of the Massacre of 96 Christian Indians at Gnadenhutten, Ohio, March 8, 1782. Published by the Gnadenhutten Monument Society, organized October 7, 1843, New Philadelphia. Printed at the Ohio Democrat Office, 1847. In order to perpetuate the memory of the 96 Christian Indians who, on the 8th of March, 1782, fell innocent victims to the savage ferocity of a lawless band of whites, and whose meek endurance of suffering, crowned with a triumphant death, is worthy of commemoration, a society was formed and organized in October, 1843, having for its object the erection of a suitable monument on the spot where the massacre was perpetrated, near the present village of Gnadenhutten in Tuscarawas County, Ohio. This society, having obtained the control of a part of the ground where, on the former Indian village of Gnadenhutten stood, containing about 6 acres, and where the location of the slaughter-houses can still be identified, has fenced it in, partially cleared off the underbrush with which it was overgrown, and in other respects improved and beautified it. But the society, being as yet small, and its funds inadequate to the end in view, begs leave to lay its object before the Christian community with a request for assistance. An effort will be made, should sufficient aid be granted, to erect a plain but durable monument on the spot where the massacre was committed during the next season. Any donation for this purpose transmitted to any one of the officers of the society will be gratefully acknowledged. The officers of the Gnadenhutten Monument Society are President, Reverend Sylvester Wohl; Vice President, Honorable Jacob Blickensterfus, Canal, Dover; Treasurer, Reverend Louis F. Campman; Secretary, Solomon Hoover, Gnadenhutten; Honorable Ebenezer Lane, Sandusky City; Directors, Charles B. Peter, Gnadenhutten; Jonathan Winch. Alas, alas, for treachery! The boasting white men came, with weapons of destruction, the sword of lurid flame. And while the poor defenseless ones together bowed in prayer, unpitying they smote them while kneeling meekly there. The cry of slaughtered innocents went loudly up to heaven, and can you hope, ye murdering bands, ever to be forgiven? We know not, yet we ween for you the latest lingering prayer that trembled on your victims' lips was, God forgive and spare. Historical Introduction. The first successful attempt at preaching the gospel to the heathen Delawares inhabiting the eastern section of the present state of Ohio was made by the Moravian missionary David Zeisberger in the spring of 1772, and in the course of a few years several flourishing congregations of Christian Indians were planted on the banks of the Tuscarawas River. But after the breaking out of the Revolutionary War in 1775, the missionary establishments at Gnadenhutten, Salem, and Schönbrunn were frequently interrupted, and the faith and patience of the missionary brethren and their Indian congregations often severely tried. As their religion taught them to cultivate the art of peace instead of war, and as they wished to preserve neutrality between the English and their Indian allies on the one hand and the Americans on the other, they were subject to constant suspicion and were treated in a hostile manner by both parties. The English governor at Fort Detroit, influenced by the calumnies of their enemies, believed that the Christian Indians were partisans with the Americans, and that the missionaries acted as spies. In order to rid himself of them, he sent a message to Pamoakan, the half-king of the Wyandots, to take up the Indian congregations and their teachers and carry them away. This man, instigated by the Delaware Captain Pipe, a sworn enemy of the mission, at length agreed to commit this act of injustice. In August 1781, a troop of warriors amounting to upwards of 300, commanded by the half-king, the Delaware Captain Pipe, and an English Captain Elliot, made their appearance at Gnadenhutten to accomplish this cruel object. The half-king and his retinue put on the mask of friendship, and proposed the removal of the Christian Indians as a measure dictated by a regard for their safety. This proposal they respectfully declined, promising, however, to consider their words and return an answer the next winter. The half-king would probably have been satisfied with this answer, had not the English officer, Elliot, and Captain Pipe urged him to persevere. The consequence was that the hostile party became peremptory in their demands and insisted on their removal. Their vengeance was particularly directed against the missionaries, and they held frequent consultations in which it was proposed to murder all the white brethren and sisters, and even the Indian assistants. Finally, after much violence and many barbarous cruelties, they compelled the Christian Indians and their teachers to emigrate, leaving behind them a great quantity of corn in their stores, besides a large crop just reaped, together with potatoes and other vegetables and garden fruits. In the beginning of October, 1781, the missionaries, with the greater part of their congregation, arrived under the escort of the Wyandots at Sandusky. Here their savage conductors abandoned them, and loaded with plunder returned to their homes, leaving them to shift for themselves in a country that was destitute of game and every means of support. Pamoakan exulted in the accomplishment of his designs, and informed them that being now in his dominions, they were bound to obey his mandates, and commanded them to hold themselves in readiness to go to battle with him. For a time the exiles roved to and fro, seeking a favorable locality for their stay over winter, and at length pitched upon a spot situated on the east side of the upper Sandusky as the best they could find. Yet even here the country was dreary and barren, and they were at a loss to conceive whence the means of supporting so many should come during the winter which had already set in. Their small stock of provisions was nearly exhausted, and the missionaries had to depend upon the voluntary contributions of those members who had a little Indian corn left. With their usual diligence, rising through faith above all disheartening trials, they at once commenced building huts for the winter. During their labors their daily meetings were kept under the broad canopy of heaven. When the shadows of evening fell upon them, they seated themselves around fires in the open air, one of the missionaries delivering to the listening circle a short discourse. At times some of the strolling savages would also attend, not to hear the gospel preached, but to scoff and laugh. What a sight! The genius of religion might hover over it and point to the redeeming power which accompanied the cross of Christ, wild savages cleaving to the hope of eternal life amid all the ill fortune that seemed at every step to mark their Christian pilgrimage. But their joy no man could take from them. A message then came to them from the commandant at Detroit that the missionaries should repair thither. Glad of the opportunity to exculpate themselves and refute the many lies propagated respecting them, 4 of the teachers, with several Indian brethren, obeyed the summons. They appeared before the court-martial at that place. Their conduct was investigated, especially in relation to the imputed correspondence with the rebels and frustrating of the intended attacks of Indians upon the frontiers, and they were completely exonerated from all blame. The governor endeavored to atone for the ill treatment he had brought upon them by every act of kindness. He provided them with suitable clothing and other necessaries, repurchased their watches for them, and parted from them with most marked expressions of esteem. Thankful for the gracious interposition of God on their behalf, the missionaries returned home, and were greeted with unbounded joy by their people, who had apprehended that they would be kept prisoners, and such had, indeed, been the commandant's original intention. Notwithstanding their extreme poverty, the following months were a joyful season to them, and they celebrated Christmas with cheerfulness and a blessing in their newly built log chapel. The year 1782 had now commenced, and their situation was distressing in the extreme. A supply of 400 bushels of Indian corn, which had been fetched from the deserted towns on the Tuscarawas, was again exhausted, and famine stared them in the face. Provisions of all kinds were wanting. Corn was very scarce throughout the country, and such as had asked $1 for 3 or 4 quarts. The winter was unusually severe, and wood difficult to be obtained. The cattle began to die of hunger, and the congregation were driven to the necessity of supporting themselves upon their carcasses. In some instances babes perished for want of nourishment from their mother's impoverished breast. Dr. Doddridge, in his notes on the Indian wars, appears to me to have given credence to the charges of the Moravians having often sent runners to Fort Pitt to give notice of the approach of war parties, and so far violating the terms of neutrality upon insufficient authority. It is not denied that the Christian Indians relieved the prisoners who were carried through their settlements, and often dissuaded their heathen kinsmen from pursuing their expeditions, but their hearts were equally open to every appeal of suffering humanity. It would appear strange that a circumstance like the one conceded by Dr. Doddridge should not have come to light before the tribunal at Detroit, confronted as they were by their enemies, the chief of whom, Captain Pipe, after some fruitless evasions, was obliged to confess that he had calumniated them. In these deplorable circumstances, after due deliberation, the Indians came to the determination to return once more for food to their forsaken fields where the corn was still standing. Having formed themselves into several divisions, they set out, in all about 150, men, women, and children, the greater part to return no more, but to fall a sacrifice to the treachery and revenge of the white men in the notorious massacre at Gnadenhutten. The Massacre. The actors in this foul transaction consisted of a military band of about 100 men from the western parts of Virginia and Pennsylvania, under the command of Colonel David Williamson. The murder was premeditated, for their purpose was to proceed as far as Sandusky in order to destroy all the Moravian Indians. Among the incentives to this expedition against a quiet and peaceable people were the unusually early depredations of the savages upon the Ohio settlements in the month of February, which, it is alleged, led to the conclusion that the murderers were either Moravians, or that the warriors had their winter quarters in the Moravian towns. In either case, the Moravians being in fault, the safety of the frontier settlements required the destruction of their establishments. Besides, the dismissal of Shabash and some Christian Indians who had been captured in the fall by Colonel Gibson of Pittsburgh, and which was but a common act of justice, gave great offense to the neighboring settlers. Men of the first standing in those parts, in consequence, volunteered to accompany Colonel Williamson, each man furnishing himself with his own ammunition and provisions, and many of them traveling on horseback. Colonel Gibson of Fort Pitt dispatched messengers as soon as he heard of the plot to warn the Indians of the approaching danger, but they arrived too late. From another quarter, however, they received timely notice, but, unfortunately, they thought the information unworthy of credit. So secure did they feel at their occupations that they neglected all their usual precautions. Parties were at work in the cornfields at each of the three settlements, Gnadenhutten, Salem, and Schonbrunn. They had already made fine progress, and gathered a large quantity of grain, and were beginning to bundle up their packs in order to take their final leave of the places, when suddenly the militia made their appearance. When within a mile of Gnadenhutten, Colonel Williamson's party had encamped for the night and reconnoitered their position. On the morning of the 6th of March, the following plan for an assault was devised. My authorities for the following narration are Zeisberger's Journal, Holmes's and Loskiel's Histories, Willett's Scenes in the Wilderness, and Doddridge's Notes. An assault was devised. One half of the men were to cross the river and attack the Indians who were at work in their cornfields on the west side, whilst the other half, being divided into 3 detachments, were to fall simultaneously from different quarters upon the village on the east side. When the former division reached the river, they could not ford it because it was high and filled with floating ice. But observing something like a canoe on the other side, a young man of the party swam across and brought over what proved to be a large sap trough. In this, going 2 by 2, they commenced crossing, but impatient at the delay, a few got over, swimming at its side and holding fast to the edges. In this manner 16 had crossed over, when the sentinels, who were in advance, discovered a lad named Joseph Shabash, the son of the assistant missionary, fired at him and broke one of his arms. The rest hastened to the spot, sending word by those who remained on the east side for the other detachments to march upon Gnadenhutten without a moment's delay, supposing that the firing would have alarmed the inhabitants. With most piteous entreaties, young Shabash begged them to spare his life, representing that he was the son of a white man. But regardless of his cries and tears, they killed him with their hatchets and scalped him. After thus whetting their appetites in his warm life blood, the party approached the plantations. The first to discover their approach was an Indian named Jacob, a brother-in-law to young Shabash, who was employed near the banks of the river, tying up his corn. Remaining unperceived, he was about to hail them, supposing them to be a friendly party, when at that instant they shot at one of the brethren, who was just crossing the river from the town. Upon perceiving this, Jacob fled with the utmost precipitation, and before their faces were turned towards him, was out of sight. Had he acted with some coolness and courage, he might have saved many a valuable life, especially by proceeding to Salem and giving the alarm. But instead of this, fear led him to flee several miles in an opposite direction, where he hid himself a day and a night. The party of 16 now drew near to the Indians, who were at work in the fields in considerable numbers and had their guns with them, and finding that they were greatly outnumbered, accosted them in a friendly manner. They pretended to pity them on account of their past sufferings, said that they had come to conduct them to a place of safety near Pittsburgh, and advised them to discontinue their work at once and return with them to the town to hold a further parley. To all this the Indians, anticipating no harm from the American soldiers, and ignorant as yet of the murder of Shawbash, cheerfully acceded. Not dreaming that they were to be caught like fish in an evil net, and as birds that are caught in the snare, they rejoiced that they had found such true friends, and imagined they saw the hand of God in it, who was about to put an end to all their suffering, and lead them to a more secure and pleasant country. The other detachments had meanwhile arrived at the village, where they found but one man and a woman, whom they shot, as she was hiding in the bushes. But so prepossessed were the Indians with the idea of removing, that nothing was able to shake their confidence in the white men. They cheerfully surrendered their guns, hatchets, and other weapons upon receiving the promise that they should be restored in Pittsburgh, showed them where they had secreted their communion wine and other property in the woods, helped them to pack it up, and began to make every preparation for the journey to Pittsburgh. The native assistant, John Martin, had gone to Salem immediately upon the arrival of the party to inform the inhabitants of the state of affairs, and the next day a troop of horsemen rode down to bring them all in. With the same confiding trust in their professions of peace and goodwill, they returned with them, conversing on the road upon religious topics, in which their attendants joined with much appearance of piety. Simple children of the forest, how dove-like had Christianity made you! How little did you dream of deliberate deceit and base treachery, and that as sheep you were being led to the slaughter. Arriving at the river bank opposite Gnadenhutten, their eyes began to open, however, when it was too late. They discovered a spot of blood on the sand, which excited disquietude and alarm. Soon their boding fears received full confirmation. As soon as they entered the town, all were seized, as those in town had been a short time before. Their guns and pocket knives were taken by their conductors. They were pinioned and confined in 2 houses standing some distance apart, the men in one, the women and children in the other. Here they met together, associates for the last time in sorrow. They mingled their tears and their sympathies together, and their prayers ascended to the throne of grace. The miscreants now held a consultation to decide the fate of the prisoners. The charges which they brought against them were, that their horses, as also their axes, pewter basins, and spoons, and all they possessed had been stolen or obtained by improper means from the white people, and also that they were warriors and not Christians. All of these accusations were utterly false and frivolous. On the contrary, it is presumable that the expedition would never have been undertaken, or at least not so imprudently conducted, if they had anticipated resistance. They well knew the pacific principles of the Moravian Indians, and calculated on blood and plunder without having a shot fired at them. With a mere show of defense, it is likely that such men might have been repulsed. Some deeds of blood were, no doubt, imputed to these Indians, for, according to the statement of the missionaries, the Wyandot and Delaware warriors, who were inimical to the gospel, had always made it a point to return from their campaigns through their settlements in the expectation that it would bring the wiles upon the Moravians. Some warriors, too, accompanied them on their return from Sandusky, crossed the Ohio, and committed several murders, and on their way back stopped near Gnadenhutten, where they impaled a woman and child. But it is equally certain that the Christians had no part or lot in the matter. 2 of those warriors were captured at the same time, and were tomahawked outside of the town by the white men. As to the other charge, it rested upon no other foundation than that one man is said to have found here the bloody clothes of his wife and children, which were plainly those of the woman and child killed near the town, and secreted here by their enemies. Others may have recognized property in the hands of the Indians, since it is probable that the warriors, in their passage through the villages, were in the habit of bartering various articles of value for provisions in lieu of money. But if this was contrary to their neutral engagements, it was unavoidable, as the warriors possessed both the will and the means to compel them to give them whatever they wanted. On such pretexts the Indians were condemned to death. The bloodthirsty troops were clamorous to begin the butchery without delay. The officers hesitated. But can it be doubted that if they had been really averse to the crime, they might have checked the vindictive spirit of their unprincipled subordinates? And had Colonel Williamson been the brave man he is represented to have been, would he have not staked his life upon their defense, rather than that the unoffending and pious captives should perish? It was probably, therefore, more for the sake of appearances, and to devolve a part of the awful responsibility upon their men, than from any motives of mercy, that they determined first to let it be put to a vote of the whole corps. Colonel Williamson put the question in form, whether the Moravian Indians should be taken prisoners to Pittsburgh or put to death, and requested that all those who were in favor of saving their lives should step out of their line and form a second rank. On this 16 or 18 stepped forward, and upwards of 80 remained. The fate of the Indians was thus decided on, and they were told to prepare for death, a brief respite till the morrow being all that was granted them. During the night the murderers deliberated whether they should burn them alive or tomahawk and scalp them, and a few proposed more merciful measures. But the voice of mercy was overruled, and it was determined to butcher them one by one. The Indians were at first overwhelmed at the news of their impending fate, but quickly collecting themselves again, impatiently submitting to the inscrutable decree of the Lord, whose servants they had become, they spent the night in prayer, asking pardon of each other for whatever offense they had given, or grief they had occasioned, and exhorting one another to a faithful and meek endurance of their trials to the end. Then at the dawn of morning they ordered fervent supplications to God their Savior, and united in singing praises unto him, in the joyful hope that they should soon enter into his glorious presence in everlasting bliss. In this hour the consolations of divine grace abounded in their souls. They felt the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, and cheerfully resigned they awaited the summons of their executioners. It was the morning of the 8th of March when the awful scene was enacted. The murderers came to them whilst they were engaged in singing, and asked whether they were ready to die, and received for answer that they had commended themselves to God, who had given them the assurance in their hearts that he would receive their souls. The carnage then immediately commenced. By couples they were led bound into 2 houses that had been selected for the purpose, and were aptly termed the slaughter-houses. The men to one, the women and children to the other, and as they entered were knocked down and butchered. A Pennsylvanian of the party conducted the slaughter of the brethren. Taking up a cooper's mallet — the house had been occupied by a cooper — he said, looking at it and handling it, "How exactly this will answer for the business." With this as an instrument of death He continued knocking them down one after another until he had killed 14 with his own hands. He then handed the mallet to one of his fellow murderers, saying, " My arm fails me. Go on in the same way. I think I have done pretty well." Footnote. This was related by a lad who escaped out of the house and who understood English well. End footnote. Of the horrors that transpired in the house of the poor women and children we have no further account than that a woman, called Christina, who had resided in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and could speak English well, fell upon her knees before the captain and begged him to spare their lives, but was told it was impossible. So ferocious had they become that they were not satisfied with simply destroying their lives, but disfigured the dead and dying bodies in a horrible manner. Thus perished at least 90 innocent persons of all ages, from the gray-haired sire down to the helpless innocent at its mother's breast. Leaving the houses, which were now reeking with the blood and mangled remains of their victims, they went to a little distance, making merry over the horrid deed. But returning once again, they saw one named Abel, who, though scalped and mangled, was attempting to rise, and dispatched him. The whole number of the slain was 96. Of those some were killed before the general massacre, as Shamash and his wife, and several who in attempting to escape by swimming the river were shot. Several warriors were likewise killed at the same time outside of the town. Of the whole number of Moravian Indians, 40 were men, 22 were women, and 34 children. 5 of the men were respectable native assistants, Samuel Moore, Tobias, Isaac Glickhican, and John Martin. Samuel Moore and Tobias had been members of the congregation of that eminently devoted servant of God and most faithful missionary, David Brainerd. After his death they left New Jersey and joined the Moravians. Samuel had received his education from Brainerd, could read, and was so well acquainted with the English language that for many years he served in the capacity of interpreter. The others also bore excellent characters and were very useful members of the church. Isaac Glickhican had been a sachem, and was noted among his countrymen for superior wisdom and courage. Only 2 lads of 14 or 15 years of age effected their escape from the hands of the murderers. One of these was knocked down and scalped with the rest in the slaughterhouse of the brethren. Recovering a little, he looked around, and beheld on all sides the mangled corpses of the dead. Among them he observed Abel attempting to rise, whom the white men, coming in soon afterwards, dispatched. With great presence of mind he lay quite still among the heaps of slain, and when they had departed, crept over the bodies to the door, still keeping himself in such a position as easily to feign death, if any person should approach. As it began to grow dusk, he quickly got out at the door, hid himself behind the house until it was quite dark, and then escaped. The other lad, who had loosed his bonds, soon after it was ascertained that they were to die, succeeded in escaping out of the house where they were confined, and crept by a small cellar window under the house where the women were subsequently butchered. Here he remained undetected, and as the butchery proceeded, saw the blood flow in streams into the cellar. He kept himself concealed till evening, when he with much difficulty made his way out of the narrow window into the woods. These 2 lads met providentially, and staying a while to watch the movements of the white party, journeyed together to Sandusky. The Indians who were gathering corn at Schoenbrunn were saved from the fate of their brethren. They had dispatched 2 brethren to Gnadenhutten and Salem, carrying intelligence to them from the missionaries on the day that the band arrived. These on their way discovered to their great surprise the marks of horses' hoofs along and beside the path, and cautiously followed the tracks until they found the body of Shamash. They buried his body, and after observing that there were many white men in the village, and concluding from the fate of Shawbash that their brethren had all perished by the same cruel hands, hastily returned to Schoenbrunn. Here all took to instant flight, concealing themselves in the woods for some days on the opposite side of the river. When the murderers arrived, therefore, upon the following day, they might easily have been discovered, but being struck with an unaccountable blindness, and finding no trace of Indians, they soon rode off, after pillaging and burning the village. In the same night of the massacre, the white men set fire to all the houses of Gnadenhutten, and to the slaughter-houses among the rest. The dead bodies were but partially consumed, and their bones remained to bleach in the sun, until after some 20 years they received interment by friendly hands. By the light of the burning village the murderers then departed, rending the air with shouts and yells more savage than ever arose in the wilderness before, carrying with them the scalps, about 50 horses, numerous blankets, and some other articles of plunder, which they exposed for sale in Pittsburgh. On their way back they made another attack on an Indian settlement a short distance from Pittsburgh, and were partially successful. After a journey, attended with innumerable hardships, the Indians from Schoenbrunn arrived at Sandusky, almost famished, having left all their provisions behind. They returned to a dreary country, and to add to their distress, they returned to take another leave of their teachers. Well might they say with the patriarch Jacob, "All these things are against me." But they murmured not, they trusted in God and took courage. In conclusion, may the memory of our red brethren who at Gnadenhutten sealed their faith with blood ever remain, and may their pious confession of the Savior in suffering, their meek endurance, and triumphant Christian death bear testimony to the truth, as it is in Jesus, as long as the memory of the atrocious deed shall last. End of A True History of the Massacre of 96 Christian Indians at Gnadenhutten, Ohio, March 8, 1782. Read by Mary in Arkansas.
Nine Points of the Law by Thomas Grant Springer. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wilson stepped into the dingy restaurant and stood a moment, dripping like a wet terrier on the mat. Then he slopped apologetically across the freshly mopped oilcloth, marking his progress with muddy footprints, and slid softly into a chair at a table against the wall. The grey gloom of the out-of-doors seemed to penetrate even here, and to intensify the vain regret that was the aftermath of a lurid evening. The waitress rose from behind her barricade of smeared mustard pots with a thievish air, swung languidly up the aisle with an exaggerated kangaroo gait, stopping to adjust her frowsy coiffure before the mirror over the counter, then selected his table instruments with provoking deliberation. Returning, she set them before him, never an enlivening smile warming the cool insolence of her face, as she masticated her gum with a regular rotary motion of her jaw, and gazed with calm gloom far over his head into the rain-soaked vista of the street. His eyes searched her face with the mute appeal of a whipped dog. Then he gave his order in a tone that apologized for his existence, and drained his glass of water in huge gulps, grateful for the momentary moisture in his hot throat. The dampness of his coat seemed to soak into his spirits, and his mind began to speculate vaguely as to the whereabouts of his umbrella, hung no doubt on some bar rail, to be lifted by a thankful stranger hand. Seeking to alleviate his sense of hopeless loss, his eyes began to roam idly about the room. The late breakfasters had gone, and the vanguard of lunch patrons was still an hour off. The only other occupant of the room, aside from the dozing cashier at the counter, was a seedy individual at the next table, consuming lumpy mush in noisy mouthfuls. Wilson turned from the sickening spectacle with a sense of disgust, when his eyes encountered an umbrella standing against the wall between his table and the next, but slightly nearer his. It was a beautiful umbrella. From its surmounting oxidized silver handle, down its glittering, rain-shimmering silken folds, to its aristocratic steel-tipped point, it bespoke a fashionable smartness that absolutely prohibited in Wilson's mind its ownership with the shabby mush consumer. Wilson's eyes glued themselves upon it with fatal fascination, to be withdrawn in guilty haste as the girl arrived with his order. He immediately devoted himself to the food, with an attention too palpably assumed. The girl returned to her occupying mustard pots, Wilson's eyes following her with criminal fear of her having read his thoughts. But the insolent blankness of her face reassured him. His mind became absorbed in the problem of possession. If by any accident of chance the object of desire should belong to his neighbour, he had no excuse in the matter of a substitute to fall back on, should he be discovered in his acquisition of the property. Clearly there was but one thing to do: allow his neighbour to finish his meal and pass out, then carelessly appropriate the umbrella with all the nonchalant assumption of ownership and stroll to the street with preoccupied abstraction. He ceased his violent and somewhat nauseating haste with his eggs, which, owing to his throat feeling like plush, had to be pushed down, leaving a stickiness behind, and began to kill time against his neighbour's departure. Then he noticed with growing apprehension that the man had finished, but was still sitting there with an air of nervous abstraction, now and then casting covetous eyes at the umbrella. A horror of doubt assailed Wilson. Could it be that his neighbour was bitten by the same guilty longing? He forced his mind to be calm and study it out. The stranger's shabby shoulders were dumb. Glancing up to the hook above his head, Wilson could see that his dingy derby was shining with moisture. The result of Wilson's deductions was that the stranger had entered without an umbrella. A further study, noting the furtive glances the man cast behind him, the nervous assumption of leisure, the too apparent absorption in the morning paper, convinced Wilson that he did not intend to leave without one. Wilson flushed at the cool insolence of the fellow. He would rise, take the umbrella, and saunter carelessly to the counter, turning a moment to enjoy the blank disappointment on his neighbour's face. Then he stopped suddenly. The other man was there first. Suppose he had noticed it before Wilson entered. How could he then explain his assumption of possession of it if questioned? Ah, he was nervous. No doubt the stranger had not seen it, and Wilson merely imagined the other's desire to possess it, stimulated by his own guilt. He picked up the paper and began a desultory perusal, casting occasional glances over it at his neighbour's shoulders, and growing more impatient as he lingered. The girl finished the mustard pots, came over and cleared his table, then that of his neighbour. Wilson heaved a sigh of relief. Surely now the fellow would go. But no, he showed no disposition to do so. Wilson's jaw set with determination. Clearly it was to be a trial of endurance. Very well, he could wait as long as the other. He salved his conscience with the excuse of discovery. The other man grew nervous, and Wilson smiled grimly as he heard the paper rattle. He glanced up and caught the waitress eyeing them with what seemed to him an amused smile. Did she too know, and was she enjoying the uneasiness of both? He looked up at the clock and saw that he had been there almost an hour, and that it was nearly time for the lunch patrons to arrive. Would the fellow never go? His very lingering convinced Wilson that the umbrella was not his. Then he, Wilson, had quite as much right to it as the other. Yes, and he meant to have it too. Just then a well-dressed, nervous old gentleman entered. "Did I leave my umbrella here?" he asked the cashier. "I ain't seen it," she replied indifferently. It was a silk umbrella with an oxidized silver handle, he went on. I ate breakfast here, and then stepped across the street to Dr. Black's office. I must have left it here, for I've been nowhere else. I sat right there. Why, bless me, there it is. And he rushed nervously down the aisle, snatched it, and with a beaming face hastened out, pausing at the door to raise it. Wilson waited a moment, then, with a sickening sense of loss, rose, his neighbour almost simultaneously following his example. They paused together at the counter, then shot a sheepish, sidelong glance at each other. At the door they drew their coat collars about their throats and hurried in opposite directions through the downpour. End of 9 Points of the Law by Thomas Grant Springer.
Metrical setting of Psalm 9, first part, Wrath and Mercy from the Judgment Seat. Words by Isaac Watts. Music by Alexander R. Reinagel. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. With my whole heart I'll raise my song, thy wonders I'll proclaim. Thou sovereign judge of right and wrong, wilt put my foes to shame. I'll sing thy majesty and grace, my God prepares his throne, to judge the world in righteousness and make his vengeance known. Then will the Lord a refuge prove for all who are oppressed, to save the people of his love and give the weary rest. The men who know thy name will trust in thy abundant grace, for thou wilt ne'er forsake the just who humbly seek thy face. Sing praises to the righteous Lord, who dwells on Zion's hill, who executes his threatening word and doth his grace fulfill. End of Metrical Setting of Psalm 9, first part, Wrath and Mercy from the Judgment Seat. Words by Isaac Watts. Music by Alexander R. Reinagel.
The 9th Ode of the Paschal Canon by St. John of Damascus, chanted in Greek. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fotizu, fotizu, inea Ierusalim, Igor doxa Kyriou, epise anetile, core veninque agalusion, si de agni, terpuseo toke, enti exercitu tocusu. O Theas, O Philis, O glicitatis Sophonis, methimon absevthoscar, epikilo esthese, mecriter maton neonos Christe, ipisti, anchiran elpidos, catecontes agalometha. O Pascat Omega, que hierotaton Christe, O Sophia que loge, tu Theu que dinamis, thithui minecte poteron sumetaskin, entian spero, imeratis facilia su. Fotizu, fotizu, inea Ierusalim, igordoxa Kyriou, epise anetile, core veninque acalusion, si de agni, terputheo toke, enti exercitu tocusu. End of the 9th Ode of the Paschal Canon by St. John of Damascus.
Beethoven's Ninth Symphony by Ernst Ortleb, translated from the German by Hermann Kreismann. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. The Walk. On a beautiful evening in spring, a grey-haired old man walked in silence through the solitary fields. Sometimes, as if in deep meditation, he would stop, and then again, with head bowed down, would sit, lost, as it were, in dreamy reverie. His soul was indeed filled with a deep grief to which he in vain sought to give utterance. He longed once more for the unattained aspirations of his youth, all that he had sighed for, yearned for, but never possessed. Bitter, scalding tears trickled down his withered cheek. His heart was full of sorrow, and yet the world greeted him with its beauty. The sunset shone with mellow, rosy light upon the earth. All around him seemed full of life and bloom, full of peace and joy. He alone was sad, sad even to death. Years had passed since he had heard the song of the cuckoo or the nightingale, his favourites. Around him were 1,000 happy sounds, of birds, of brooks and rustling trees, the chiefest joy of all creation to his music-loving ears, but long since shut out for him for ever. For Beethoven was deaf, and thus, cut off from the cheering voice of nature, he stood apart also from the sympathy of his fellow men. There were none to understand his raptures or pity his woes. The beloved who had betrayed him rose up before his mind, and his heart writhed with the bitter remembrance. The images of friends glided past him, but how few were they, while of those who had wounded his inmost soul, how great was the number. He beheld the rich and the powerful who could not appreciate his merit. He saw them pass him with proud indifference, or gaze on him with vague curiosity. He saw extended before him the city that did not value his works, that so unfeelingly suffered the immortal genius within him to be a prey to the mean and earthly cares of a joyless existence. Then bitter indignation seized him. Anger and hatred mingled in fearful discord with his gentler feelings. He clenched his fists, curses were on his tongue, and his otherwise mild and loving heart boiled and heaved like a volcano pregnant with destruction and ruin. He thought of his childhood, when he suffered cruelty even at the hands of his father, but thought also of his tender mother, loving him with all a mother's fervour, and her memory fell like a ray from heaven upon the darkness of his soul. He recalled the gloomy hours when, conscious of his future greatness, unnoticed and unknown, he wept in solitude and struggled against maddening despondency. But the glowing light of evening recalled also those happy moments when, on the pinions of artistic inspiration, he soared above the dust of earthly splendour and of earthly misery. He beheld the forms of his heartless persecutors moving by him with scornful laugh, saying of the holiest and most divine effusions of his noble mind, an insipid nothing. But the revered image, too, of Father Haydn rose before him in all his joyous, loving nature, full of friendly, smiling geniality, and then his heart melted in soft emotions. He sat deeply wrapped in these dreams. Before his glowing imagination floated 1,000 joyful images, and when he raised his eyes, lo, it was indeed no delusion, for before him, in the radiant glow of evening, gazing at him with loving eyes, stood Father Haydn. "Dost thou descend from the regions above?" he said, addressing the radiant image. "Dost thou approach to summon me to that realm for which my weary, shattered soul has pined so long?" "Alas, poor soul, glorious and lofty genius, thou sublime master," replied Haydn with a gentle smile, "why art thou so sad? If I were indeed to announce to thee the hour of thy departure, behold me in my blissful joy. Wouldst thou not gladly follow me? Hast thou not reached thine aim? An aim that makes all earthly glory blush? Dost thou not still remember what I once said to thee? Could I but begin anew, I would create works of quite another stamp, worlds of harmonies never yet heard or dreamt of. This was reserved for thee. My prophecy is fulfilled in thy works, and thou canst now with joyous pride depart to a higher immortality, where thy crown shall have no thorns. But yet one thing weighs heavily on my heart," sadly replied the other. "I cannot depart in peace until I have sung my swan song. It may cost my life, but then I will gladly go hence." "Thus it is decreed to thee," said Haydn solemnly. "I announce it to thee. Thou shalt not live to see another spring. But then thou shalt dwell above the stars. Thou shalt revel in delight over thine own symphonies that have been dead to thine ears so long. Thou shalt listen to the melodious tones of a divine language, as thou dost now listen to me." "Oh, what bliss!" cried the other in ecstasy, "that a higher, a miraculous power thus enables me to hear the tones of thy voice. Think, O exalted friend, how could a fate more wretched have befallen me? But alas, answer me once more, shall I indeed finish my swan song ere I go hence?" "Thou shalt, and for 1,000 years it shall be heard. I consecrate thee, and endow thee with strength from heaven, that thy last creation may contain all that as yet has lain unuttered in the inmost depths of thy soul, that it may be a revelation of thy holiest self. At first rejected and not understood, it shall gradually be comprehended and wondered at, then later entirely appreciated and loved, until it is finally praised and admired without limit for ever. And now farewell, we soon shall meet again." The vision vanished. Had an excited imagination conjured it up before him in his solitude? Or was it a reality? He suddenly felt his genius awakening within him, as if from a long slumber. His eye glanced wildly at the vaults of heaven. Flashes as of lightning shot across his mind. His whole being was in tumultuous emotion. He snatched the paper from his breast and wrote hurriedly a few notes. A minor, anxious and suspended emotion, trembling expectation. "Gloomy again," he exclaimed. "I wished indeed to sing of joy that soars above sorrow, and still I feel that this is my true and long-sought beginning." He cast an anxious look upon the little sheet, and returned it to his breast with others that he had in like manner enriched with musical ideas. Suddenly an inward emotion overpowered him, and falling upon his knees and convulsively clasping his hands, lifting up his moist eyes to heaven, he exclaimed, "O God, grant me my hearing! grant once more, but for a few moments, that I may hear. It is only thus that I can do it. Therefore I entreat thee, O my God, I beseech thee ardently, grant me this one prayer. Let my ears once more drink in the voices of the spring. And he heard the voices of the spring. Enraptured, he wished to rise, but his emotion was too powerful. He sank upon his knees again, as if in prayer. He listened to the rustling trees and the joyous warbling of 1,000 birds. He drank in the deep-drawn, melancholy notes of the nightingale and the voice of the merry cuckoo from the neighbouring forest. With increasing rapture he heard the murmuring of many brooks, the roaring of the waterfall, and the sound of distant thunder. With these mingled in his ears the burring hum of insects, the waving of the cornfields around him, and the clarionet of the solitary shepherd, piping with sweet and mellow notes the divine chorale, "Rejoice greatly, O my soul." Still upon his knees, he joined softly in the chorale, whilst the tears poured down his cheeks with joy and thankfulness. The theme he had so long sought now at last unfolded itself, the glorious hymn of joy. And now again these moments of bliss have vanished. The melodies of nature's sublime music have died away in softer and softer echoes upon his ear. Joyless and soundless deafness is returned. All around him again is dead and silent. 2. The Concert. Strange indeed are the opinions that I have been compelled to hear of thy last, thy glorious work, immortal Master, who hast in succession lifted me through all the heavens. Why should so many years pass by, during which thy mighty creation existed but in lifeless score? Why was there none to listen with enthusiastic devotion to thy most precious gift to the world? Why is it till now that I have never drunk in with rapturous astonishment the beauty of thy swan song? Rise up, pale shadow, from thy grave. Receive the worship due, but withheld from thee in life. Let me embrace and thank thee for the happiest, the most exalted hour of my existence. To thee alone do I owe it. How, even in the rehearsal, was I delighted, charmed by the unbroken chain of beauties. But at the concert, where the dawning glory shone out in full splendour, it was as the brightest day before me. Then was the mighty theme of the symphony no longer hidden, the joys of our existence pictured upon the gloomy shadows of our sorrows. A picture as of light dawning in upon us from a profound night of despair, void of all consolation. Already had I beheld all the lovely magic forms, all the fearful demons conjured up by the spell of these enchanting harmonies, and now again were they to rise up before me in this exalted hour. With anxious, trembling motion, the allegro ma non troppo un poco maestoso began. The second violins and violoncellos commenced pianissimo, their strange whispering of fifths running in double triplets. The horns sustained softly the chord. The first violins and the violas came in sotto voce with their mysterious passages. Fifths everywhere darted forth like lightning from a threatening cloud, until at length the octave gains supremacy, and in a passionate unisono modulates into the fearfully flashing chords in D minor, which seem to disclose to the astonished listener the boiling rage of inward despair. now the same play with fifths, begins in D minor. But this time the unisono of the octaves changes into B-flat major. Thus we have, even in the beginning, the light and shade of the whole symphony. First tormenting grief, succeeded forthwith by a victorious conquest over it. But grief and sorrow rush in upon us in new gushes, until the wind instruments come in with their soft and heavenly modulations. Violins, violas, and violoncellos mingling with them. Abrupt, powerful chords in B-flat major. Pure living joy prevails when the full orchestra unisono, in swelling waves of joy, concludes the first part of this movement. The second part again begins in D minor, passes into D major, and changes with a wonderful effect into G minor. Sad modulations of the clarionets, oboes, and bassoons, seeming as though it were the language of deep and melancholy grief, weeping over long past happy hours. Strains in C and G minor interwoven with the ground theme follow. In distorted mockery, the bassoons repeat the deeply moving passages of the basses in B-flat major. Alas, those sweet voices of consolation did not prove true. They did not fulfill what they promised. We behold all the ideal creations of our youth. They have become frightful caricatures. Then our strength fails. We cease to struggle on. We submit to grief when we stand at the end of our years, when youth and friendship, love and all is gone, and we see nothing before us but the open grave. What shall we say of the scherzo molto vivace? Is it not redolent with life? Is not the whole a web of striking individuality and surprising genius? We are at once swept along into the magic ring of a strange, dancing, tragicomical joyfulness. The second violins begin the theme pianissimo. The violas follow, succeeded by the basses. The stringed instruments sport with the melody. The wind instruments seem at first merely to look on, and in single notes to give vent to their astonishment. All at once the steady viola takes the flute as it were by the hand, leading it along into the merry dance. The oboes follow, and after a few hesitating measures, the whole orchestra, possessed by the seducing example, join in with the rest. All is joyous, fluent, natural, full of flexibility and sparkling wit. It is one of the loveliest, the most charming of Beethoven's creations. But if the scherzo paints the dancing, laughing, sporting, life-stirring, and perhaps more sensual joy, the Adagio molto e cantabile, B-flat major, and the following Andante moderato, D major, portray the bliss of mind that fills the soul in dreams of another world, and freed from all earthly cares, lull us into a heavenly peace. The whole is pervaded by a calm and unspeakable happiness. When we hear the tempestuous, dissonant tutti of the last movement for the first time, we recoil and think Beethoven possessed by madness. But again, how everything appears in a different light when we consider it as connected with the idea of the composer. Grief and sorrow had already been conquered in the joyous scherzo and happy adagio. Now the newly armed enemy rises once more and ventures with all his crushing power a last assault. Whither shall I fly before thee, thou hellish demon, that forever chasest me with flashing sword from out my paradises? Where shall I again find my happiness? Here those threatening, torturing fifths pursue me. There the motley and whirling crowd confronts me. But see, they vanish. it was a mere delusion. Hark, what soothing sounds! Is that the longed-for joy? No, it is not. An empty sound deceives the ear. But now the grand and lofty recitative of the basses in D major finally removes these torturing doubts. And now we have come to the passage when the masterly portraying of longing devotion, enthusiasm, and triumphal joy draws ever closer circles around our souls, until the inmost recesses of our hearts are filled with ecstasy. It was certainly a happy thought of Beethoven to connect Schiller's hymn to joy with the chorale "Rejoice greatly, O my soul," of which we are reminded in the last continuing principal themes. First, the basses play it through 24 measures alone, then the violoncellos and violas have the melody, the bassoons then join. Again the 24 measures, and now the whole orchestra comes in, taking it once more through 24 measures, thus rising higher and higher, till all our being seems carried away by triumphant joy. Now again a few more strange and gloomy passages, but suddenly a voice resounds, singing, "Friends, no more these mournful sounds," upon which Schiller's great hymn to joy follows. The closing movement is the crowning glory of all, and is unsurpassed in loftiness and grandeur of conception. The soul revels in a sea of joys. It is as though Beethoven, before his departure from this world, had poured out all his deepest and most divine feelings, until the whole ends in triumphant and all-conquering bliss. One idea reigns throughout the whole of this towering work. Everywhere we behold that singular and original God of the Muses, the God of smiles and tears. Let us bow in adoration before the master genius who bequeathed to us this divine symphony, this work of tears and raptures, of darkness and light, of hellish torture and heavenly bliss. End of Beethoven's 9th Symphony by Ernst Ortleb. Translated from the German by Hermann Kreismann. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Nine Little Gad-Abouts by Mother Carey. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Dame Gad-About, once upon a time, started for the seashore with her children 9. 9 little Gad-Abouts dressed in their best, bottle green waistcoat, brownish striped vest, keeping step together, left foot then the right, like a band of soldiers. What a pretty sight! Mistress Quack went bathing on the self-same day, with her 3 young ladies in their suits of gray. 3 charming Mrs. Quack, coming from their bath, met the little Gad-Abouts marching down the path. Mistress Quack bethought her, "'Tis our time to dine. Make yourselves at home, dears, gobble up the 9. Little Dame Gad-About, scenting the fray, lifted her gauzy wings and soared far away. 9 little Gad-Abouts, pausing, alack, furnished a nice repast for the Mrs. Quack. End of 9 Little Gad-Abouts by Mother Carey. Read by Steve Toner.
Ninth Census, Instructions to Assistant Marshals. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 9th Census of the United States, 1870. Instructions to Assistant Marshals. Department of the Interior, Washington, D.C., May 1st, 1870. The following rules and instructions are published for the guidance of Assistant Marshals. Strict and literal compliance in every particular will be enforced. The Department will not recognize any claim for compensation until the whole work has been well and properly done. J. D. Cox, Secretary of the Interior. General Directions. Assistant Marshals will begin the enumeration of their subdivisions June 1st, and continue it without interruption till the work is complete. Intermission of work will be sufficient cause for removal. Assistant Marshals will report progress to the Marshal regularly once a fortnight. Failure to do so will be sufficient cause for removal. Each assistant will provide himself with a secure portable inkstand, good ink, and a sufficient number of pens. All entries will be carefully dried with the blotting paper which accompanies each portfolio. Each page of schedules will be numbered in exact order as filled and when filled. The first page of the first sheet of each of the 5 schedules, inhabitants, mortality, agriculture, etc., must be numbered 1. First page of second sheet, 5. First page of third sheet, 9, and so on continuously, until the township or borough or parish or ward of a city is completed. Begin each township, borough, etc., with a new sheet or a new half sheet without tearing it off. Use the greatest care to preserve your blanks from unnecessary exposure, and your schedules when filled from loss. Let no one meddle with your papers. Carry as little finished work as possible and as few schedules at a time as will answer your purpose. Always carry the full pamphlet of instructions. Sheets must never be folded, either in the course of enumeration or in transmission to marshals or to the census office. Whenever sheets are sent in sufficient number to allow it, they will be sent in flat packages at length. When the package is too small for this, the sheets will be rolled. Half sheets will not be used except when they are the last or the only sheets of that schedule from that subdivision. A limited number of half sheets is furnished for use in the smaller subdivisions. There are certain columns on each schedule which must be filled in every case, or the work of enumeration has not been performed. Such are 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 on Schedule 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10, 12 on Schedule 2, 1, 2, 52 on Schedule 3, 1, 3, 12, 15, 18 on Schedule 4. When the census office is put to trouble and expense by having to obtain, through subsequent correspondence, the answers to these questions, the cost of clerk hire and correspondence to the department will be estimated, and deduction will be made for work not done. The attention of assistant marshals is invited, in this connection, to the phraseology of the law fixing the rates of compensation. For each farm, fully returned, 10 cents. For each establishment of productive industry, fully taken and returned, 15 cents. Section 13, Act of May 23, 1850. After enumerating a family, farm, shop, etc., the entries made should be read over to the party giving the information, that all mistakes may be corrected on the spot at the time. This is a requirement of law. The name of the town, township, parish, etc., of the county, of the state, and of the post office, the day of the month, and the name of the assistant marshal in his own handwriting, must be filled into the proper spaces on each page, except in the case of the agricultural schedule, where each alternate page will be signed and filled as above required. On all the schedules, when values are required to be stated, omit fractions of a dollar. As far as possible, assistant marshals will have the first copy of their returns made from the sheets as they are completed, so that the full returns may be sent to the marshal at the earliest practicable moment after the enumeration closes. Great pains will be taken in comparing the copy intended for the census office with the originals, point by point. The second copy required by law will be forwarded to the Marshal when completed. At the end of each set of returns the Assistant Marshal will certify that they were made according to law and instructions. Special attention will be paid to the rules relating to the distribution, care, and use of blanks, laid down in circular from the Department of the Interior of May 12, 1870. Assistant Marshals will return their portfolios to the Marshals when their duties are completed. The 10th section of the Act of May 23, 1850, requires that the Assistant Marshal shall make the enumeration by actual inquiry at every dwelling house, or by personal inquiry of the head of every family, and not otherwise. The duty cannot be performed by deputy or proxy. General publication will be made of the fact, so that citizens may know their rights and resent unauthorized intrusion or inquiry. When persons properly subject to enumeration refuse to give information in the particulars required, they will be admonished of their liability under the provisions of the 15th section of the Act of May 23, 1850. Assistant Marshals will, however, make as little show as possible of authority. They will approach every individual in a conciliatory manner, respect the prejudices of all, adapt their inquiries to the comprehension of foreigners and persons of limited education, and strive in every way to relieve the performance of their duties from the appearance of obtrusiveness. Anything like an overbearing disposition should be an absolute disqualification for the position. No graver offense can be committed by Assistant Marshals than to divulge information acquired in the discharge of their duty. All disclosures should be treated as strictly confidential, with the exception hereafter to be noted in the case of the mortality schedule. Information will be solicited of any breach of confidence on the part of Assistant Marshals. The Department is determined to protect the citizen in all his rights in the present census. Assistant Marshals, on receiving notice of their appointment, are advised and requested to prosecute informal inquiries within the limits of civility and discretion, in any direction which will enable them the better to begin and complete their work, especially to make themselves as intelligent as possible in regard to the industrial character of their subdivisions and the peculiar conditions of each important industry. Inhabitants. Schedule 1. Numbering. Dwelling houses and families will be numbered consecutively, in order as visited, until the township, borough, or parish, or ward of a city is completed, when a new numbering will begin, as is the case with the numbering of pages. Dwelling houses. By dwelling houses is meant a house standing alone or separated by walls from other houses in a block. Only such buildings are to be reckoned as dwelling houses as have been used as the entire habitation of a family. But houses only temporarily uninhabited are to be returned and numbered in order. In that case a dash, thus, will be drawn through column number 2, and the remaining spaces on the line be left blank. Hotels, poorhouses, garrisons, asylums, jails, and similar establishments, where the inmates live habitually under a single roof, are to be regarded as single dwelling homes for the purposes of the census. The character of such establishments should be written longitudinally in the column. Eating houses, stores, shops, etc. Very many persons, especially in cities, have no other place of abode than stores, shops, etc., places which are not primarily intended for habitation. Careful inquiry will be made to include this class, and such buildings will be reckoned as dwelling houses within the intention of the census law. But a watchman or clerk, belonging to a family resident in the same town or city, and sleeping in such store or shop merely for purposes of security, will be enumerated as of his family. Families. By family, column 2, is meant one or more persons living together and provided for in common. A single person living alone in a distinct part of a house may constitute a family, while, on the other hand, all the inmates of a boarding house or a hotel will constitute but a single family, though there may be among them many husbands with wives and children. Under whatever circumstances and in whatever numbers people live together under one roof and are provided for at a common table, there is a family in the meaning of the law. Names of individuals. In column 3 will be entered the name of every person in each family, of whatever age, including the names of such as were temporarily absent on the first day of June, 1870. The name of any member of the family who may have died between the first day of June, 1870, and the day of the Assistant Marshal's visit is to be entered, and the person fully described as if living, but the name of any person born during that period is to be omitted. The name of the father, mother, or other ostensible head of the family, in the case of hotels, jails, etc., the landlord, jailer, etc., is to be entered first of the family. The family name is to be written first in the column, and the full first or characteristic Christian or given name of each member of the family in order thereafter. So long as the family name remains the same for the several members, it need not be repeated, provided a clear horizontal line be drawn in the place it would occupy. Thus, Smith, John, Elizabeth. Place of abode. By place of abode is meant the house or usual lodging place. All persons temporarily absent on journey or visit are to be counted as of the family, but children and youth absent for purposes of education on the 1st of June, and having their home in a family where the school or college is situated, will be enumerated at the latter place. Seafaring men are to be reported at their land homes, no matter how long they may have been absent, if they are supposed to be still alive. Hence, sailors temporarily at a sailor's boarding or lodging house, if they acknowledge any other home within the United States, are not to be included in the family of the lodging or boarding house. Persons engaged in internal transportation, canal men, express men, railroad men, etc., if they habitually return to their homes in the intervals of their occupation, will be reported as of their families, and not where they may be temporarily staying on the 1st of June. Personal description. Columns 4, 5, and 6 must in every case be filled with the age, sex, or color of the person enumerated. No return will be accepted when these spaces are left blank. Ages. The exact age in figures will be inserted in column 4, wherever the same can be obtained. Otherwise, the nearest approximation thereto. Where the age is a matter of considerable doubt, the Assistant Marshal may make a note to that effect. Children who on the 1st of June, 1870, were less than a year old will have their age stated by the fractional part of the year, as 1 month, 1/12, 3 months, 3/12, 9 months, 9/12, etc. In all other cases, months will be omitted. The age taken is the age at last birthday. Color. It must not be assumed that where nothing is written in this column, white is to be understood. The column is always to be filled. Be particularly careful in reporting the class mulatto. The word is here generic, and includes quadroons, octoroons, and all persons having any perceptible trace of African blood. Important scientific results depend upon the correct determination of this class in Schedules 1 and 2. For reporting occupation, see remarks at the close of the instructions in regard to this schedule. Property. Column 8 will contain the value of all real estate owned by the person enumerated, without any deduction on account of mortgage or other encumbrance, whether within or without the census subdivision or the county. The value meant is the full market value, known or estimated. Personal estate, column 9, is to be inclusive of all bonds, stocks, mortgages, notes, livestock, plate, jewels, or furniture, but exclusive of wearing apparel. No report will be made when the personal property is under $100. Column 10 will contain the place of birth of every person named upon the schedule. If born within the United States, the state or territory will be named, whether it be the state or territory in which the person is at present residing or not. If of foreign birth, the country will be named as specifically as possible. Instead of writing Great Britain as the place of birth, give the particular country, as England, Scotland, Wales. Instead of Germany, specify the state, as Prussia, Baden, Bavaria, Württemberg, Hesse-Darmstadt, etc. The inquiries in the columns numbered 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 20 are of such a nature that these columns only require to be filled when the answer to the inquiry is yes. If the person being enumerated had a father or mother of foreign birth, if he or she attended school during the year, if he or she cannot read or cannot write, if he is a citizen of the United States above the age of 21 years, and if, being such citizen, his right to vote is denied or abridged on other grounds than participation in rebellion or other crime, then an affirmative mark, thus, diagonal slash, will be drawn in each of the above columns opposite the name. Education. It will not do to assume that because a person can read, he can therefore write. The inquiries contained in columns 16 and 17 must be made separately. Very many persons who will claim to be able to read, though they really do so in a most defective manner, will frankly admit that they cannot write. These inquiries will not be asked of children under 10 years of age. In regard to all persons above that age, children or adults, male and female, the information will be obtained. At school. It is not intended to include those whose education has been limited to Sunday or evening schools. Deaf and dumb, blind, insane, or idiotic. Great care will be taken in performing this work of the enumeration, so as at once to secure completeness and avoid giving offense. Total blindness and undoubted insanity only are intended in this inquiry. Deafness merely, without loss of speech, is not to be reported. The fact of idiocy will be better determined by the common consent of the neighborhood than by attempting to apply any scientific measure to the weakness of the mind or will. Constitutional relations. Upon the answers to the questions under this head will depend the distribution of representative power in the general government. It is therefore imperative that this part of the enumeration should be performed with absolute accuracy. Every male person born within the United States who has attained the age of 21 years is a citizen of the United States by the force of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Also, all persons born out of the limits and jurisdiction of the United States, whose fathers at the time of their birth were citizens of the United States. Act of February 10th, 1855. Also, all persons born out of the limits and jurisdiction of the United States, who have been declared by judgment of court to have been duly naturalized, having taken out both papers. The part of the enumerator's duty which relates to column 19 is therefore easy, but it is none the less of importance. It is a matter of more delicacy to obtain the information required by column 20. Many persons never try to vote, and therefore do not know whether their right to vote is or is not abridged. It is not only those whose votes have actually been challenged and refused at the polls for some disability or want of qualification who must be reported in this column, but all who come within the scope of any state law denying or abridging suffrage to any class or individual on any other ground than participation in rebellion or legal conviction of crime. Assistant marshals, therefore, will be required carefully to study the laws in their own states in these respects, and to satisfy themselves, in the case of each male citizen of the United States above the age of 21 years, whether he does or does not come within one of these classes. As the 15th Amendment to the Constitution prohibiting the exclusion from the suffrage of any person on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, has become the law of the land, all state laws working such exclusion have ceased to be of virtue. If any person is in any state still practically denied the right to vote by reason of any such state laws not repealed, that denial is merely an act of violence of which the courts may have cognizance, but which does not come within the view of marshals and their assistants in respect to the census. Indians. Indians not taxed are not to be enumerated on Schedule 1. Indians out of their tribal relations and exercising the rights of citizens under state or territorial laws will be included. In all cases, write Indian in the column for color. Although no provision is made for the enumeration of Indians not taxed, it is highly desirable for statistical purposes that the number of such persons not living upon reservations should be known. Assistant marshals are therefore requested, where such persons are found within their subdivisions, to make a separate memorandum of names, with sex and age, and embody the same in a special report to the census office. Occupation. The inquiry, profession, occupation, or trade is one of the most important questions of this schedule. Make a study of it. Take especial pains to avoid unmeaning terms, or such as are too general to convey a definite idea of the occupation. Call no man a factory hand or a mill operative. State the kind of mill or factory. The better form of expression would be works in a cotton mill, works in paper mill, etc. Do not call a man a shoemaker, bootmaker, unless he makes the entire boot or shoe in a small shop. If he works in or for a boot or shoe factory, say so. Do not apply the word jeweler to those who make watches, watch chains, or jewelry in large manufacturing establishments. Call no man a commissioner, a collector, an agent, an artist, an overseer, a professor, a treasurer, a contractor, or a speculator, without further explanation. When boys are entered as apprentices, state the trade they are apprenticed to, as apprentice to carpenter, apothecary's apprentice. When a lawyer, a merchant, a manufacturer, has retired from his practice or business, say retired lawyer, retired merchant, etc., and distinguish between fire and life insurance agents. When clerks are returned, describe them as clerk in store, clerk in woolen mill, railroad clerk, bank clerk, etc. Describe no man as a mechanic if it is possible to describe him more accurately. Distinguish between stone masons and brick masons. Do not call a paper bonnet maker a bonnet manufacturer, a lace maker a lace manufacturer, a chocolate maker a chocolate manufacturer. Reserve the term manufacturer for proprietors of establishments. Always give the branch of manufactures. Whenever merchants or traders can be reported under a single word expressive of their special line, as grocer, it should be done. Otherwise, say dry goods merchant, coal dealer, etc. Add in all cases the class of business, as wholesale, retail, importer, jobber, etc. Use the word huckster in all cases where it applies. Be very particular to distinguish between farmers and farm laborers. In agricultural regions, this should be one of the points to which the assistant marshal should especially direct his attention. Confine the use of the words glover, hatter, and furrier to those who actually make or make up in their own establishments all or a part of the gloves and hats and furs which they sell. Those who only sell these articles should be characterized as glove dealer, hat or cap dealer, fur dealer. Judges. State whether federal or state, whether probate, police, or otherwise. Judges may be assumed to be lawyers, and that addition therefore need not be given. But all other officials should have their profession designated if they have any, as retired merchant, governor of Massachusetts, paper manufacturer, representative in legislature. If anything is to be omitted, leave out the office and put in the occupation. As far as possible, distinguish machinists, as locomotive builders, engine builders, etc. Instead of saying packers, indicate whether you mean pork packers or crockery packers or mule packers. The organization of domestic service has not proceeded so far in this country as to render it worthwhile to make distinction in the character of work. Report all as domestic servants. Cooks, waiters, etc., in hotels and restaurants will be reported separately from domestic servants. The term housekeeper will be reserved for such persons as receive distinct wages or salary for the service. Women keeping house for their own families or for themselves, without any other gainful occupation, will be entered as keeping house. Grown daughters assisting them will be reported without occupation. You are under no obligation to give any man's occupation just as he expresses it. If he cannot tell intelligibly what he is, find out what he does, and characterize his profession accordingly. The inquiry as to occupation will not be asked in respect to infants or children too young to take any part in production. Neither will the doing of domestic errands or family chores out of school be considered an occupation. At home or attending school will be the best entry in the majority of cases. But if a boy or girl, whatever the age, is earning money regularly by labor, contributing to the family support, or appreciably assisting in mechanical or agricultural industry, the occupation should be stated. Mortality, Schedule 2. Assistant marshals will not omit to take out the schedule of mortality in the case of every family, and ask whether any deaths have occurred in the family within the 12 months ending June 1st, 1870. Care should be taken to have it understood that the period covered by the inquiry is from the 1st of June, 1869 to the 31st of May, 1870, inclusive. Otherwise, many will understand the phrase within the year, since January 1st, 1870, or by the phrase last year, the year ending December 31st, 1869. The deaths reported in previous enumerations have fallen far short of the total number known to have occurred. This is owing to the fact that assistant marshals have been indifferent on this subject, considering the compensation allowed for the service as not proportioned to the time consumed and the trouble caused. Assistant marshals will, however, understand that in the present census the proportion between deaths and living inhabitants will be carefully scrutinized, and whenever the ratio is such as to make it probable that considerable omissions from the table of mortality have occurred, payment will be withheld until inquiry, local if necessary, has been made, and the department is satisfied that the work has been faithfully performed in this particular. This rule will be rigidly enforced in all cases. All the explanations given in regard to Schedule No. 1 apply to Schedule No. 2 so far as the inquiries are common. Families. In Column 1 will be entered the number which was given in Column 2, Schedule 1, to the family in which the death occurred. Hence the numbers of the families on Schedule 2 will not be consecutive as they are on Schedule 1. Names. In Column 2 will be entered the name of every person whose death occurred during the year ending June 1st, 1870. The family wherein the death occurred, if from disease, will be considered the place of abode. Where, however, death was sudden or violent and occurred outside of any habitation, the usual place of abode of the deceased will be given. If it should come to the knowledge of the assistant marshal that any violent or sudden deaths occurred within their subdivisions, under circumstances which rendered it reasonably certain that the deaths could not or would not be reported elsewhere, as for example of a vagrant, the death should be reported with a statement of the fact, and with as much information in regard to age, sex, color, etc., as can be obtained. In such case the deceased person will not be reported as of any family. Deaths which have occurred between the 1st of June and the day of the enumerator's visit will not be reported, but that person will be reported as living on the 1st of June. Married and widowed. Column 6 will only be filled where deceased was at the time of death either married or widowed. The letter M will be written for married, the letter W for widowed. The term widowed includes both widows and widowers. Parentage. The columns 8 and 9, headed father of foreign birth, mother of foreign birth, need only be filled when the answer is affirmative, in which case an affirmative mark, thus diagonal slash, will be drawn in the space. Diseases. The 12th question, disease or cause of death, is the important question of this schedule. Especial pains will be taken to make the answers in this column ample and exact. State the character of the disease or of the accident as specifically as possible. The majority of cases will fall under a few simple and familiar heads, as consumption, typhoid fever, cholera infantum. Whenever the disease is not familiar, more than common pains should be taken to ascertain the correct form of statement. It is only necessary that each assistant marshal should be at a few minutes' additional trouble in regard to each of half a dozen such cases, to remove 9/10 of all the absurd and unnecessary terms which have heretofore embarrassed the work of compilation. The following more specific directions and warnings should be carefully studied and observed. Experience has shown an almost fatal facility on the part of persons making return of diseases to confound apoplectics, epileptics, and paralytics. Assistant marshals will assure themselves that they understand the difference between these diseases, and that as far as possible the persons reporting them do. It is desirable that distinction should be made between acute and chronic bronchitis, acute and chronic diarrhea, acute and chronic dysentery, acute and chronic rheumatism as causes of death. Cerebrospinal meningitis should not be confounded with either brain or spinal disease. Great caution should be exercised about reporting old age as a cause of death. Whenever any defined disease was developed, let that be reported and not old age. Instead of reporting hemorrhage simply as the cause, the death should be assigned to consumption, to hemorrhage from the stomach, hemorrhage from the bowels, or hemorrhage resulting from gunshot wounds, etc., etc., as the case may have been. Death should not be attributed to intemperance, where a distinct disease was developed, as delirium tremens, cirrhosis of the liver, or apoplexy. If ulceration of intestines is due to typhoid fever, the latter should be given as the cause. In reporting suicide, distinguish the means, whether cutting of throat, drowning, shooting, poisoning, charcoal suffocation, or other. Sudden death should only in the rarest cases be reported in this column. It is in this class of cases, generally speaking, that the real cause of death can most easily and certainly be determined. Died of cold water is nearly as objectionable as died of hemorrhage or died of intemperance. Inflammation as cause of death is unsatisfactory. It should be inflammation of brain, of stomach, of bowels, of pleura, etc. So of dropsy, whether of the heart, of the chest, of the abdominal cavity, ascites, etc. The words cancers, ulcers, carbuncles, and tumors should not be indiscriminately used in assigning cause of death. Typhus, typhoid, and typhomalarial fevers should be carefully distinguished. As few deaths as possible should be reported under such general terms as disease of the throat, disease of the brain, disease of the liver, disease of the lungs, disease of the bowels, disease of the spine, etc., etc. These should, as far as possible, be reported under special heads. Disease of the liver should be reported as hepatitis, jaundice, etc. Disease of the heart as aneurysm, valvular disease, hypertrophy, dropsy of pericardium, etc., etc. Remarks. A space is left at the bottom of each page of this schedule for remarks. It is desired that the assistant marshals should there describe any particular malady or unusual or peculiar disease which has prevailed in the subdivision, and the supposed cause thereof. in case of any unusual number of deaths by violence or accident, as by the caving in of a mine or similar calamity, an explanation should be given in the space for remarks. Assistant marshals are authorized to add to the mortality lists of their subdivisions the names of all persons who are shown by the official records to have died within the subdivision during the year, but whose names have escaped them during the course of enumeration. This permission, however, only extends to supplementing the usual method of inquiry by personal visit to each house, by means of official records. It will not allow of official records being substituted for personal inquiry. In all such cases, the facts of age, occupation, nativity, etc., etc., must be obtained as required by the schedule. Assistant marshals will very likely, in the course of enumeration, find some physician who will be willing, out of public spirit and professional interest, to glance over the entire list of diseases and correct any defective classification. If the death has within his knowledge been assigned to a wrong cause, he will indicate the true one. Assistant marshals are authorized to submit this schedule to inspection for this purpose. Agriculture, Schedule 3. Farms, for the purposes of the agricultural schedule, include all considerable nurseries, orchards, and market gardens which are owned by separate parties, which are cultivated for pecuniary profit, and employ as much as the labor of one able-bodied workman during the year. Mere cabbage and potato patches, family vegetable gardens, and ornamental lawns, not constituting a portion of a farm for general agricultural purposes, will be excluded. No farm will be reported of less than 3 acres unless $500 worth of produce has been actually sold off from it during the year. The latter proviso will allow the inclusion of many market gardens in the neighborhood of large cities, where, although the area is small, a high state of cultivation is maintained and considerable value produced. A farm is what is owned or leased by one man and cultivated under his care. A distant woodlot or sheep pasture, even if in another subdivision, is to be treated as a part of the farm. But wherever there is a resident overseer or a manager, there a farm is to be reported. The amounts of the various crops will be estimated according to the best judgment of the proprietor or manager, where no exact account is kept. By improved land is meant cleared land used for grazing, grass, or tillage, or lying fallow. Irreclaimable marshes and considerable bodies of water will be excluded in giving the area of a farm improved and unimproved. In reporting livestock, columns 12, 13, and 14, sucking pigs, spring lambs, and calves will be omitted. Column 15 requires the total value of livestock of every description, whether enumerated in the preceding columns or not. In the produce of the year will be included the total of all crops, etc., whether consumed at home or sold off the farm. By clover and grass seeds is intended only that which has been cleared for use or prepared for market. In reporting molasses, other than from cane, the letter M for maple, S for sorghum will be inserted in the space above the figures denoting quantity. Where hemp is prepared by water rotting, the letters WR will be inserted in the space above the figures. Where no letters are inserted, dew rotting will be understood. If any other process than these two is used in preparing the hemp reported, the fact will be indicated by a footnote. Under homemade manufactures is to be included the value of all articles manufactured on the farm, whether for home use or for sale, when the same has not been reported upon the products of industry schedule number 4. The value of materials purchased for such manufactures will be deducted. The total value of annual production, column 52, is intended to exhibit the total results of all the labor of the farm during the year, whether in the production of crops, in additions to stock, in fencing, or in improvements of any description so far as the same are due to farm labor. Building, fencing, etc., by professional mechanics will not be included. Neither will a speculative rise of land, nor an enhancement of values by the opening of railroads, etc., be reckoned in the annual production of the farm. Great care will be taken in reporting production in every case to give the amount according to the unit of quantity prescribed by the printed form, as tons, pounds, bushels, etc. Products of Industry, Schedule 4. The term productive industry must be understood in its largest significance to include all manufacturing, mechanical, and mining operations, and also all coast, lake, and river fisheries. The smallest shop must not be omitted, provided the production reaches $500 annually, including the cost of materials. It is believed that but few shops, which employ the entire labor of one able-bodied artisan, fall short of this limit at the present prices of labor. Assistant marshals will take pains to reach all the productive establishments, large and small, within their subdivisions. It is not necessary that there should be a distinct shop to constitute an establishment of productive industry in the meaning of the law. A room finished off in the barn, or a chest of tools kept in the corner of the house, may constitute a distinct establishment, provided the artisan does not habitually work in any other shop which could be separately enumerated. Assistant marshals will do well, therefore, when anyone reports his occupation for the purposes of Schedule No. 1, as a carpenter, blacksmith, plumber, painter, mason, or other skilled artisan, to ascertain by inquiry whether his labor is included in the production of any mechanical establishment, and if not, the place where he keeps his tools or does his work may be reported as an establishment of productive industry for the purposes of the census. This rule only applies to the trades, and not to unskilled labor. When large manufacturing corporations are part in one subdivision and part in another, they should be reported in that subdivision where the office is. The products, etc., of manufacturing establishments will not be reported at their sales rooms when there is an office in connection with the factory where the account of materials, labor, and product is kept. Where two establishments, each having a distinct production, are owned by one and the same person, they will be separately reported, the name of the owner being repeated. Where the same establishment carries on two successive processes of manufacturing, as, for example, when a forge and rolling mill, or a furnace and foundry, are united, the materials and productions of each will be separately given. It may be necessary in such cases to estimate in regard to the share of each portion of the establishment rather more freely than would be desirable in establishments of less complex production. It is desirable to have the facts of each distinct line of manufacture by themselves, so that the returns of every industrial interest may be tabulated without intermixture of others. It is not believed to be necessary to explain at length the use of the word materials in respect to manufactures. It will be enough to say that what is the product of one establishment may become the material of another, as iron ore is the product of the mine, but the material of the furnace, which produces iron in pigs, to become again the material of the foundry. Each page of Schedule 4 is divided into 10 spaces, each intended to report one establishment. One line is drawn across the entire page on which to report the name of the establishment, kind of product, labor employed, wages, etc., as well as the kind, quantity, and value of the material consumed and of the article produced, where the material and production are of only one kind each. Additional lines are drawn under the latter heads for use in those cases where materials and products are of more than one kind. In very large establishments with the great variety of products, the space intended for 2 establishments may be taken. In column 1, the name of the individual or the style of the firm or corporation should be written with sufficient fullness and distinctness to enable the census office to conduct such subsequent correspondence as may be necessary. In column 2, the kind of business and character of product should be described as specifically as possible, as, for example, fishing hooks, hoisting apparatus, skirt supporters, speaking tubes, etc. General terms will be avoided when specific and technical terms will cover the operations. The cost of superintendence, rent, freight, and other general expenses of a manufacturing establishment are not to be included in materials. Mill supplies and fuel should be included. The statement of kinds and quantities of materials and of products is not required in the case of those mechanical establishments whose materials and productions are of a minor and miscellaneous character, such as carpenters' and blacksmith shops, small gun shops, etc. When the production is all of one kind, it should be reported by kinds and quantities, no matter how small the amount. Every factory, every mill of considerable size, must be enumerated in this way. To make the returns of kinds and quantities of any value, it is essential that they should conform to a distinct classification, so that the product of all establishments in the same line of business throughout the country can be added together. In the case of every establishment, the total value of all materials consumed and of all products, alike those specified and those not specified, will be given in the proper columns for values. The following tables exhibit the specifications of materials and products which it is desirable to have made in the case of certain of the larger industries of the country, also the necessary forms for reporting the facts relative to power and machinery. So far as possible, enumerators will conform to this classification. Resource and machinery. Resource. State whether power is obtained from steam, water, wind, horse, or hand. In salt works, state whether salt is obtained by solar evaporation or by boiling. Machinery. If steam power is used, state number of engines and aggregate horsepower. If water power, number of wheels and horsepower, or if more convenient, state the diameter and width of wheel and the head and amount of water. In cotton mills, number of looms, number of frame spindles, number of mule spindles. Print works, number of print machines. Woolen mills, number sets of cards, aggregate daily capacity in carded wool, number broad looms, number narrow looms, number spindles. Worsted mills, number of combing machines of domestic make and number of foreign make, number of knitting machines, number of spindles, number of looms, number of braiders. Carpet mills, number of hand looms, number of power looms. Cardage factories, number of spinning jennies. Paper mills, number of paper engines, number paper machines, and estimated maximum capacity in tons per day. Hat and cap establishments, number of sewing machines. Boot and shoe factories, number of pegging machines, number of sewing machines. Iron foundries, number of blast furnaces with description and capacity. In grist and flour mills, number runs of stone and estimated maximum capacity per day. In salt works, number of vats and aggregate area in square feet if salt is obtained by solar evaporation. If by boiling, number of blocks, number of kettles, and aggregate capacity in gallons. Sawmills, number of saws. If gangs, state total number of saws. Materials. Cotton mills, pounds of cotton. Print works, cost of chemicals and dye stuffs, value of the cloth before printing. Woolen mills, chemicals and dye stuffs, pounds of foreign wool, including goat's hair, camel's hair, etc., mohair, alpaca, pounds domestic wool, pounds shoddy, pounds cotton. Worsted mills, pounds of wool, foreign and domestic, pounds of cotton, worsted yarn bought for use. Carpet mills, pounds of wool, pounds of cotton, pounds of flax. Hosiery mills, pounds of cotton, pounds of foreign wool, pounds domestic wool, pounds shoddy. Cardage factories, tons of Manila hemp, tons of Russian hemp, tons of American hemp, tons of flax, tow, cotton, junk, jute, sun hemp, sisal grass, and other materials. Hat and cap factories, pounds of wool, pounds fur, yards of plush. Boot and shoe factories, number of sides and value of sole leather, number of sides and value of upper leather, value of other leather used. Iron furnaces, tons of iron ore used, tons anthracite coal, bushels bituminous coal, bushels charcoal. Iron foundries, tons of pig metal, tons coal. Rolling mills and forges, tons of blooms, tons pig metal, tons ore, tons coal. Steel works, tons of blooms, tons pig iron, tons bar iron, tons scrap iron, tons of coal. Paper mills, tons of domestic rags, tons of foreign rags, old paper, cotton waste, manila stock, straw, cornstalk, esparto grass, cords poplar wood, other material for pulp, cost of all chemicals. Grist and flouring mills. A distinction must be made between what is ground for private owners and what is ground on personal venture. Where mills do both, the business in each will, if possible, be reported separately. If ground for owners, give bushels of grain, tons of dye woods, bushels of salt, tons of lime, with the value before and after grinding. If ground on personal venture, give bushels of grain, etc., ground as material, and for product the barrels of flour, bushels of rye, cornmeal, etc. Salt works, tons of coal, cords of wood. Gas works, tons of American coal, tons of foreign coal, casks lime, pounds sulfate of iron. Product. Cotton mills, yards of sheetings and shirtings and twilled goods, yards of lawns and fine muslins, yards of printing cloths, pounds of yarn not woven, dozens of spool thread, yards of warps, pounds of bats, wicking and wadding, number of tablecloths, quilts and counterpanes, number and pounds of seamless bags, pounds of cordage, lines and twines, pounds miscellaneous articles, total pounds produced. Print works, number yards of cloth printed, value when printed. Woolen mills, yards of cloth, cassimires and doeskins, pounds yarn, pairs blankets, number shawls, dozens hosiery, yards felted cloth, yards flannels, mixed goods, yards satinettes, yards linseys, yards kerseys, yards jeans, yards negro cloths, value of miscellaneous articles. Worsted mills, yards of mousseline delaine, yards cashmere and coburgs, yards Orleans coatings and poplins, yards alpacas, yards all worsted dress goods, yards other worsted dress goods, number woven shawls, yards balmorals, yards bunting and lasting, pounds of yarn for carpets and hosiery, pounds of braids and lacings, value of fancy goods, ladies' hoods, and knit shawls. Carpet mills, yards of Wilton carpeting, yards Brussels, yards Venetian, yards velvet, yards 3-ply ingrain, yards 2-ply ingrain, yards felt carpeting, yards druggets and rugs. Hosiery mills, dozens pairs of hose and half hose, dozens drawers, shirts, and jackets, dozens opera hoods and scarfs, pairs gloves and mittens, yards of stockinette, value of miscellaneous articles. Cardage factories, pounds of manila rope, pounds other rope, pounds shoe thread, pounds fishing and clothesline and bed cord, pounds twine and thread, pounds oakum. Hats and caps, dozens hat bodies not made up, number silk hats, dozens fur, felt, and wool hats, dozens caps. Boot and shoe factories, number pairs of boots for men's, youths, boys, and children's wear, number pairs shoes for men's, youths, boys, women's, misses, and children's wear. Iron furnaces, tons of pig iron, tons castings, tons malleable iron. Iron foundries, number of car wheels, running feet of iron railing, number hot air furnaces, number cooking ranges, number stoves, value of all hollow ware, value of malleable iron castings. Rolling mills and forges, tons of bar iron, tons of galvanized iron, tons of boiler and nail plate, tons of sheet iron, tons of wire, rod, tire, and other iron, tons railroad iron, tons of anchors and chains, tons of rivets, tons nails, tons spikes, tons of blooms, tons of miscellaneous products. Steel works, tons of cast or shear steel, tons puddled or blistered steel, tons Bessemer steel. Paper mills, tons of printing paper, tons writing paper, tons wrapping paper, tons straw pasteboard, pounds colored papers, tons wallpaper, pounds banknote paper, pounds other paper. Gas works, cubic feet of gas, pounds coal tar, bushels coke. Iron bridge and roof building establishments, number of railroad bridges, average span and aggregate length, number highway and other bridges, average span and aggregate length, number of buildings roofed and total superficies of roof. Mining, All mining and quarrying industries must be reported upon Schedule 4 for the products of industry. The following rules will be particularly observed. Distinguish between mines or quarries and reduction works, making separate returns for each class, whether owned by different parties or not. Mines and quarries. Under machinery, state number of steam or hydraulic engines and total horsepower. If water is used, number of water wheels and horsepower, or, if more convenient, the diameter and width of wheel and head and amount of water. Horse whims, machinery of ventilation, pumping, transportation, and the mechanical preparation of product, e.g., coal breakers, washers, or other crushing, cleaning, and concentrating machines in use at the mine. Also, state greatest depth of mine or greatest length of tunnel. Under labor, distinguish between above ground and underground. Under materials, give powder or other explosives, timber and steel consumed, and fuel for machinery. Under product, give total tons of rock removed and the tons of ore included in that amount with the value of the same. Reduction works. Under machinery, report crushers, stamps, amalgamators, settlers, pans, etc., etc. Furnaces, their number and character. Under materials, state tons of ore, cost of fuel, total value of chemicals, amalgams, and machinist supplies. Under product, state kinds, quantities, and values of metals produced, regulus or saleable byproducts. Social statistics, Schedule 5. The collection of social statistics, Schedule 5, is by the law of 1850 made an exception to the rule which governs in respect to the other schedules. All the materials for Schedules 1, 2, 3, and 4 must be obtained by the personal inquiry of the assistant marshal at each house, farm, shop, etc., of his subdivision. The social statistics, on the other hand, may be obtained as far as possible from official documents, from the published reports or the manuscript records of schools, colleges, prisons, asylums, etc. When such reports or records are not found, or are insufficient for the demands of the schedule, the information may, in perhaps the majority of cases, be obtained by correspondence. Marshals are therefore allowed, at their discretion, to appoint deputy marshals for the collection of social statistics. Such appointments do not constitute an interference with the duties of assistant marshals, Section 7, Act of May 23, 1850. One or more deputy marshals may be allowed to collect social statistics of an entire district or state, and will receive all the compensation allowed by law for the service. If, on the other hand, marshals do not choose to avail themselves of this provision, the statistics for Schedule 5 will, as for the other schedules, be obtained by the personal visitation and inquiry, or by such correspondence to that end as may be deemed necessary, of each assistant marshal within his own field, or of such one of the assistant marshals within a county, where there is more than one subdivision, as may be designated by the marshal to perform that duty. In case deputy marshals are appointed for the purpose, all assistant marshals will be notified that they are relieved from that work. In case certain assistant marshals only are appointed to the service, the remaining assistants will be duly notified. Where deputy marshals for an entire state or district are appointed to take the social statistics, they will make their returns by counties, sending in a separate schedule for each county, containing all the facts relating to that county, except where it shall be possible to report cities of considerable size by themselves. Where one assistant within a county is appointed to this service, he will make his return upon a single schedule for the entire county. Where this service is left to each assistant marshal within his own subdivision, where the same is less than a county, great care will be taken to avoid duplications or omissions. The taxes, the churches, the libraries, etc., etc., returned, will be those only which properly belong to that portion of the county which the individual assistant marshal is set to enumerate. It is believed that the requirements of this Schedule 5 are sufficiently clear to be understood without explanation in detail of the several inquiries contained. End of 9th Census Instructions to Assistant Marshals. Read by Maria Kasper.
Pieśń IX z ksiąg pierwszych by Jan Kochanowski. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read in Polish by Piotr Natter. Chcemy sobie być radzi? Rozkaż, panie czeladzi, niechaj na stół dobrego wina przynaszają, a przytem złote gęśli albo wlótnią grają. Kto tak mądry, że zgadnie, co nań jutro przypadnie? Sam Bóg wie przyszłe rzeczy, a śmieje się z nieba, kiedy się człowiek troszcze więcej niźli trzeba. Szafuj gotowym bacznie, ostatek jako zacznie, tak fortuna niech kona. Raczyli łaskawie, raczyli też inaczej, my siedziem w jej prawie. U fortuny to snadnie, że kto stojąc upadnie, a który był dopiero u niej pod nogami, patrzaj, że go po chwili, a on gardzi nami. Wszystko się dziwnie plecie na tym tu biednym świecie, a kto by chciał rozumem wszystkiego dochodzić, i zginie, a nie będzie umiał w to ugodzić. Próżno ma mieć na pieczy śmiertelny wieczne rzeczy, dosyć na tym, kiedy wie, że go to nie minie, co z przejrzenia pańskiego od wieku mu płynie. A nigdy nie zabłądzi, kto tak umysł narządzi, jakoby umiał szczęście i nieszczęście znosić. Temu męż nie wytrzymać, wowym się nie wznosić. Chwalę szczęście stateczne, nie chce li też być wieczne. Spuszczę, com wziął, a w cnotę własną się ogarnę i uczciwej chudoby bez posagu pragnę. Nie umiem ja, gdy w żagle uderzą wiatry nagle, krzyżem padać i świętych przenajdować dary, aby łakomej wodzie tureckie towary bogactwa nie przydały, wpadłszy gdzie między skały. Tam ja bezpiecznem sercem i pełen otuchy w równej fuście popłynę przez morskie rozruchy. End of Pieśń IX z ksiąg pierwszych by Jan Kochanowski.
Sonnet 39 by William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oh, how thy worth with manners may I sing when thou art all the better part of me? What can mine own praise to mine own self bring? And what is it but mine own when I praise thee? Even for this let us divided live, and our dear love lose name of single one, that by this separation I may give that due to thee which thou deservest alone. O absence, what a torment wouldst thou prove, were it not thy sour leisure gave sweet leave to entertain the time with thoughts of love, which time and thought so sweetly doth deceive, and that thou teachest how to make one twain, by praising him here who doth hence remain. End of Sonnet 39 by William Shakespeare. Read by Gemma Blythe.
Horses 9, Stories of Harness and Saddle by Searle. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Horses 9, Stories of Harness and Saddle by Searle. Chapter 9, Pasha, the son of Selim. Long, far too long, has the story of Pasha, son of Selim, remained untold. The great Selim, you know, was brought from far across the seas, where he had been sold for a heavy purse by a venerable sheik, who tore his beard during the bargain and swore by Allah that without Selim there would be for him no joy in life. Also he had wept quite convincingly on Selim's neck, but he finished by taking the heavy purse. That was how Selim, the great Selim, came to end his days in Fayette County, Kentucky. Of his many sons, Pasha was one. In almost idyllic manner were spent the years of Pasha's coltdom. They were years of pasture roaming and bluegrass cropping. When the time was ripe, began the hunting lessons. Pasha came to know the feel of a saddle and the voice of the hounds. He was taught the long, easy lope. He learned how to gather himself for a sail through the air over a hurdle or a water jump. Then, when he could take 5 bars clean, when he could clear an 8-foot ditch, when his wind was so sound that he could lead the chase from dawn until high noon, he was sent to the stables of a Virginia tobacco planter who had need of a new hunter and who could afford Arab blood. In the stalls at Grey Oak stables were many good hunters, but none better than Pasha. Cream white he was from the tip of his splendid yard-long tail to his pink-lipped muzzle. His coat was as silk plush, his neck as supple as a swan's, and out of his big bright eyes there looked such intelligence that one half expected him to speak. His lines were all long, graceful curves, and when he danced daintily on his slender legs, one could see the muscles flex under the delicate skin. Miss Lou claimed Pasha for her very own at first sight. As no one at Grey Oaks denied Miss Lou anything at all, to her he belonged from that instant. Of Miss Lou, Pasha approved thoroughly. She knew that bridle reins were for gentle guidance, not for sawing or jerking, and that a riding crop was of no use whatever, save to unlatch a gate or to cut an unruly hound. She knew how to rise on the stirrup when Pasha lifted himself in his stride, and how to settle close to the pigskin when his hoofs hit the ground. In other words, she had a good seat, which means as much to the horse as it does to the rider. Besides all this, it was Miss Lou who insisted that Pasha should have the best of grooming, and she never forgot to bring the dainties which Pasha loved, an apple or a carrot or a sugar plum. It is something, too, to have your nose patted by a soft-gloved hand, and to have such a person as Miss Lou put her arm around your neck and whisper in your ear. From no other than Miss Lou would Pasha permit such intimacy. No paragon, however, was Pasha. He had a temper, and his whims were as many as those of a schoolgirl. He was particular as to who put on his bridle. He had notions concerning the manner in which a currycomb should be used. A red ribbon or a bandana handkerchief put him in a rage, while green, the holy colour of the Mohammedan, soothed his nerves. A lively pair of heels he had, and he knew how to use his teeth. The black stable boys found that out, and so did the stern-faced man who was known as Mars Clayton. This Mars Clayton had ridden Pasha once, had ridden him as he rode his big, ugly, hard-bitted roan hunter, and Pasha had not enjoyed the ride. Still, Miss Lou and Pasha often rode out with Mars Clayton and the parrot-nosed roan. This they did until the coming of Mr. Dave. In Mr. Dave, Pasha found a new friend. From a far northern state was Mr. Dave. He had come in a ship to buy tobacco, but after he had bought his cargo he still stayed at Grey Oaks to complete Pasha's education, so he said. Many ways had Mr. Dave which Pasha liked. He had a gentle manner of talking to you, of smoothing your flanks and rubbing your ears, which gained your confidence and made you sure that he understood. He was firm and sure in giving commands, yet so patient in teaching one tricks that it was a pleasure to learn. So, almost before Pasha knew it, he could stand on his hind legs, could step around in a circle in time to a tune which Mr. Dave whistled, and could do other things which few horses ever learn to do. His chief accomplishment, however, was to kneel on his forelegs in the attitude of prayer. A long time it took Pasha to learn this, but Mr. Dave told him over and over again by word and sign, until at last the son of great Selim could strike a pose such as would have done a credit to a Mecca pilgrim. "It's simply wonderful," declared Miss Lou. But it was nothing of the sort. Mr. Dave had been teaching tricks to horses ever since he was a small boy, and never had he found such an apt pupil as Pasha. Many a glorious gallop did Pasha and Miss Lou have while Mr. Dave stayed at Grey Oaks, Dave riding the big bay gelding that Miss Lou, for all her daring, had never ventured to mount. It was not all galloping, though, for Pasha and the big bay often walked for miles through the wood lanes, side by side and very close together, while Miss Lou and Mr. Dave talked. How they could ever find so much to say to each other, Pasha wondered. But at last Mr. Dave went away, and with his going ended good times for Pasha, at least for many months. There followed strange doings. There was much excitement among the stable boys, much riding about, day and night, by the men of Grey Oaks, and no hunting at all. One day the stables were cleared of all horses save Pasha. "Some time, if he is needed badly, you may have Pasha, but not now," Miss Lou had said, and then she had hidden her face in his cream-white mane and sobbed. Just what the trouble was Pasha did not understand, but he was certain Mars Clayton was at the bottom of it. No longer did Miss Lou ride about the country. Occasionally she galloped up and down the highway to the Point Dexter's and back, just to let Pasha stretch his legs. Queer sights Pasha saw on those trips. Sometimes he would pass many men on horses riding close together in a pack, as the hounds run when they have the scent. They wore strange clothing, did these men, and they carried, instead of riding crops, big shiny knives that swung at their sides. The sight of them set Pasha's nerves tingling. He would sniff curiously after them, and then prick forward his ears and dance nervously. Of course Pasha knew that something unusual was going on, but what it was he could not guess. There came a time, however, when he found out all about it. Months had passed when late one night a hard-breathing, foam-splotched, mud-covered horse was ridden into the yard and taken into the almost deserted stable. Pasha heard the harsh voice of Mars Clayton swearing at the stable boys. Pasha heard his own name spoken, and guessed that it was he who was wanted. Next came Miss Lou to the stable. "I'm very sorry," he heard Mars Clayton say, "but I've got to get out of this. The Yanks are not more than 5 miles behind." "But you'll take good care of him, won't you?" he heard Miss Lou ask eagerly. "Oh, yes, of course," replied Mars Clayton carelessly. A heavy saddle was thrown on Pasha's back. The girths pulled cruelly tight, and in a moment Mars Clayton was on his back. They were barely clear of Grey Oak's driveway before Pasha felt something he had never known before. It was as if someone had jabbed a lot of little knives into his ribs. Roused by pain and fright, Pasha reared in a wild attempt to unseat this hateful rider. But Mars Clayton's knees seemed glued to Pasha's shoulders. Next, Pasha tried to shake him off by sudden leaps, side bolts, and stiff-legged jumps. These manoeuvres brought vicious jerks on the wicked chain bit that was cutting Pasha's tender mouth sorely, and more jabs from the little knives. In this way did Pasha fight until his sides ran with blood, and his breast was plastered thick with reddened foam. In the meantime he had covered miles of road, and at last, along in the cold grey of the morning, he was ridden into a field where there were many tents and horses. Pasha was unsaddled and picketed to a stake. This latter indignity he was too much exhausted to resent. All he could do was to stand, shivering with cold, trembling from nervous excitement, and wait for what was to happen next. It seemed ages before anything did happen. The beginning was a tripping bugle blast. This was answered by the voice of other bugles blown here and there about the field. In a moment men began to tumble out of the white tents. They came by 2s and 3s and dozens until the field was full of them. Fires were built on the ground, and soon Pasha could scent coffee boiling and bacon frying. Black boys began moving about among the horses with hay and oats and water. One of them rubbed Pasha hurriedly with a wisp of straw. It was little like the currying and rubbing with brush and comb and flannel to which he was accustomed, and which he needed just then, oh, how sadly. His strained muscles had stiffened so much that every movement gave him pain. So matted was his coat with sweat and foam and mud that it seemed as if half the pores of his skin were choked. He had cooled his parched throat with a long draught of somewhat muddy water, but he had eaten only half the armful of hay when again the bugle sounded, and Mars Clayton appeared. Tightening the girths until they almost cut into Pasha's tender skin, he jumped into the saddle and rode off to where a lot of big black horses were being reined into line. In front of this line Pasha was wheeled. He heard the bugle sound once more, heard his rider shout something to the men behind, felt the wicked little knives in his side, and then, in spite of aching legs, was forced into a sharp gallop. Although he knew it not, Pasha had joined the Black Horse Cavalry. The months that followed were to Pasha one long, ugly dream. Not that he minded the hard riding by day and night. In time he became used to all that. He could even endure the irregular feeding, the sleeping in the open during all kinds of weather, and the lack of proper grooming. But the vicious jerks on the torture-provoking cavalry bit, the flat sabre blows on the flank which he not infrequently got from his ill-tempered master, and above all the cruel digs of the spur wheels, these things he could not understand. Such treatment he was sure he did not merit. Mars Clayton he came to hate more and more. Some day, Pasha told himself, he would take vengeance with teeth and heels, even if he died for it. In the meantime he had learned the cavalry drill. He came to know the meaning of each varying bugle call, from reveille, when one began to paw and stamp for breakfast, to mournful taps when lights went out and the tents became dark and silent. Also one learned to slow from a gallop into a walk, when to wheel to the right or to the left, and when to start on the jump as the first notes of a charge were sounded. It was better to learn the bugle calls, he found, than to wait for a jerk on the bits or a prod from the spurs. No more was he terror-stricken, as he had been on his first day in the cavalry, at hearing behind him the thunder of many hoofs. Having once become used to the noise, he was even thrilled by the swinging metre of it. A kind of wild harmony was in it, something which made one forget everything else. At such times Pasha longed to break into his long, wind-splitting lope, but he learned that he must leave the others no more than a pace or two behind, although he could easily have outdistanced them all. Also, Pasha learned to stand under fire. No more did he dance at the crack of the carbines or the zip-zip of bullets. He could even hold his ground when shells went screaming over him, although this was the hardest of all to bear. One could not see them, but their sound, like that of great birds in flight, was something to try one's nerves. Pasha strained his ears to catch the note of each shell that came whizzing overhead, and as it passed looked inquiring over his shoulder as if to ask, "Now what on earth was that?" But all this experience could not prepare him for the happenings of that never-to-be-forgotten day in June. There had been a period full of hard riding and ending with a long halt. For several days hay and oats were brought with some regularity. Pasha was even provided with an apology for a stall. It was made by leaning 2 rails against a fence. Some hay was thrown between the rails. This was a sorry substitute for the roomy box stall filled with clean straw, which Pasha always had at Grey Oaks, but it was as good as any provided for the Black Horse Cavalry. And how many, many horses there were! As far as Pasha could see in either direction the line extended. Never before had he seen so many horses at one time. And men, the fields and woods were full of them, some in brown butternut, some in homespun grey, and many in clothes having no uniformity of colour at all. Mars Clayton was dressed better than most, for on his butternut coat were shiny shoulder straps, and it was closed with shiny buttons. Pasha took little pride in this. He knew his master for a cruel and heartless rider, and for nothing more. One day there was a great parade, when Pasha was carefully groomed for the first time in months. There were bands playing and flags flying. Pasha, forgetful of his ill treatment, and prancing proudly at the head of a squadron of coal-black horses, passed in review before a big bearded man wearing a slouch hat, fantastically decorated with long plumes, and sitting a great black horse in the midst of a little knot of officers. Early the next morning Pasha was awakened by the distant growl of heavy guns. By daylight he was on the move, thousands of other horses with him. Nearer and nearer they rode to the place where the guns were growling. Sometimes they were on roads, sometimes they crossed fields, and again they plunged into the woods where the low branches struck one's eyes and scratched one's flanks. At last they broke clear of the trees to come suddenly upon such a scene as Pasha had never before witnessed. Far across the open field he could see troop on troop of horses coming towards him. They seemed to be pouring over the crest of a low hill, as if driven onward by some unseen force behind. Instantly Pasha heard, rising from the throats of thousands of riders on either side and behind him, that fierce wild yell which he had come to know meant the approach of trouble. High and shrill and menacing it rang as it was taken up and repeated by those in the rear. Next the bugles began to sound, and in quick obedience the horses formed in line just on the edge of the woods, a line which stretched and stretched on either flank until one could hardly see where it ended. From the distant line came no answering cry, but Pasha could hear the bugles blowing, and he could see the fronts massing. Then came the order to charge at a gallop. This set Pasha to tugging eagerly at the bit, but for what reason he did not know. He knew only that he was part of a great and solid line of men and horses sweeping furiously across a field toward that other line which he had seen pouring over the hill crest. He could scarcely see it all now. The thousands of hoofs had raised a cloud of dust that not only enveloped the onrushing line, but rolled before it. Nor could Pasha hear anything save the thunderous thud of many feet. Even the shrieking of the shells was drowned. But for the restraining bit, Pasha would have leaped forward and cleared the line. Never had he been so stirred. The inherited memory of countless desert raids made by his Arab ancestors was doing its work. For what seemed a long time this continued, and then in the midst of the blind and frenzied race there loomed out of the thick air, as if it had appeared by magic, the opposing line. Pasha caught a glimpse of something which seemed like a heaving wall of tossing heads and of foam-whitened necks and shoulders. Here and there gleamed red distended nostrils and straining eyes. Bending above was another wall, a wall of dusty blue coats of grim faces and of dust-powdered hats. Bristling above all was a threatening crest of waving blades. What would happen when the lines met? Almost before the query was thought, there came the answer. With an earth-jarring crash they came together. The lines wavered back from the shock of impact, and then the whole struggle appeared to Pasha to centre about him. Of course this was not so, but it was a fact that the most conspicuous figure in either line had been that of the cream-white charger at the very centre of the Black Horse Regiment. For one confused moment Pasha heard about his ears the whistle and clash of sabres, the spiteful crackle of small arms, the snorting of horses and the cries of men. For an instant he was wedged tightly in the frenzied mass, and then by one desperate leap, such as he had learned on the hunting field, he shook himself clear. Not until some minutes later did Pasha notice that the stirrups were dangling empty, and that the bridle rein hung loose on his neck. Then he knew that at last he was free of Mars Clayton. At the same time he felt himself seized by an overpowering dread. While conscious of a guiding hand on the reins, Pasha had abandoned himself to the fierce joy of the charge. But now, finding himself riderless in the midst of the horrid din, he knew not what to do nor which way to turn. His only impulse was to escape, but where? Lifting high his fine head and snorting with terror, he rushed about, first this way and then that, frantically seeking a way out of this fog-filled field of dreadful pandemonium. Now he swerved in his course to avoid a charging squad. Now he was turned aside by prone objects at a sight of which he snorted fearfully. Although the blades still rang and the carbine still spoke, there were no more to be seen either lines or order. Here and there in the dust clouds scurried horses, some with riders and some without, by twos, by fours, or in squads of 20 or more. The sound of shooting and slashing and shouting filled the air. To Pasha it seemed an eternity that he had been tearing about the field when he shied at the figure of a man sitting on the ground. Pasha was about to wheel and dash away when the man called to him. Surely the tones were familiar. With wide open, sniffing nostrils and trembling knees, Pasha stopped and looked hard at the man on the ground. "Pasha, Pasha," the man called weakly. The voice sounded like that of Mr. Dave. Come, boy," said the man in a coaxing tone, which recalled to Pasha the lessons he had learned at Grey Oaks years before. Still Pasha sniffed and hesitated. "Come here, Pasha, old fellow. For God's sake, come here." There was no resisting this appeal. Step by step Pasha went nearer. He continued to tremble, for this man on the ground, although his voice was that of Mr. Dave, looked much different from the one who had taught him tricks. Besides, there was about him the scent of fresh blood. Pasha could see the stain of it on his blue trousers. "Come, boy, come, Pasha," insisted the man on the ground, holding out an encouraging hand. Slowly Pasha obeyed until he could sniff the man's fingers. Another step, and the man was smoothing his nose, still speaking gently and coaxingly in a faint voice. In the end, Pasha was assured that the man really was the Mr. Dave of old, and glad enough Pasha was to know it. "Now, Pasha," said Mr. Dave, "we'll see if you've forgotten your tricks, and may the good Lord grant that you haven't. Down, sir. Kneel, Pasha, kneel." It had been a long time since Pasha had been asked to do this, a very long time, but here was Mr. Dave asking him in just the same tone as of old, and in just the same way. So Pasha, forgetting his terror under the soothing spell of Mr. Dave's voice, forgetting the fearful sights and sounds about him, remembering only that here was the Mr. Dave whom he loved, asking him to do his old trick, well, Pasha knelt. "Easy now, boy. Steady," Pasha heard him say. Mr. Dave was dragging himself along the ground to Pasha's side. "Steady now, Pasha, steady, boy." He felt Mr. Dave's hand on the pommel. "So, boy, so, boy." Slowly, oh, so slowly, he felt Mr. Dave crawling into the saddle, and although Pasha's knees ached from the unfamiliar strain, he stirred not a muscle until he got the command. "Up, Pasha, up!" Then, with a trusted hand on the bridle rein, Pasha joyfully bounded away through the fog until the battlefield was left behind. Of the long ride that ensued, only Pasha knows, for Mr. Dave kept his seat in the saddle more by force of muscular habit than anything else. A man who has learned to sleep on horseback does not easily fall off, even though he has not the full command of his senses. Only the first hour or so did Pasha's rider do much towards guiding their course. In hunting horses, however, the sense of direction is strong. Pasha had it, especially for one point of the compass. This point was south. So, unknowing of the possible peril into which he might be taking his rider, south he went. How Pasha ever did it, as I have said, only Pasha knows, but in the end he struck the Richmond pike. It was a pleading whinny which aroused Miss Lou at early daybreak. Under her window she saw Pasha, and on his back a limp figure in a blue, dust-covered, dark-stained uniform. And that was how Pasha's cavalry career came to an end. That one fierce charge was his last. In the Washington home of a certain Maine congressman, you may see, hung in a place of honour and lavishly framed, the picture of a horse. It is very creditably done in oils. It is this picture. It is of a cream-white horse with an arched neck, clean, slim legs, and a splendid flowing tail. Should you have any favours of state to ask of this Maine congressman, it would be a wise thing, before stating your request, to say something nice about the horse in the picture. Then the congressman will probably say, looking fondly at the picture, "I must tell Lou, my wife, you know, what you have said. Yes, that was Pasha. He saved my neck at Brandy Station. He was one half Arab, Pasha was, and the other half, sir, was human." End of Pasha, Son of Selim, Chapter 9 of Horses 9, by Searle Ford.
Excerpt from 209 Ways of Preparing the Apple by L. Gertrude Mackay, Ph.D., B.S., B.A., Acting Head of Department of Domestic Economy of the State College of Washington, Pullman, Washington. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The apple as a food. The apple is, without question, the king of fruits. While it is more easily digested when cooked, it is not difficult of digestion and is most delicious raw. Whether fresh, dried, evaporated, or canned, the apple is a wholesome food, easily prepared, attractive, and palatable at all times. Because of its rare keeping qualities, people in the most remote parts are able to take advantage of its great food value. Apples vary in flavor and texture. They are often marketed before they are mature, and the cooking and keeping qualities are thus injured. None of the soft, insipid apples are suitable for preserving. The sound, tart apples are the best for this purpose. Fine-grained apples are best for sauce and butter, while the coarse-grained varieties are best for marmalade. In the fall and early winter, apples are at their best, and spices need not be added, because their flavor cannot be improved. But toward spring the flavor becomes somewhat flat, and is improved by the addition of spices or other flavorings. Always cook apples in earthen or granite-ware utensils, and use silver, granite, or wooden spoons for stirring. The use of the apple as the basis for practically all manufactured jellies and jams is well known. This is due to the large amount of pectose which it contains. There is no waste to a good apple. Even the paring and core may be utilized for jelly. Fruits are classified as flavor fruits and nutritive fruits. The apple comes under both of these heads. Average composition of the apple: water 82.5, carbohydrates 12.5, protein 0.4, nitrogenous 0.4, fats 0.4, acids 1.0, cellulose 2.7. From a dietetic standpoint, the most important function of the apple is that of furnishing mineral salts and organic acids. But it has an important nutritive value as well, furnished by the carbohydrates present. As the fruit ripens, the starch changes to sugar. The apple has a medicinal value as well, especially if eaten at the beginning of the meal or between meals. Varieties good for sauce and baking: Alexander, Baldwin, Duchess of Oldenburg, Gravenstein, Grimes Golden, Golden Russet, Gano, Hubbardston, Jonathan, Jeffries, King Peck, Laver, Lead, Maiden Blush, McMahon's White, Ortley or Yellow Bellflower, Peck, Red Astrakhan, Rome Beauty, Rhode Island Greening, Rainbow, Sigrand Renette, Shiwassee Beauty, Spitzenberg, 20-ounce Pippin, Walbridge, Weye, Wagner, Wolf River, White Pearmain, York Imperial, and Yellow Transparent. Good cider apples: Baldwin, Buckingham, Dyer Sweet, English Russet, Gravenstein, Golden Sweet, Imperial Rambo, Jeffries, Maiden Blush, Newton Pippin, Seek No Further, and Wolf River. Cider making: distinct cider apples are not grown in the United States. All apples will not make good cider. Usually the more astringent apples make the best cider, but this does not always hold good. The astringency in the fruit is due to tannin, which is very essential to good cider. It helps in the clearing, and also adds to the keeping qualities of the cider. Sweet apples contain more juice than sour apples, but the cider is flat and tasteless and has poor keeping qualities. Bitter apples contain a great deal of tannin and make very little cider, but it has a rich, pleasant flavor and good keeping qualities. As the sugar is converted into alcohol, the sugar content is very important. The best apples for cider making are those having a pleasant odor, a slightly sour, bitter taste, and the juice should have about 1 5/1000 specific gravity. It is commonly supposed that any apple will give good cider. This is not true, however. Apples should be sound, clear, mature, and free from pest. Decayed and overripe fruit has lost its perfume, some of the water, and a large proportion of the sugar. The juice is hard to clarify and turns to vinegar very rapidly. Even a very small amount of decayed fruit renders the cider unpalatable. Following are the first 9 recipes from 209 Ways of Preparing the Apple. Recipe 1. Afterthought. 1 pint of nice apple sauce sweetened to taste. Stir in the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Bake for 15 minutes. Bake with a meringue made of 2 well beaten whites and 1/2 cup of powdered sugar. Return to the oven and brown. Recipe 2. Apples with almond praline, jelly, and cream. Core and pare 10 apples. Cook in a syrup made of a cup of water and a cup of sugar. Turn the apples and cook until fork will pierce them in the hollow center. Set the cooked apples on a serving dish. Blanch and chop fine 1/4 of a cup of almonds. Cook 3/4 of a cup of sugar to a caramel. When the sugar begins to turn a light brown, add the nuts and stir constantly until the sugar is cooked enough. Put a spoonful of the caramel on top of each apple around the central opening. Put a teaspoon of currant jelly in the center of each apple. Beat a cup of cream until firm. Put this around the apples and serve. Recipe 3. Apricot sherbet served in apple shells. Select bright red apples of uniform size. Rub until they have a high polish. Cut off the blossom end and scoop out the pulp. Carefully notch the edge. Fill with apricot sherbet and serve upon apple leaves. Recipe 4. Apple balls with a mixture of fruit. Peel large apples. With a potato scoop cut out small balls, dropping them into water with a little vinegar added to keep them white. Prepare a mixture of grapefruit pulp, pineapple, and banana, and put into glasses. Add a few of the apple balls. Pour over all the juice left from the fruit, which has been boiled down with sugar. Cool and serve at once, or the apples may turn brown. Recipe 5. Apple balls served in syrup. Prepare the apple balls as above. Prepare a rich sugar syrup. Color with a little pink color paste and drop in the balls. Cook slowly until the balls are softened. Pile in glasses and add a little syrup to each glass. Serve cold. Recipe 6. Apples in bloom and cream sauce. Cook red apples in boiling water until soft. Have the water half surround the apples and turn often. Remove skins carefully that the red color may remain, and arrange on serving dish. To the water add 1 cup of sugar, grated rind of 1 lemon, and juice of 1 orange. Simmer until reduced to 1 cup. Cool and pour over the apples. Serve with cream sauce. Cream sauce for apples in bloom. Beat the white of 1 egg stiff, and the well-beaten yolk of 1 egg, and gradually add 1 cup of powdered sugar. Beat 1/2 cup of thick cream and 1/4 cup of milk until stiff. Combine the mixture and add 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla. Recipe 7. Brown Betty 1. 1 cup of breadcrumbs, 8 sliced apples, 1/2 cup of molasses, 1/2 cup of cold water. Butter a baking dish. Put a layer of crumbs, then a layer of apples, sprinkle with cinnamon and sugar, and dot with bits of butter. Repeat until the dish is full. Insert a knife in several places and pour in the water and molasses. Set in a pan of hot water and bake for 45 minutes. Serve hot with cream or hard sauce. Recipe 8. Brown Betty 2. Pare and chop 6 apples. Place a layer of apple in a well-buttered pudding dish, then a layer of breadcrumbs. Sprinkle with brown sugar and cinnamon. Repeat until the dish is full. Add several generous lumps of butter and pour sweet milk or hot water on until it comes within an inch of the top of the pan. Bake in a moderate oven until brown and serve with plain or whipped cream. Recipe 9. Brown Betty 3. Pour 4 teaspoons of melted butter over 1 1/2 cups of soft breadcrumbs. Stir until the crumbs are evenly buttered. Put a layer of the crumbs into a well-greased pudding dish. Mix 1/2 cup of sugar, 1 pint of chopped apples, 1 cup of chopped raisins, 1 teaspoon of cinnamon, and 1/4 of a teaspoon of cloves. Put a layer of the apple mixture over the crumbs and alternate until all is used, finishing with crumbs. Cover loosely and bake for 3/4 of an hour in a moderate oven. Uncover and brown. Serve hot with hard sauce or cold with cream. End of selection from 209 Ways of Preparing the Apple by L. Gertrude McKay, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Nine Elections in 1 Year by F.H. Garver. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 9 Elections in 1 Year by F.H. Garver, from the American Political Science Review, Volume 3, August 1909. Recently, certain influences have tended greatly to increase the number of elections in many states and localities. Chief among these influences have been the growing tendency to put into actual operation the principles of the primary and of the referendum. A concrete example may be seen in the experiences of Sioux City, Iowa, during the year 1908. In this town of 50,000 inhabitants, 9 regular or special elections were held during the year named. The essential facts concerning these elections are as follows. January 21st, special election on the Commission Plan of Government. Active campaign waged. Plan defeated by a majority of 329 in a total vote of 4,237. February 24th, the city primary. Regular biennial election. State primary law passed in 1907. Candidates nominated for 18 city offices, including 10 councilmen. Total vote on mayor, 3,248. Contest on mayoralty in Republican Party only. March 9th, school election. Regular, annual. 2 directors and a school treasurer elected. A tax proposition to appropriate $60,000 for a schoolhouse fund also voted on. Total vote on treasurer, 1,641. Tax proposition carried by a majority of 204 in a total vote of 1,484. March 30th, city election, regular biennial. 8 officers and a council of 10 elected, each voter voting for 11 candidates. Total vote on mayor, 7,159. May 28th, Special election on traction franchise. The traction company sought 1. The right to extend its lines through additional streets, and 2. A time extension of certain old franchises. Popular demand for universal transfers refused by the company. Franchises defeated by a majority of 34 in a total vote of 3,868. June 2nd, general primary, regular biennial election. 4 parties in the field. Candidates nominated for United States Senator, presidential electors at large, 2, district elector, representative in Congress, state senator, state representatives, 2, 9 state, 9 county, and 3 township officers. Total 28 different offices. August 11th, second special election on traction franchise. Practically a resubmission of franchises voted down on May 28th, from which, however, the objectionable features had been eliminated. Franchises carried by a majority of 1,449 in a total vote of 2,923. November 3rd, general election. Regular biennial. 43 officials voted for, including 13 presidential electors, 12 state officers, 1 congressman, 1 state senator, 2 state representatives, 9 county officers, and 5 township officers. Total vote on presidential electors, 8,168. Total registration in city, 9,188. An amendment to the state constitution was also voted upon, and carried by a majority of 2,162 in a total vote of 4,616, which equals 56.5% of the vote cast for presidential electors. At this election, the Republicans held a second primary on United States Senator, necessitated by the death of Senator Allison, their nominee in the June primary. Total vote, 4,873. November 17th, special election. 3 separate propositions. 1. The Perry Creek conduit and tax for same, both carried. Total vote on conduit, 3,558. On tax, 3,496. 2. The Bacon Creek conduit and tax for same, both carried. Total vote on conduit, 3,567. On tax, 3,519. 3. Gas franchise. Several changes in former franchises asked for by the Gas and Electric Company. Proposition defeated by a majority of 281 in a total vote of 3,065. Of these 9 elections, 5 were regular and 4 were special. Of the former, 4 were biennial and 1 was annual. 2 of the biennial elections were primaries, 1 a city primary, the other general. The adoption of the primary principle in Iowa has really added only 1 election, and that biennial, in Sioux City, because just prior to the passage of the state primary law, an amendment to the Constitution abolished annual state elections in favor of biennial. The principle of the referendum was involved in 6 of the 9 elections mentioned above, while that of the initiative was clearly employed in connection with several. In addition to choosing 94 officers, or the equivalent of that number, during the year, the voters had submitted to them 10 separate propositions, of which 7 were voted or carried and 3 rejected. Discrimination was especially shown in connection with the last election, when 4 propositions were affirmatively voted and 1 rejected. The same may be said of the traction franchise, in that it was once rejected and only accepted after it had been materially modified. One very noticeable feature of these elections was the smallness of the vote cast at the special elections. while 8,168 votes were counted for presidential elections on November 3rd, not much over half as many were cast at any of the special elections. The vote on the Commission Plan of Government was 4,237, or 51.8% of the vote for president. The vote on the gas franchise, 3,065, equaled 37.5%, while that on the school tax, 1,641, amounted to only 20% of the same total. When elections are too frequent, voters are bound to lose some of their interest, no matter how important the issues may be. Yet the relatively small vote on some of the foregoing propositions should not be overemphasized. Special elections seldom bring out the full vote. The phenomenon is parallel to another one, namely that side issues seldom do any better. This may be illustrated in the election of November 3rd, mentioned above, upon which occasion an amendment to the state constitution received in Sioux City 4,616 votes, as against 8,168 for presidential electors. End of 9 Elections in 1 Year, by F.H. Garver. Read by Maria Kasper.
This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. Capitolul 9 din Psalm, tradus de Dumitru Cornilescu. Aceasta este o înregistrare LibriVox. Toate înregistrările LibriVox sunt în domeniu public. Pentru mai multe informații sau pentru a deveni voluntar, te rog să vizitezi LibriVox.org. Psalmul 9. Către mai marile cântăreților. Se cântă ca și mor pentru fiul. Un psalm al lui David. Voi lăuda pe Domnul din toată inima mea. Voi istorisi toate minunile Lui. Voi face din tine bucuria și veselia mea. Voi cânta numele Tău, Dumnezeule preanalt, pentru că vrăjmașii mei dau înapoi, se clatină și pierd dinaintea Ta. Căci Tu îmi sprijini dreptatea și pricina mea și stai pe scaunul Tău de domnie ca un judecător drept. Tu pedepsești neamurile, nimicești pe cel rău, le ștergi numele pentru totdeauna și pe vecie. S-au dus vrăjmașii, n-au rămas din ei decât niște dărâmături veșnice, niște cetăți dărâmate de Tine. Li s-a șters pomenirea, ei s-au dus, dar Domnul împărățește în veac și și-a pregătit scaunul de domnie pentru judecată. El judecă lumea cu dreptate, judecă popoarele cu nepărtinire. Domnul este scăparea celui asuprit, scăpare la vreme de necaz. Cei ce cunosc numele Tău se încred în Tine, căci Tu nu părăsești pe cei ce Te caută, Doamne. Cântați Domnului, care împărățește în Sion, vestiți printre popoare isprăvile Lui, căci El răzbună sângele versat și-și aduce aminte de cei nenorociți, nu uită strigătele lor. Ai milă de mine, Doamne, vezi ticăloșia în care mă aduc vrăjmașii mei și ridică-mă din porțile morții, ca să vestesc toate laudele Tale în porțile fiicei Sionului și să mă bucur de mântuirea Ta. Neamurile cad în groapa pe care au făcut-o și li se prinde piciorul în lațul pe care l-a ascuns. Domnul se arată, face dreptate și prinde pe cel rău în lucruri mâinilor lui. Cei răi se întorc la locuința morților, toate neamurile care uită pe Dumnezeu. Căci cel nenorocit nu se uită pe vecie, nădejdea celor sărmani nu pierde pe vecie. Scoală-te, Doamne, ca să nu biruie omul, neamurile să fie judecate înaintea Ta. Aruncă groaza în ei, Doamne, ca să știe popoarele că nu sunt decât oameni. Sfârșitul capitolului 9.
Melody number 9 by Carlos de Baile. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Malady number 9. For several months past, the daily press in Paris has reported with a regularity, a brevity, and a vagueness truly alarming, cases of malady number 9. And this illness, which appears and disappears from our great dailies, like an object in the hands of a prestidigitator, which dodges about from neighborhood to neighborhood, and from one quarter of the city to the other, and which bestows the touch of death impartially on all, is absolutely unknown to a majority of the people, who are in complete ignorance of its symptoms and manifestations. Some say that it resembles the bubonic plague. Others insist that this fatal disease is propagated by a creeping contagion, the nature of which is not yet well determined. Some people will assure you with the utmost conviction that the vehicle by which the mysterious but already famous disease is conveyed is a little parasite which, when once settled on its victim, proves impossible to dislodge. The same uncertainties and doubts and contradictory reports are current regarding the symptoms and history of the disease, as regarding the manner in which it is communicated. There have been times when the short newspaper paragraphs dealing with the new malady, paragraphs which never have exceeded 10 lines in length, would suggest that the best preventive and possible cure is to follow an ultra-Spartan regimen in regard to diet. At other times, the preponderant opinion seems to be that the infection has been brought to Paris by foreign pleasure seekers, who have flocked to the gay capital from all parts of the world, and it is urged that such visitors should be subjected to a strict quarantine. There are still others who either do not comprehend or utterly reject these contradictory scientific explanations, and regard this new malady which threatens us, and in which interest is constantly revived by some new alarming episode, as a mysterious visitation of Providence, for which we must seek some ethical explanation. But explain it as you like, and describe it as you like, the fact remains that in Paris everyone is talking with real or affected terror of malady number 9, without anyone knowing certainly what that malady is, what its symptoms are, and what measures should be taken to combat it. And as is perfectly natural under such conditions, the people have, with laudable unanimity, adopted the heroic resolve to pay no attention to it. Notwithstanding all this, when I chanced the other day to stumble upon a distinguished medical acquaintance of mine, while sauntering along one of the beautiful and solitary walks in the park at Versailles, a gentleman whom I had not seen for several years, I seized the occasion which Providence seemed to have granted me to inquire into this mystery. I started out as if I were indifferent to the subject, and approached the topic little by little in a roundabout way, in order that I might not alarm the professional reserve of my acquaintance. Malady number 9? My medical friend repeated, wrinkling his eyebrows and whirling his heavy cane in the air in a rather intimidating way. Don't you know that this malady, considered as a specific malady, does not exist and never has existed? Malady number 9 is merely an imaginary disease, an hallucination which is a perfectly natural product of these times. It is certain and obvious that if the human race, or better said, a great majority of the human race, does not change its method of living, it will be impossible for us to survive on this planet. Life on our globe will become impossible, because the atmosphere is filled with poisons engendering varied pathological conditions, the cumulative effect of which has resulted in the appearance of a disease which, in default of a more descriptive name, has been called malady number 9. We discover, associated with this disease, the bacteria of falsehood, dissipation, shamelessness, and greed, with 5 other pernicious microbes which we have not been able to isolate and classify with precision, but which bear a strong resemblance to hypocrisy, sharp dealing, laziness, tyranny, and aggression. The accumulative effect of these germs and microbes is now designated by the name we have just mentioned. As my friend, the doctor, proceeded, he began to swing his arms as if they were wings of a windmill, and his heavy stick cut the air so that you could almost hear it hiss. Then suddenly, calming himself and leaning against the pedestal of a statue of Diana, he continued, lowering his voice. Any man with eyes in his head can see that we are entering a period of horrifying decadence. The great war, which for brief periods, especially in its early stages, seemed to be a purifying element, became on account of its duration a malignant source of deadly corruption. After several centuries of uninterrupted progress in civilization, we have been precipitated in the short space of 5 years into a condition hardly above that of the brutes. Even those who previously possessed the highest moral character, who were truly good, have been contaminated. Today, the average man thinks only of acquiring wealth, no matter by what means, and of spending it ostentatiously, with the least possible personal effort. Lying has become the art of governments, and our rulers and leaders have lied until the common people no longer believe anything. Those noble phrases and lofty ideals which formerly swayed the masses and caused them to exert themselves to the utmost for 5 years and to perform great feats of heroism, today have become a common laughing stock. Were you now to appeal to mankind for new sacrifices, the people would merely shrug their shoulders in disdain. Love of material pleasure has seized the whole world. The people are abandoning the country to herd in great cities. There they live under physical conditions which are constantly growing worse, in an atmosphere pervaded with poison, which, unless God works a miracle, will produce terrible results. Malady number 9. That disease, bear in mind and don't forget it, is in substance a preliminary disease, a disease preceding another, which will be. My friend, the doctor, here emitted a frightfully savage yell, a yell which he evidently wished to suggest the explosion of bombs, the roar and crackling of great conflagrations, the rattling of rifles and machine guns, and clearing half the width of the roadway at a single bound, he disappeared down a bypath running at full speed. The next day I chanced to learn that my friend, the physician, had recently been confined in a sanitarium. They tell me he imagines himself a prophet and predicts calmly and reasonably enough a violent social revolution and the imminence of a fearful epidemic which will ravage the whole world and which he calls malady number 10. This news, that he was mentally affected, did not surprise me, of course, for I had divined something of the kind during our conversation in the Park of Versailles. Thinking over the incident later, however, I have had moments of doubt, recalling that ancient proverb, "Out of the mouths of children and fools." However, why should we trouble ourselves now about malady number 10, when science has not yet discovered with certainty the nature of malady number 9? End of malady number 9 by Carlos de Bailly. Read by Anusha, Iyer, Mumbai.